announced this up to the world here back in 2019 as a 15-year-old. What have you made of her progression since then?
I think it's been slow and steady. She keeps improving her fitness. She has improved her forehand a little bit. Her serve sometimes can break down, but she's gotten a little bit more consistency in that. Her second serve, if she's under pressure, can come up with a few double faults, so she still needs to work on that.
Correction was good. Replay
A bit of work for Julie Clenny in the chair. No complaints from Goff. So the point will be replayed.
I think the most important thing for a young player is really, you know, you just have to make slow and steady progress. People are starting to know your game. They know exactly what you do well and don't do well, but you need to be ahead of that to keep being at the top of the game.
Relentless pressure on the shoulders of Coco Gauff. Even in the most recent press conference after her second round win, she was told that Rafael Nadal expects her to be a multi-Grand Slam champion. That's a big booming strike already from Samova.
That's exactly what Samova does well. I mean, that was an 82 miles an hour winner right there. Beautiful from Samova. The faster the ball comes at her, the faster she's going to come back with a great ball.
I mentioned earlier a serve that was 124 miles per hour in the previous round, Goff. That one was 117. One of the fastest serves on tour.
Okay.
Solid start then for the 18-year-old.
First game.
Very comfortable first game there for Coco then on serve. She'll a nice little nerve settler there early doors on centre court. You can see the crowd just beginning to fill in, and Renee caught up with Coco when there are a few less people on the famous court.
Coco, first of all, welcome back to Wimbledon. What are you most excited about, and how does it feel to be back here?
I think I'm most excited about just playing in a non-bubble Wimbledon. I feel like it's been a while since that the last time I got to play and get the full experience. So, and also I think I just enjoy just Wimbledon in general. It's so pretty, so beautiful, and I'm just looking forward to playing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. It's been a number of years now where Wimbledon finally is going to have a full crowd. We're out of the bubble, as you said, and how will that feel for you?
I definitely think it would be make the experience much more fun for me. I feel like, now on the off days, I'm staying in the city. I can, I don't know, go shopping, do something else.
And so the form coming in here, obviously it was a great French Open for you, but the form coming in here, how do you feel about that, and particularly playing on the grass here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I feel like playing really well on grass. I feel like this is the best I felt on the grass in a while. I wasn't sure how the transition was going to be from clay to grass, because I feel like this is definitely the shortest I've done it. But I played a tournament last week in Berlin, and that went better than I thought it would, and I've been having great practices here.
As you know, because we're sitting in front of this beautiful court, it's the 100th year of the centre court at Wimbledon. One of the things I want to ask you is, what's your earliest memory of centre court? Was it on television, or was it here in person?
Definitely on television, the earliest. I don't even remember, but it was Serena winning. I don't even know which year it was.
She's won a lot.
Yes, she's won a lot, but one of the many she won. Watching her on TV win this, and I feel like even I think one year Beyonce was in her box and they did a meme of her. So I also remember that memory. But I think I was maybe 14 or 13 when that happened. But yeah, that's, I think, even an earlier memory. But that memory, I think, is what I remember, just Beyonce being in the box.
And what is it about, well, other than the stars that you see in the box here?
Yeah, that's what's the most interesting for me, seeing all the royalty and everything. I think it's so cool.
Yeah, so what is the most unique thing about this particular center court to you?
The walk to center court is definitely the most unique because on TV, at least I didn't pay attention, but you don't really see the walk to the court. And so I didn't know what to expect going in, whereas US Open, in French, you kind of see the corridor. Here, you don't really see it, so I didn't know what to expect, and it was completely not what I expected. They have the guards there, which was, I remember walking and like my heart like kind of sank a little bit because I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going into? And also the royal box, I think is pretty cool. Every match throughout the whole tournament, whether it's mine or anybody else's, I'm like trying to see who's sitting there.
So you really pay attention to who may be in the royal box?
Not during my matches, but during other matches, like if Rafa or Roger's on the court, I'm trying to see who's watching them because usually that's when they play, that's when all the stars come out.
So take me back to the first time, as you sort of did. It is a unique thing to walk through the corridor here and through the royal box, down the stairs. What was the first thought in your head when you walked around the back of that court and onto the actual court?
I was like, oh, this is really serious. That's what I was like, because I had rap music in my ear, and then I walked and I remember like turning it down because I was like, maybe I shouldn't be listening to this while I'm walking through such this nice area. So I actually turned it down, and then I turned it back up when I walked on the court, just because like I said, I didn't know what to expect, and no one really told me what to expect. And we did a pre-match walk to court 1, so I knew what to expect when I played on court 1 the first time. But center, I think I got moved last minute to center because of the rain, so I didn't know what to expect really.
So there's been a lot of memorable matches on this particular court. If you could go back to one match and actually put yourself in the seats here to watch it live, which one would that be?
I don't know which one I would choose, really. I feel like all my matches on center, I feel like this court is some of the matches I just can't remember just because I feel like it really feels like a dream more than anything playing on this court. But I do remember, I think I was playing like Kaja Juven on this court, and I just remember bouncing the ball and like people we're screaming after a good point, and when you walk up to the line, like literally right before you let go of the ball, everyone just gets silent. And I never really experienced that in a crowd before because I feel like other tournaments, you're bouncing, trying to wait for people to be quiet, but no, they literally get silent, and it's like so quiet. So I think this is the quietest court, like when it's like completely silent that I've ever played on.
So speaking of great places to play tennis, if you could play a match and set up a stadium to play on, anywhere other than a tennis place, other than, all the big courts that we've played on, where would you set up a court to play a match on?
If it has to be on Earth, or it could be anywhere.
Well, it could be anywhere you want it to be.
I feel like Mars, or either Mars or the bottom of the ocean, just because, well, actually, I don't know, the bottom of the ocean might be some interesting visitors, or actually even in Mars. Yeah, one of those two, because I feel like that would be pretty cool.
So we've asked a lot of people in this local community inspiring moments for them, and it could be from watching their kids ride the bike for the first time, or it could be something that they went. But what is one thing in your life that you find was most inspiring for you?
Oh my gosh, I think the biggest thing, I would say my grandmother, just because growing up, now I know, but she's just honestly the kindest person I've ever met. But growing up, she actually went to high school at a segregated high school and was the first Black person to kind of intersegregate that high school. And I feel like a lot of people and they chose her to do it because they knew that she would be kind to everyone. And I feel like a lot of people, at least probably even me, would not be able to keep my cool with all the things that she had to deal with, and all the stuff that she had to deal with in her life growing up, regarding racism and regarding that aspect and being a woman. And I think the fact that she lives her life being kind and treating everyone with kindness, I think is something that I'm inspired by, and I try my best to lead by that example.
Last question for you. You have played some incredible matches here. For someone so young, You came in here a couple of years ago. No one really knew who you were. I want you to tell me how important Wimbledon is for you, because I feel like they embraced you so much here a number of years ago when you had that fantastic win against Venus. But what is it about Wimbledon that you feel is so special?
I feel like even for me, it's even more special because, like you said, it was kind of the first time I ever, broke out on tour, and I think the fact that the crowd really loves me so much, and even when I went back in 2021, we didn't play 2020. I wasn't sure, if people were gonna still like me as much or not, but it was kind of insane for me that I felt like the crowd was just as supportive as that run in 2019 in my first round here. Because, sometimes you do well and then, next year, nobody cares. But I didn't feel that from here. I think the crowd is something that I always will remember and always enjoyed playing in front of this crowd. Just because, like I said, it gets so quiet here when you're about to bounce the ball and you almost get the chills. And I feel like the match points here is what I remember after every match, even if whether it's an easy, not easy, but quote unquote easy score line or a tougher score line. I just enjoy going to say hi and wave to the crowd here the most out of any stadium that I ever played on.
Well, Coco, I have a feeling you're going to be waving and thanking and having this atmosphere here on this beautiful court many, many times to come in your career. So thanks for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Sarah, lovely to see you. Now, you're an established great in your sport. You've won the lot. What do you make of a potential future great like Coco Gauff?
I'm very excited. I think just such amazing talent. And I've been chatting to one of my very best friends who's just sort of retired from her own career, and she's just like, I'm so excited you're getting to see Coco today. But yeah, when you see upcoming talent, upcoming female talent, it just gives you goosebumps. So I'm excited to see what happens this afternoon.
You are obviously an elite athlete. What place does Wimbledon hold within the broader world of sport?
Well, it's huge. It's the thing that we keep referring to when we're trying to gain equality in other parts of the sporting world. So we always refer to the fact that Wimbledon is just Wimbledon. There's men's and women's events. And we always herald this as kind of like the thing that every sport should be aspiring to. So it's absolutely enormous.
Sarah, great message. Thanks, and have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Right, let's head back down to court number 2 where it's filling up nicely. We'll check back in with a match we were watching earlier on in the men's singles third round between Richard Gasquet and Botic van der Zandschulp. The Dutch player has had a brilliant year so far, and it was the Dutchman who took the first set, close 1-7-5, but Richard Gasquet got that one-handed backhand firing on all cylinders in the second set to take it 6-2.
Thank you, ladies and
we are now in the early stages of the third set. Van der Zandschulp has a break, and we can join it at 2-1.
With a break, Botic van der Zandschulp.
Love.
One of the reasons they always used to give for the middle Sunday break was A, the neighbours around here. It gave them a day off from the hubbub, but also it gave the grass a day off from players flying around on it. But I think such is grass technology these days that the feeling is it really doesn't make that much difference.
Spot on. I think the groundsman very keen to give a rest, and the science behind it. It would make a difference, because you'd think, well, what 24 hours do for a grass court? But it does help apparently. But now the technology, the strength of the grass and the blade of the grass a lot stronger, so they can do it now. Broadcasters all around the world very happy for just continuous play.
I know one or two on our team who are less than happy that their Sunday barbecue has gone up in smoke, so to speak.
Saturday night
or
out.
their Saturday night out. We will. It's not like us to name names, Arvin, so we won't be doing that.
Absolutely not. move to get back into this
15-14.
third set. That was great touch. He's got such good hands, so creative, Gasquet. Flicks that one up nice and high. Lets the wind do a little bit of the work too.
Two games all, third set.
A lot of breaks in that match so far. Gasquet breaks back against the Dutchman, so 2-all in that early stages of the third round match on court 2, and a brilliant opportunity for either of those two players really to make it through to the fourth round, something Gasquet has done a lot at the Grand Slams in his earlier career, but Van der Zandschulp hasn't really become known as a player who makes the Grand Slam second week yet, but we'll be hoping to do so.
Yeah, court 2 as well. Great little lineup today. 4,000 people, ticketed court. They had Harmony Tan out there this morning, early doors at 11 a.m. with Katie Balter. They've got a great match in progress, as we just saw then, and they've got a great singles match coming up after this as well. So it's a good day to have a ticket on court 2, I think.
Never a bad day. Okay, let's catch up with Nick again.
What a day and what a week it has been for Harmony Tan. Serena Williams in the first round, and then she gets through to the third round today, taking out Katie Balter. You hit 16 winners, 6-1, 6-1. Felt like everything was just going right today. What about from your perspective?
16, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised. Okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed today. It was really funny for me. It was really cool, and I play really great tennis. So I'm really happy about that.
I mean, you talked about after, drawing Serena in the first round, you were scared. You went out there center court. Obviously, we know what happened there. But how did you see your game coming together on the grass? Beat Sorribes Tormo in the second round. It feels like everything has come into place. And then to beat Katie Balter 1-1, just everything has really clicked for you on this surface where you haven't really played very much before.
Yeah, I never play on grass court. It's my first Wimbledon, so I feel really good. I mean, on grass, I think it's good for my games with many slices, many drop shot and volley. When I beat Serena, I was really surprised because I was really scared before the match. But it helps me a lot because I had more confidence now. And I hope I can do a very good Wimbledon this year.
All right, so you're into the fourth round. I want to bring in, I think, someone who's been your #1 fan. First off, tell us your name and how old are you?
My name is Jing Robinson, and I'm 10 years old.
Okay, and are you Harmony Tan's #1 fan?
Yes.
Yeah. How fun has this been for you to be in Harmony's box and to be cheering her on?
It's been an honor. I mean, she could have just not invited me and invited someone else, so I'm really glad she invited me.
Harmony, I'm curious from your perspective, has it been so fun for you to look up and see? I think everyone's loving watching Jing watch you. Are you enjoying it too?
Yeah, I really enjoyed when she said, "Allez Harmony, come on, tu peux le faire."
And Jing, you speak 5 languages?
Yes.
Wow, amazing. Well, we hope to see both of you in the fourth round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
She's an absolute star, isn't she?
10 years old, can speak 4 more languages than me as well. That's
yeah.
I think I need to get studying.
Not too bad, is it? We've got to get brushing up on our learning of the languages.
Anything.
But it's a great story, Harmony Tan. It was brilliant to see how she wasn't overawed by that first match against Serena Williams. Had every right to do so. There was moments in that match where it looked like Serena was going to come through. She was able to fight back, and she's backed it up. It wasn't just a one-hit wonder there on centre. She's backed it up with some good performances, and she was brilliant today against Katie Balter. Again, lots of expectation from the British crowd on Balter. She would have had the crowd behind her on court 2, but Harmony Tan was able to do that. She's coached by Natalie Tosiat herself. you know, a former top player on the ladies' side, and she's spoken about that coaching relationship and how she's helped Harmony Tan to just stay calm in those big moments because of the matches that Tosiak played on the big arenas over the course of her career. She also loves surfing, big surfing fan.
Harmony.
Yes, she does.
What I love about her the most is she's a real tactician. You know, what she did she made Serena generate her own power, and I think she used those really similar tactics this morning against Katie because, you know, really big hitters, you know, physically really, Katie's super tall, and Harmony, the variation of slice of the forehand and the backhand, she's making these ladies get low and move around an awful lot, and she's, you know, you never quite know what to expect with her, and it's really hard to play against someone.
Yeah, and we've seen how that can work for players on the ladies' side, particularly here at Wimbledon. Ons Jabeur, I suppose, is the biggest exponent, the number 3 seed of that, using the slice on the backhand, and that can, as you said, put the opponents off and help her to record a victory. Let's head over to court 3 now, where there was a men's singles third round match between Jensen Brooksby, the number 29 seed of America, and Christian Garin from Chile, and went back and forward this match. Brooksby losing the opening set 6-2, Garin winning the second as well 6-3. Then Brooksby fought back, the seeded player, to take the third 6-1, and Christian Garin has won it in the fourth set 6-4, and a great performance from him. And James, we were saying, hoping to follow in the footsteps. You can see just how much it means for him, for a player from Chile. Haven't always had too much success really at the top level in the men's side of Wimbledon and the Grand Slams. Obviously, Marcelo Rios achieved the world #1 ranking. Nicolas Lepenti was a good player a few years ago as well, but not a country that we always associate with great results here at Wimbledon. So a brilliant performance from him to get through to the fourth round.
And what I love about this story is that he's had a bit of luck in this tournament so far, but he's sort of ridden that. I mean, he was supposed to play Berrettini in the first round, so, you know, he might not have expected to be here on day 6. So, you know, got lucky. Obviously, Berrettini out with COVID. He's used that to his advantage. He's come through, and, you know, into week 2 he goes. Great.
Oh yes, and that shows. We see it with lucky losers, wild cards every year. They sometimes get a good draw. You know, he profited from the fact that Berrettini pulled out, and it's seen him through to the fourth round, and he will face the winner of the match that's on centre court at the moment, Alex Diminour and Liam Brody. Let's head back down to Wimbledon Park. We saw the boats
where is she?
Sailing around on the lake. Has she found her way to a boat? I wonder.
Has she got a life
Let's
jacket?
catch up with Olivia.
Now, another hugely exciting thing happening here this morning is that we've got some actual real-life tennis players here, helping the kids. Let's go chat to some, shall we? We've got Jodie Burridge. Now, Jodie Burridge had a wild card entry at Wimbledon, so this is super exciting. Oh, and look, she's in fine form this morning, doing what she does best. Jodie, can we have a little chat? How are you today?
Yeah, good, thank you. Just trying to avoid all the balls going everywhere. But yeah, having great fun with these guys.
Bit different to your usual training, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. More enjoyable, though, that's for sure.
Heard it first. Now, what a run you're on. You've got a wild card entry to Wimbledon. Tell us a bit about how that felt being on court at the greatest tennis championships in the world.
Yeah, it was obviously such a pleasure to play at Wimbledon this year. It didn't go the way I wanted it to, but, you know, I enjoyed every single moment of it. It's such a privilege to play on a court like that at Wimbledon. Yeah, really enjoyed it, and hopefully there'll be many more times to come.
There absolutely will be. Now, this is an amazing initiative by the LTA in Wimbledon. If this was around when you were young, and maybe it was, but I don't think it probably was on such a big scale, do you think it would have made a difference to your peers to get involved? And tell us a bit about how you got involved with this sport.
Yeah, so I got involved through my mum. My mum plays a lot, she still does actually, but it's so great to see so many kids out here getting involved. Like, this is exactly what you want. You just want them to pick up a racket, play as much as possible. Yeah, not sure if this was on when I was obviously playing, but yeah, my mum got me involved, and thank God she did. Like, it's turned out pretty well, and yeah, she can enjoy it when I'm playing and stuff, but this is obviously something great, and hopefully it can continue and, you know, get a lot of kids involved in the sport, and hopefully some more can come through.
Seeing these little ones here today, have you spotted any talented little future stars amongst them?
There is a few who just want to smack it, so hey, that's great for a grass court, but yeah, they've got a bit of time left, so we'll see.
just Wimbledon generally, it's 100 years of centre court, which is an amazing, obviously, anniversary to reach. Can you note any of your favourite matches or, you know, players you've seen on centre court over the years as you were growing up?
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones that actually stands out right now straight away is when Hev played Serena on centre court a few years ago. I actually was watching, I think I was playing in the juniors, and I managed to get on and watch that match, and it was just an unbelievable match. The atmosphere was unbelievable. And also then a few years ago I saw Serena play with Andy on centre at Wimbledon, which obviously like two iconic players, like it was great to see. But I don't actually think I visited Wimbledon much as a kid, which was unfortunate. But yeah, I'm definitely making up for lost time now.
Absolutely, can't get you out of the place. I'm joking. And just finally, what's your message to kids who are like into tennis, but maybe at this moment it's hard to do, it's hard to find the time, and it's a difficult sport to get really good at? Do you have like an inspiring message for anyone?
Honestly, just if you enjoy it, keep going, keep your head up, keep positive. It sounds cliche, but that is honestly one of the main things. Keep positive and enjoy it. It's a great life that we do live. Yeah, we get some great perks out of it, and you know, it's just so good to see all these kids here and hopefully inspire some of them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Now get back to work. Now, I've stopped one of the coaches, Joel, from doing his job today, so sorry about that. So I really want to know, like, a teacher or a coach makes a huge difference to the way a child perceives a subject or a sport. So there's a really important role in this to get kids into it. So Joel, tell me a bit about your tennis journey.
So I started when I was about 5 years old. I was playing for the WJTI, and I was so inspired to become a coach from all these amazing coaches that I joined the program. I started as an assistant, and then I've slightly just worked my way up, and so now I'm coaching all together. Yeah. So I'm really just trying to get more kids involved. It's really fun, to be honest. Trying to get more children that don't have the opportunity to pay for private coaches or even the opportunity to join. Having free lessons is very helpful. Yeah.
So is that what it is? Is that what, like, it's to encourage free lessons
So it's more to get more people involved, because not everybody has the chance to have tennis lessons. It's quite, it's quite luxury to even enjoy tennis for most people. So to get as many people involved as possible is amazing.
How did you yourself, at a young age, decide, you know, I want to try tennis? That's a sport that looks good to me.
Well, I was so fortunate when the WJTI came to my school, which at the time was St. Boniface. They picked me out, and I started doing lessons. I really enjoyed it at the time, so I just continued to where I am now.
Wow, the WJTI is awesome.
Fantastic.
So you're in your Wimbledon regalia. Have you watched much of the tennis this year?
I have. I went on Monday.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so I went to go watch Mikkel, the Swedish player, I think.
Okay.
It was very good.
And it's 100 years of centre court. We love tennis. Growing up, did you get to watch much tennis? And who was one of your favourite players to watch?
Growing up, I loved to watch Nadal. Yeah, one of my favourites.
Still is.
Exactly.
Do you know what? I think his name will come up the most this whole tournament. Already, one of the 7-year-olds loves Nadal
Really?
too. Yeah. So with tennis and kids, what would be your biggest advice to them to get them involved?
Just try. I would say to get involved in tennis, I would say watch a little bit of tennis on TV. If you find it interesting, quite a few people do, try look for some lessons, sign up, have a go, really try to get involved. Just try it, really, it will change your life, honestly. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Look who I found. It's my friend Jamie from across the road. Hello, Jamie. Lovely to see you here again. So why are you here today? And tell us a bit about why this is such an important initiative.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's really amazing that we want Wimbledon to really connect with the local community, and you know, across all sorts of the business we work with the LTA on lots and lots of different things, and look, I've just walked in and you can see how big an impact this event is having. I mean, it's just to see the buzz and the number of kids that are out here getting free tennis. I know this is a part of a much bigger picture for the LTA, but it's fantastic to be able to come and see this during the championships.
It really, really is, and we were amazed too. And the buzz and everyone, the energy, everyone's so excited. Why is it so important to make tennis this accessible?
Well, it's huge. If you think of the mission of the LTA to open tennis up, you know, I think that, look, from a personal point of view, I've been in tennis since I was a kid, and that really the things that the LTA are doing now are the most exciting that they have been in my lifetime. And, you know, it's just so important for Wimbledon, for tennis, but just for sport in general, that it gets to so many different parts of the community. And we really do have to work hard on that. And, you know, different sports have different dynamics. Tennis, you know, we know that Wimbledon has a very big core audience in a certain area. But we need to be able to make it accessible to everybody, and certainly working with the LTA on that is something that we can achieve together.
Well, we think it's a raving success, so well done to you all. Yeah, it's a great day here, but we should head back to the championships now.
We should check that the matches are still going on okay, shouldn't we?
Quick, get back. All right, I'm now with Alicia from the WJTI. Now, could you tell us a bit about what the WJTI is?
Yeah, it's a talent ID scheme. So we go into the local schools in Merton and Wandsworth, and then what we do is we select some kids, even if they can catch well, if they can do anything really well, even if it's like you get one kid doing a moonwalk or something weird, we'll grab them out, bring them into the we used to do it at the All England, but now they've built some sites all over. So we've got the community sports ground in Rains Park, which we use. And they can come for free sessions on a Saturday or Sunday, and then it can progress to squads. I think I started when I was 8, so now I'm like 29, turning 30. So it's a long-running scheme, and it's done a lot. So everybody you can see here, they're in the white clothes. They have pretty much gone through the scheme as well.
Wow, what so basically you're looking for people with a bit of talent in a kind of physical capacity that might therefore do really well at tennis and enjoy it.
Yeah, and add it into their life, because not a lot of people even know about tennis. It's getting bigger as it's going on, but when I was younger, I don't think I even knew I lived next to Wimbledon, so it's huge. It's a pretty big thing.
Okay, so tell us about your tennis story then, and why you were selected, and what it's done for you in your life.
Okay, cool. So the head coach, Dan Bloxham, came around to my primary school, which was Ronald Ross in Southfields, and then I was selected. I think we had a session similar to this. We had a session, I don't know what I did, but he chose me. I came back every Saturday to the club, and then we just had a lesson every Saturday, and then it progressed to squad playing some international matches and just different things, and now I'm a LTA level 3 tennis coach at the All England, so I can't complain.
And is this your career?
Yeah.
Wow, so from that age, it's literally changed your trajectory of your life.
Literally, I don't know what I would have been doing otherwise.
And did you make nice friends, and did you find it good in just socially and everything?
Yeah, I've made loads of lifelong friends. I've got Darren, Elizabeth. There's people that are even doing uni in America. They're working and living there now. There's just so many different paths that it's led to. We made friends for life, and it's social. Yeah. You can do it for life, can't you?
And does the WJTI support you in a financial or mental, emotional way?
Yeah, they're pretty much there for everything. If you need help with work, home, anything you do, it's really flexible. It's just a great scheme. It's a great program, and I think it's all from the Wimbledon Foundation, so it provides a lot of community help as well. It's great. It is great.
God, sign me up. This is so awesome. Okay, and today, how is it like being with the kids, and what do you get out of it as much as what they do?
Oh yeah, it's rewarding to see a little kid just like you, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, come in and pick up a racket for the first time, and then maybe you'll see them again in 5 years, and they can hit a tennis ball with you over the net. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
Well, thank you, Alicia. You're doing an amazing job today. Now go get your next badge.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Livia. Great initiative. That's good to see accessibility top of the agenda for tennis.
And that lady there was a perfect example of these initiatives that the LTA in Wimbledon and the WTA do. Someone who, she admitted, she lives next door to Wimbledon. She didn't even know what Wimbledon was, and now she's a level 3 coach. That is absolutely fabulous, and it shows the value of those initiatives, that if you can make people pay attention to tennis or another sport, it can last them a lifetime.
Yeah, get yourself down there if you're local at Wimbledon Park. It's on all day. It's a lovely day for it. But now we can pick up with the action live on court 1. British Hope Liam Brodie there, serving to stay in this second set. We'll hand over to the commentary team.
Nathan Hewitt, champion here 20 years ago, former world #1. Just thinking, how much would he have loved watching that point, that hustle, that run down of the ball.
You know what he'd still love? To be out there. I promise you.
Probably
beat a couple of guys, two or three.
You know, there's only, I think maybe there's 4 people that I've seen that love tennis. Like so much.
Roger.
Well,
Federer.
no, I think when they finish, you're one of them. Jimmy Connors is one of them. Ken Rosewall is one of them. And Leighton Hewitt. All of those 4, obviously amazing champions, David, but if there's an opportunity to get out in the court, they're out there. They just love to hit tennis balls. And unfortunately for Ken, he's not hitting too many more these days, but it wasn't that long ago that he stopped. He's well into his 80s now.
(40-15). Again, Jodie. Diminour leads 5 games to 4.
Will there be a sting in the tail for Liam Brodie, fighting hard in that match? And we can go over to court 3, watch some more live action in the men's singles, the 3rd round match between Andre Molcan in your picture there, the Serbian, coached by Novak Djokovic's former coach Marian Vida. He's in the box. You'll see him in the shots throughout this match against the American, the number 11 seed Taylor Fritz, who's a fearsome player on grass with that big serve, big shots from the baseline. And we can join the commentators there on court 3.
30-love.
The battle of the bandanas on court 3.
(30-15).
Good deep serves
40-15.
in this opening game. And no sooner do you say that.
Game or change. First game.
Covering a lot of ground today, I am. We've now arrived in Madagascar. I'll get to that. I'm with Paige, who's the head of the Wimbledon Foundation. Hello to you today. How are you, Paige?
Yeah, good, thank you. Great to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. And tell us why we are in Madagascar, but more broadly, tell us lots about the Wimbledon Foundation.
Sure, so the Wimbledon Foundation is the official charity of the All England Lawn Tennis Club and the Championships. So each year we distribute around £2 million to support local, national and international partners.
Wow, amazing work done. Now, You support how many each year, and how much money is raised from the championships themselves then and there, and the rest throughout the year?
Yeah, so each year we get to support around 100 different charities locally within the London boroughs of Wandsworth and Merton, as well as internationally and nationally as well. During the championships, we have some really great activities to fundraise for the Wimbledon Foundation, including the ticket resale programme, which generates about £250,000 a year. We also have the used ball sale, so every ball that's used during the championships gets resold and the proceeds come to the Wimbledon Foundation. And this year we're really excited with the reusable cup scheme, and again guests can donate their deposit for their reusable cup at the end of the day, and the proceeds will come to further our work.
Which is a really easy way for people to get involved. Literally, you'd have to do nothing. Just give your cup in.
Just drop a cup in the right bin.
Perfect. Okay, we want to talk more specifically about some of the projects you work on and your funding. Just briefly, why are we in Madagascar and where are we in relation to the championships?
So we're in Madagascar and simultaneously in the queue. So we have a fantastic partnership with WaterAid, and we've partnered with them for the last 5 years. Our mission is to improve access to clean water, hygiene and sanitation across the world, including Madagascar.
Let's head over to some of the amazing display images that you have up, because it really is impactful for those in the queue. Do you want to follow me this way?
Sure.
So when you're in the queue, you're looking, you obviously spend time slowly meandering through, and if you just come around here, Paige, these incredible images of children experiencing running clean water. Why do you think this is making a difference, and what impact do you hope to have on those queuing up?
Yeah, so really our partnership with WaterAid is all about raising awareness and furthering the message that without clean water, 1 in 10 people currently don't have access to it. So it's a really vital resource. Obviously Wimbledon uses a huge amount of water, maintaining the grass, and so it's a really key partnership and a way for us to sort of give back and highlight the amazing work that they're doing. The photo behind you actually is of Teffy from Madagascar.
Famous Teffy of tennis ball mosaic fame. Exactly.
Yeah.
Took the word out of my mouth. Exactly. Okay.
That's right. So Teffy lives in one of the communities in Madagascar that WaterAid work in, and they partner with local people, and so it's a really grassroots approach and really effective about building sustainable access to clean water.
And without the Wimbledon Foundation's support of WaterAid, would Teffy have had clean running water?
Yeah, so our partnership, we have been able to support them with £1.2 million over 3 years. So that really does facilitate some vital projects across 6 different countries.
Now I know Wimbledon Foundation got involved with WaterAid back in, what was it, 2017?
Yes.
So, but you've renewed your partnership, and why did you choose this charity in order to maintain and throw the relationship forward?
Yeah, I think as the Wimbledon Foundation is the sort of official charity of the All England Club and the championships, our key values are to create opportunities for all and also to respond in times of need. And with so many people around the world not having access to such a vital resource, we feel like it's a really important partnership that we are keen to continue.
Well, we're thrilled, and I'm sure WaterAid are more than thrilled. Thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thank you.
We are recording. It's 24 matches in a row here at Wimbledon for the top seed Novak Djokovic, who's on an off day today and on the practice court with Garin and his team as he gets ready for a matchup that will be interesting, to say the least. It comes against Tim van Wrighthoven, the Dutch player who's actually won 8 matches in a row on the grass and has really stormed through this draw. Van Wrighthoven only dropping 1 set in 3 matches. He's only been broken 3 times in 10 sets played. Djokovic was speaking yesterday after his win over Miomir Kecmanovic. I have to say Djokovic has just looked in prime form, speaking yesterday saying that he's going to study up on Van Wrighthoven and make a tactical plan, but he's been able to plan for victory after victory. The last 3 Wimbledon outings, he's won them, 2018, 19, and 21, and has looked in fine form. Was a little scratchy in that opening match against Sun Woo Kwon, then took out Thanasi Kokkinakis, and yesterday against Kecmanovic, just no trouble, and looking relaxed here in practice, had been hitting with David Goffin, the Belgian player, and just finishing up what has looked like a pretty good outing at the Arangi practice court. So for Djokovic, on Sunday, it's our first scheduled middle Sunday of play. He's going to take on Tim van Wrighthoven. Can he get that 25th win in a row? Can he make another Wimbledon quarterfinal? He's putting in the practice today to be ready for that middle Sunday of play.
The sunshine has come out, the roof is off.
Always wonder what kind of music that they've got going on at this time. Those who opt for the big pumping tunes and those who might opt for something a little more calming.
Well, the tweener, and that is an example of the maverick manner in which Bublik often goes about his tennis.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. The poor Federica Del Bonis. That will sting.
So again, the carefree manner of Alexander Bublik, evident once again.
Yannick Sinner hiding away on the players' balcony.
And he has watched it magnificently.
Oh. Oh, well, would you believe it? Kerber in a muddle, but I think it actually worked out for her.
Like they're having a kiss. Nose to nose, literally.
There it is. That is the world record for John Isner. More aces than anyone since the ATP Tour began.
He's done it again.
Oh, that is just brilliant.
Dropped in the deep.
She's not putting that glass down, though.
No.
And we need that back.
Always love those little montages, so much going on here at the championships. Let's go back to court number 1. Alex Diminour is producing a commanding performance so far against Liam Brodie, with the British crowd cheering Brodie on. Diminour took the first 2 sets 6-3, 6-4. He's already got a break at the start of the third. Here he is at 1-love.
Little different lefties playing the third round. Likes his chances a little better than against Rafael Nadal.
I saw Diminour play against Nadal at the start of this year in the ATP Cup and pushed him really close. Into this year, and he was very keen to try to impose maybe a bit more aggression in his game. So
something that John spoke about it earlier in the match, where he does like to go after it against the bigger guys. He feels he has to play at a higher level. And he's a little old school in his stroke production. He's quite flat on both the forehand and the backhand. And even the serve doesn't have a lot of shape that we call it. It's out the front, old-fashioned, a little bit more of a slice serve. Get back to juice, but that's all effective on grass. He actually feels that Wimbledon is a tournament that he has a very good chance of doing well. Struggles a little on clay sometimes. But if he is going to get better, John, you mentioned before his serve, I think he has to make some changes on the technique of serve, and that will help a lot in getting some more free points or even shorter returns against those top 10 guys that return so brilliantly.
I've got a break point for the first time. Didn't see that coming before he loved.
Advantage, Brody.
Good for him.
Challenging the call left
It's
baseline.
called long. He's going to challenge it.
The ball was called out.
Well, just out. Diminour stopped playing. He could have had it. He had a play on it. The call was made, I believe. It doesn't matter. It was out. Because he had plenty of time. Would that been Brody's point? Had that been in? Because he had time to hit it. There's no question about it. Well, we won't have to worry about it. Great serve.
Advantage, Diminour.
Study a guy like David Ferrer, who was aggressive, he had tech, real sound, consistent. It's the type of player he should model himself after, or is, late, for that matter. He's around him enough.
And suddenly that little glimmer of opportunity is gone.
Diminour leads. 2 games to love.
Day 6 here at Wimbledon, and we're hanging out again in the HSBC fan zone. It's time for another People's press conference, and I'm very excited for this one. He has had an incredible run on the grass. He's going to play Novak Djokovic next. Everyone, put your hands together for Tim van Wrighthoven. Come on, come on. There we go. Tim, next up against Novak, but let's talk about, Novak Djokovic nearby maybe. But let's talk about first, you've won 8 matches in a row. How's that feel? How's your tennis going?
Yeah, obviously it feels like I'm in a bit of a flow right now. So I just try to take it match by match and just keep up the level that I'm showing right now.
Yeah, Tim got a wild card into a tournament just a couple weeks ago at home in the Netherlands. You win that one, beat Daniil Medvedev in the final, now here into the 4th round. I was asking you, does it feel quite surreal? Are you taking all of it in like this is real life?
Yeah, the last couple of weeks have been a little surreal, like you said, and just a little strange for me because I was never used to all the media attention and all the people suddenly coming up to you and congratulating you with the big wins. And yeah, so it still feels like a bit of a dream, but I'm starting to wake up a little bit and enjoy it more and just, yeah, accept the fact that I'm here playing.
Ranked outside the top 200 when you started that run in Saarbrücken and Bosch, and then coming through here to Wimbledon, you're just outside the top 100. But What's been the difference? What do you feel like is going right for you that you've been able to show on court?
Yeah, so we always knew that I could play tennis, that I had the shots to be a good player, or at least a decent player. For me, it was mostly the mental part that was important to me. To just have fun on the court, be there for yourself, not play for other people, and yeah, like I said, just have a lot of fun and enjoy the game.
Yeah. We talk about, you know, the surreal sort of feeling, but next up against Novak Djokovic, I'm going to guess that you know a bit more about his game than he knows about your game, but how are you going to approach taking on the 3-time reigning champion?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I watched him play a lot on TV.
Yeah.
You know, he's a big idol of me. Look up to him big time. But yeah, I'll just go out there, enjoy the fact that I'll probably on center court against one of the best players in the world, and yeah, just compete and fight.
Yeah, awesome. Very good. Well, we're hanging out. It is another one of our people's press conferences here. We've got Tim van Wrighthoven, and let's take it to the people. First off, tell us your name and how old you are.
I'm Renan, I'm 10 years old.
10 years old, and what's your question for Tim?
How many hours do you train a week?
Ooh,
how many hours
a week do you train?
So whenever I'm not playing a tournament, that would be around 12 hours of tennis and about 5 to 6 hours of physical training.
Okay. Does that sound like your training regimen too? Is that how much you train? About that. It's funny though, we were talking about being outside the top 200. You make that run in the Netherlands. It's only the slimmest of margins versus the top guys that we're seeing at Wimbledon year in and year out. And someone like you to have that opportunity, to have the confidence to make a run like you have.
Yeah, like the level is very close.
Yeah.
Let's pick the top 250.
Right.
I feel like besides a couple guys, you know, you have the Djokovic's, the Nadals, the Federers, maybe even the Murrays back in the day, that are really had eras that they were unbeatable at. But other than that, a lot of players can just beat each other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, we've got this. These are good threads. First off. But tell me your name and how old are you?
Hi, I'm Leon Hannon and I'm 10.
Okay, what's your question?
How do you feel about playing Djokovic in the 4th round?
Ooh, how do you feel?
For me, it's a dream come true. Obviously, like I said, I just look up to him a lot. He's done so many good things for the sport, won 20 Grand Slams, many other big titles, and I just look forward to it a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, most definitely going to be on one of those show courts. I'm guessing you've dreamed of playing on those big courts for many years.
Yeah, when I was here as a junior, actually, I got a chance to watch, I think it was Kyrgios Nadal on center court, and I was like, wow, that'd be such a nice feeling to play there myself, and to be able to maybe play there now is just a great feeling.
Yeah. So that's going to be tomorrow against Djokovic for Tim. Let's go to another well-dressed young man. What's your name?
Nice glasses.
And I'd like to ask you, what's your plan for Djokovic? Are you going to like hit his backhand more or forehand?
Ooh, asking about tactics.
I would say avoid his backhand as much as you can. No, we still have to try to figure out a good plan. But obviously, it's Djokovic. He doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, so we'll just have to figure that out, huh?
Maybe the smash.
Maybe this match he does. You know, you never know. You never know. I hope so.
Okay. And can you sign this?
Yeah, we'll definitely do autographs at the end for sure. And I'm curious too, Djokovic being asked a lot about you, and that he's going to have to study up on how to take you on. Mm-hmm. Is that something that kind of gives you a little bit of like, oh, I'm just playing the player across the net, no matter who it is?
Yeah, that's always the feeling I'm trying to create for myself before I go onto the court. We're still playing a tennis match, still hitting the yellow fluffy ball. He's also a human being on the other side of the court, and in my mind, anything can happen.
Yeah. All right, anything can happen. I love that. All right, next question. What's your name and how old are you?
I'm Marnie and I'm 9 years old.
Okay.
What's your ranking in the world?
Ooh, what's your ranking?
Right now, I think it's 104.
Ooh. Do you think you can go higher, Molly?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Let's hope so.
What's your dream ranking?
Top 50 would sound right now amazing to me.
Yeah. And what's your hope for the end of 2022?
I'd still say top 50.
Top 50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
would be a nice ending.
Okay, all right, so 104 right now. You think you can get to the top 50? Molly's got you. All right, fist bump for Molly. All right, what's your name? This was Mini Tim, but what's your real name?
My name's Finn, and have you ever been inside the top 100?
Oh, have you ever
I have
been
never. Might be after this week. There's no points to be gained right now, but some people are losing some points, so might enter.
Yeah. What's it mean to a tennis player to break into those double digits? That's huge, right?
Yeah, it's basically the start of every dream. You know, being a top 100. It's the most spoken of. You know, top 100 player. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Get into a lot of those big tournaments as well, which would be
exactly.
huge. All right, what's your name and how old are you?
My name is Rosie, and I'm 8.
All right, what's your question?
What does it feel like playing in front of all those people?
Playing in front of all those people, how does it feel?
For me, it feels amazing. I love to show the people how beautiful tennis can be, and also just show them some nice shots. You know, a big forehand or a good serve. That's nice.
Yeah. Raise your hand if you're a tennis player. Any tennis players out there? Yes? What about you, Rafa? You're a tennis player too? All right, good. I love that. All right, I love the question in Dutch, but can you translate for us
No, it's
too?
fine. I'll do it in English. It's fine. Hi, Tim. Congratulations to reaching the next round. I'm just very curious because I follow Dutch tennis quite a bit. To be honest, I had heard of you, of course, but you never got to these levels, of course.
Yeah.
So, explain to me how you got all of a sudden at this level, winning Rosmalen and now this round in Wimbledon.
It's a lot of pieces of the puzzle just falling in the right place, and it just kind of clicks right now. Like I said, the mental aspect is very important to me, and also for my game.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just in a good place in my head right now, and that's making all the differences. Yeah.
And also, too, from a Dutch perspective, working with Igor Sijsling just starting this year, how big has that been? He's a former top 50, 60 player himself.
Top 60, I think he made it. Played the third round here also.
Yeah.
Igor basically showed me the mental ways and a different approach to tennis, which I'm very grateful for right now.
Yeah, awesome. All right, let's get to know Tim a little bit better. We're going to do some quick fire questions here. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Who is your hero growing up?
Federer.
Federer. Favorite shot?
Serve.
Serve. You've only been broken how many times this tournament? Do you know?
I don't know, but not a lot.
3.
3.
In 10 sets.
Let's see that.
3 times you've been broken. That's amazing.
That's good.
You've actually won only over 90% of your first serve points. You've lost 19 points on first serve.
That's not a lot.
So you're going to need the first serve against Djokovic.
I definitely will need that, yeah.
Okay. First person you text after a big win or loss?
My mom.
Your mom. Morning person, night person?
Morning person.
Okay. What time do you get up?
Usually around 8.
Okay. Favorite thing about London?
The Big Ben.
Nice. Favorite sport away from tennis?
Golf.
How good are you at golf?
I would like to say I'm a 12 handicap.
Are you?
But I play like an 18.
Okay. There's some good golfers on tour, aren't there?
They are, yeah.
Rafa, Casper Ruud.
Oh yeah, they're way above my level, but we tend to play golf a little bit outside of tennis. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Biggest dream in tennis?
Win Wimbledon.
Could you do it this year?
We'll see.
Yes. Why not?
We'll
The
see.
crowd thinks so. All right. Post-match meal. What do you go to eat?
Pasta.
Pasta. Pre-match meal.
Also a little bit of pasta.
Pasta. If you weren't a tennis player, you'd be a...
Game style wise?
No. Just what would you do for a job? Career?
Oh, weren't a tennis player?
Yeah.
I'll probably have a noodle restaurant.
Pasta.
Noodle, yeah.
All right, let's do a couple more fan questions. Can you tell me your name and where you're from?
Angela, and I'm from Southport in Merseyside, north of England.
Okay.
Are we likely to see you at the US Open?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, great.
I'm on the verge of making the main draw, but definitely in qualies, yeah.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It is interesting now. You're probably going to have to plan to change a lot of your schedule for the summer moving into the US Open, right?
Yeah. So there's some more ATP events coming up for me right now. instead of challenger events.
Yeah. And what would you see the opportunity, or how does your game sort of match up on the hard courts?
I think quite the same as it does on grass. I won't change all that much to it, about the game. No.
Yeah, that big serve is going to help, right?
Big serve and then the forehand after that, yeah.
All right, last question. What is your name and how old are you?
My name's Dagny and I'm 8 years old.
Okay, and what's your question for Tim?
Are you nervous to play Djokovic?
Ooh, are you nervous?
Definitely, very nervous, but once I'm on the court, I hope all those nerves just go away.
Yeah, I think it'll help to have the support of the crowd and just walk out there on court. Who's supporting Tim against Djokovic tomorrow? Anyone? Yes? Very good. All right, this has been another People's Press Conference at the HSBC Fan Zone. Tim van Wrighthoven, thank you for hanging out. Let's hear it, everyone, for Tim. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Well, we likely could see Tim van Wrighthoven tomorrow on center court against Novak Djokovic. We're going to see that schedule here later this afternoon. But taking you live now into center court, where it's an all-American battle. Coco Gauff won the first set 7-6, and it was a very close first set against Amanda Anisimova. Gauff looking for a third consecutive fourth round tier and Kiathavong, but she's never beaten a seed at Wimbledon. So this would be a big win for her.
Yeah, that is incredible. She's never beaten a seed at Wimbledon. Who would have thought that, given all the hype and noise around her at this event? But Coco Gauff raced to a 3-love lead in that opening set and actually had points to go 4-1 up. Anisimova came racing back. But Gauff doing well to hold her nerve to get that first set under her belt.
Yeah, and she had that really tough first round match against Roos, but then looked so settled in round 2 against Buzărnescu, and she's got a set to the good. So let's go ahead and dip into this one. This is just the first game of set 2. Anisimova serving. Coco Gauff won that tiebreak 7-4.
Whisker away.
30-15.
And you've been in this position before where you've lost a really tight, high emotional set. What are you telling yourself if you're in Anisimova's position?
It's definitely disappointing. You're coming out here a little bit deflated, but at the same time, you know, there's still 2 sets to be played. You just got to start over. Forget about it.
And that will help. Has shown a lot of fight this year, incidentally. Anisimova came from a set down in the previous round. She's won more 3-setters than anyone else on tour in 2022, 12 in total. And that's a very good hold. When you consider the disappointment, 6 points in a row to end the previous set.
You can continue to watch this match on all of Wimbledon's major broadcast partners, and Coco Gauff looking to close this one out in straight sets, and they've played previously just once before. That was on clay, and obviously it's a much different ask, Anisimova against Gauff on the grass court. But Gauff building that confidence. Anisimova's obviously going to look to steal that second set, and Coco hitting the biggest serve of the tournament, 124 miles an hour in that previous round, and really just seems to be settling more and more into her role as that's her second straight match on center court as well.
Yeah, well, she's big time, isn't she, Coco Gauff? And she won over so many fans when she came here as a qualifier and as a 15-year-old. Beat Venus Williams in the first round. I mean, so many people tuned in. It was Coco Mania, but so many people tuned in for that match, and they just were blown away by this young superstar in the making. And, you know, she loves the big stage. It was funny because I was just chatting to her agent the other day. You know, she doesn't want to be on the smaller courts or the outside courts. She wants to be out there on the main court. She embraces it. She enjoys the big courts, the spotlight, and she knows how to handle the pressure. But, you know, she's come on so much, and seeing her reach the final of the French Open just a month ago was... you know, something that was an outstanding achievement, and she will have no issues, I believe, living up to all the hype.
I mean, how amazing that she's, you know, been into that French Open final, as you mentioned, and following it up here, you know, to win a couple rounds. The first match was so tough for her, but next up, Harmony Tan, who just looked so sensational against Katie Balter. I know you had eyes across that match, disappointing, obviously, for Balter. But Harmony Tan continues to back herself up. And for Anna Samova or Gauff, that's going to be a really tough ask because they both like power, like Balter does. And Harmony Tan is giving you nothing. She's giving you slice, she's giving you dice. It is everything but power for Anna Samova or Gauff.
Yeah, I was courtside there for Katie Balter's match against Harmony Tan, and I must say credit to Harmony Tan because she didn't give Balter anything. Harmony Tan stayed composed from start to finish. She was able to junk it around. She didn't play. It wasn't one-dimensional tennis from Harmony Tan, and we saw that against Serena Williams. But to back up that kind of win, I mean, Serena Williams, okay, isn't maybe in peak form, or wasn't in peak form, but to do that on the biggest stage, on centre court, you know, that it's difficult to back something like that up. And you know, I really did feel for Katie Balter though in this match because she just never settled. In the second game of this match, string went, and you felt, oh, you know, maybe that's the start of not too many good things to come. And she wasn't allowed to settle, but you know, Harmony Tan gave her no rhythm whatsoever and didn't lose her focus, which was so impressive. And the way she's been able to back up her wins here have just been, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing, obviously, for Balter. We saw the double fault there on match point, but that was kind of the story of the day. Things just did not go right. She only won 24 out of the 77 points they played. But Harmony Tan committed just 5 unforced errors. She hit 16 winners. She's moving so well from the back of the court. And the way that she was so brave in the first round against Serena Williams, you know, it's not the Serena Williams of old at age 40 coming back, playing her first match here in a year. But Anne, to back that up by beating Sarah Sorribes-Tormo the way that she did, and then today against Katie Balter, I just, you know, this is a live look here at the Hill, but just for Harmony Tan, you come in, you escape that first round, and now she's playing with house money, isn't she? She just feels like she's brimming with confidence.
Yeah, she's playing with confidence, and once a player kind of gets that kind of momentum behind them, that it makes them very dangerous. But again, Katie Balter, look, it's been an eventful week for her. She lost her gran earlier this week as well. She's had a lot to deal with away from the tennis court, and after the highs of beating Karolina Pliskova on centre court, you know, it would have taken a lot out of her, and today was always going to be a tricky one. You know, expectations were high, and it was just one of those days for her.
Tough day at the office for Katie Balter, but it is a win today for Harmony Tan, and we're now getting a look in on the court that they actually exited earlier on number 2 court, and it's Botic van den Zandschulp. That was a look at him there, and Richard Gasquet, who's just a couple weeks older than Rafael Nadal. Both 36-year-olds are in action today, and you can see it's 2-1 van den Zandschulp. And actually, Gasquet had a set point to take a 2-1 lead. and was not able to convert. And Van den Zandschulp has a 4-1 lead in this fourth set. Let's go ahead and tune in for, this is a must-win game here for Gasquet. He's in trouble. Love 31-4 serving.
Unraveling.
It's unraveling and deflating. It's just been very flat the last 5 minutes, Gasquet. I'm sure he's got the fight in him right now.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Game, Van den Zandschulp.
This is a real shame. So competitive up until the last 10-15 minutes, and I don't know
Van
whether
den
he's ailing.
Zandschulp leads 5 games to 1, fourth set.
You found me at one of the best spots at Wimbledon, court number 18. Now this is a real gem. If you're not lucky enough to have show court tickets, this is where you want to be. You can get right up high and look down on an impressive spectacle below. It's an amazing view of some great tennis, and you can just have a ground pass to see it. It's situated by the end of the ticket resale queue, court number 1 and the hill, and an amazing food court area. It's in a prime spot, and there have been some mega matches on it. Arguably the best match in 2010 is the Mahout. 11 hours, 5 minutes span over 3 days. That means a lot of people got to see a lot of fantastic tennis. And with that in mind, I'm going to catch this game.
Well, we go across the grounds from the court 18 to number 3 court, and Alex Molchan getting a look here at the Slovakian taking on the Eastbourne champion Taylor Fritz. And Taylor Fritz is a player who had a great win, his first ever Masters 1000 earlier this year, beat Rafael Nadal in a dramatic final there. And the American, the 11th seed, has a set and a 3-0 lead. So Taylor Fritz and looking well in control against Molchan here.
Yeah, he is, and he had a good week last week as well in Eastbourne. Lifted the trophy there, his first cross-court title, I believe.
Second one, he won Eastbourne
sorry.
a couple. No, that's right. It was the same win in
Yeah.
Eastbourne a couple of years ago.
Yeah, looking sharp.
And had some injury problems after winning in Indian Wells, and spoke to his agent the other day, and he said they're happy for the grass to come after the clay court season. Let's see how he's going here. This is court 3, live pictures. Taylor Fritz has a set and a double break in hand against Molchan.
Well, maybe in that one moment, a glimmer of hope has been offered with a winning shot down the line. But you know what I mean. You're sitting there going, you know I'm not going to win this game. I know I'm not going to win this game. And I could get an earlier flight. And save on the hotel room. A slightly odd rally where Fritz in the end had an opportunity to put it cross court, but
15-30.
Well played, Molchan, on 2 counts there.
Yeah, just lost his footing slightly, I think, Taylor Fritz. He got to the ball in good time. He's just got to hang around. You know, we touched on it. You've got to expect Fritz to have a dip at some stage. He's been far too good to this 30-0 point in the match. You know, even if it goes 2 sets to love, the funny thing is in a best of 5, you can just knuckle down to the third, somehow win it. 2 sets to 1 can feel an awful lot different for both players, but yeah, at this moment in time, it's well, the referee would be stopping the fight, wouldn't they?
Well, I'm assuming it was the wind that must have got that serve, because that was a really bizarre return from over his head by the Slovak.
Yeah, it's the kind of half chance he has to take if he's going to get back into this 30-all. Plenty of time on the pass.
Fritz's rhythm has just gone a little bit on that first serve.
Game, Fritz.
Fritz leads 4 games to love. Second set.
Oh, that is outrageous from Alexander Bublik. My goodness. A drop shot from near the rear of the court in cross-court fashion. What a stroke.
How good is that? The change of grip was enormous.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, look at that racket face going up, and then all of a sudden she can just slice under it. Wow.
What an incredible point.
We just love these sort of cat and mouse sort of rallies, trying to outthink each other. Thought that one was going to go up the line from Bublik, but Tiafoe was there waiting for it.
Oh, beautifully judged. I wasn't sure as that ball was coming down. I thought it was going to go long, actually. Perfectly placed.
No way.
How on earth?
She made that look so easy, but that's so hard to do.
Oh, that's outstanding.
This is a superb passing shot there.
Oh, line to line. How well played from Heather.
What a point. Heather's hitting to just the white parts of the court that point.
Welcome to your lunchtime geometry lesson.
Are you kidding me? I thought he was done and dusted there. Jack's just shrugging, well, hey, what are you going to do? And he thinks, well, that's a winner. And not only does he get it, spins back. Unbelievable.
And this lob is just supremely brilliant.
It reminds me of my countryman Leighton Hewitt, this one.
He's flicking it over a guy who's 8 inches taller.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. Will capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Sip Smith's Swansea-Ash service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea-Ash at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swansea-Ash, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I'm from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company. A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
Bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got to get to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
Oh, Jeff, you've just caught me with some friends having a picnic, because that is the joy of Wimbledon. After a big day of watching lots of tennis, you need a break, find a nice grassy patch, put out your blankets and get out your picnic. And I had to stop this group because look what they've brought with them and look how they look. Magnificent. Okay, quickly, can we just go around names and where you're from, and if you're local, just say local.
Hattie, and I'm local.
Scarlett, local. My name is Cher, and we're from Surrey. Yeah, we're all local. Angel, local.
Floris, I'm local.
Roxy, I'm local.
Oh, and they all look amazing. Now, why did you want to dress up for this magnificent event? I have to go to you because you just really stand out to me.
My mom told me I had to. It's what you have to do here, apparently. You have to do it. So
and you look amazing. I don't know, Jeff, if you can get these earrings. Strawberry earrings. Even the scarf's got strawberries on it. You have to see her shoes.
I'll take them off.
Do you mind?
I'll take them off.
Look at this.
Kate Spade.
Kate
Can't
Spade
go
with
wrong.
tennis ball shoes. I mean, this is... If only I would have had these for this whole championships, I really would have dressed the part. Why did you want to come today? Like, I know you've got ground passes. Was it for the experience? It's such a bucket list thing to do, or are you massive tennis fans? Let's go to the bloke in the group.
Half dragged along, half for the experience.
Okay. We're really pushing what a great day out it is. We'll drag you outside. Oh, look at your tennis racket earrings. Yeah. Look at this, Jeff. Just turn to camera.
Also from Kate Spade.
Oh, Kate Spade. I didn't know Kate Spade was such a tennis aficionado.
A tennis collection this season.
Oh,
I do happen to work for them.
Oh, okay, you're representing. Why did you want to come today?
For the experience, for dressing up, to go with my sisters.
What? What? Your whole family? Or you just...
Us four are.
4 gorgeous girls. You all look about the same age, though. How does that work? We'll talk to your mum about how that works. So, what did you bring in your picnic? Picnic's a big part of the experience. What did you bring today?
All right, so Angel was our picnic master today, but we've got sandwiches from At Home in Cobham. Shout out, they make the best sandwiches. We've got sausage rolls, Scotch eggs, tomato mozzarella parcels. Percy pigs. We've also got Colin the Caterpillar gummies, not the chocolate they'd melt. And we do have some hidden profiteroles over there for later. And some at-home Pims, of course.
But you are going to buy some strawberries and cream, of course. You can't come here without
Absolutely, no you cannot. We've got strawberries and dreams over there for some strawberries and cream. I'm allergic to strawberries.
Oh, shame. Sorry.
So I don't have the cream. I'll have the cream bit.
Just guzzle the cream.
Yeah, that's all I want is the cream.
Well, thanks all. Have the best day, and I hope you get to see some tennis as well a little bit later.
Thank you.
Earlier on court 2, Botic van den Zandschulp. How about this? Getting into the 4th round at Wimbledon. He was a breakout star last year at the US Open, coming through qualifying and making the quarterfinals, but gets a victory in 4 sets and over Richard Gasquet, saves the set point in the 3rd set and runs away in the 4th set. This has got to feel good, though, for Van den Zandschulp, who really came out of nowhere last year in the US Open. And he's backing it up this year, isn't he?
Yes, after his run at the US Open, I think many people were Googling him because he was unheard of. No one really
How do we
had
say his name?
Yeah, well, first of all, yes, how do you say his name? How do you pronounce it properly? And I think he gave a number of people a lesson on how to pronounce it. But you nailed it.
Thank you.
But he's a dangerous player, big game. But I must admit, I was most surprised to see Richard Gasquet through to the 3rd round because he's obviously been around for a very long time, veteran in the men's game, but still finding some form at least to get to the end of the first week.
Yeah, really amazing to see Gasquet back, but Van den Zandschulp, he moves on. He's going to await the winner of Sonego and Rafael Nadal. That was earlier on the number 2 court. And these are live pictures. Simona Halep, our 2019 champion, who actually has won 9 matches in a row here because she didn't play in 2021. Of course, we missed the 2020 edition of Wimbledon. She's taking on Magdalena Fritz, and it's the 3rd time they've played. Halep winning both of those previous encounters. Fritz actually getting a look at her there. She's never beaten a top 20 player, but it hasn't been the easiest path. Actually, there's a look at Agnieszka Radwanska, the former finalist here in 2012. She's really stuck around for the Polish players, hasn't she? And been a mentor to a lot of them, including Iga Świątek.
Well, she has, but her husband, who was sat next to her, is the Polish Fed Cup captain, or Billie Jean King Cup captain, excuse me. So he is very much involved with a lot of the Polish players, as we see Team Halep and Patrick Mouratoglou.
Team Halep, indeed. Patrick Mouratoglou.
Right there. But Agnieszka Radwanska, well, we're going to see more of her next week because she's playing in the ladies' invitational
doubles. Are you playing
doubles.
with her?
I wish I was. I wish. No, I'm playing with Greg Rosetsky in the mixed doubles.
And actually, Radwanska has been very instrumental in helping Świątek put together a exhibition match later this month that's going to be in Poland, raising funds for Ukrainian refugees. How do we see this match for Simona Halep? She's kind of been quietly moving through the draw, has the 2019 champ, took out Mukova. That was a tough first round, and then ended the singles career of Kirsten Flipkens.
She sure did, yes. Yet to drop a set, and looking pretty sharp. I think she'll fancy her chances here. I think given the head-to-head record, favours Halep, and I think she may have too much for her Polish opponent today.
All right, let's see how Halep starts out. This is number 2 court live. She starts with the winner. Let's go ahead and join the commentators.
see Halep's match
15
against Flipkins, but I understand it was the backhand that was causing her problems quite a bit.
That must have been a tough match, actually. I know Flipkins' last match ever as she retires, but she's good on grass. Yeah, so I would think that second serve's going to get a bit of a hammering.
15,
Not that Halep's
30.
the fastest hitter on the tour at all, but she's so precise, and it's a weighty hit that she gives.
So here are 2 break points.
Game. Halep.
And once again, if you want to continue watching this, you can do so with Wimbledon's major broadcasters. Halep off to a strong start against the 92nd ranked Magdalena Frich. 1-love Halep leads, but prior to the tournament, Simona Halep caught up with Renee Stubbs.
Hi Simona, welcome back. I guess the first question is, how nice is it for you to be back here this year?
Well, it's great to be back here in Wimbledon and to be healthy, because last time I couldn't play, I was injured, so I was really, really sorry about myself, because I had the chance to open the tournament, but I lost it. But I'm really happy to be back here and to be ready to play.
Yeah, it's been a tough 3 years really for a lot of people with the pandemic, etc. And how nice will it be that you get to actually come back here and experience it with full crowd again?
Yeah, it's amazing to have the crowd back. It was really tough, the pandemic period with the bubbles and nobody in the stands. So it was a challenge, big challenge for everybody. I felt it, but we went over it. So this is the most important thing. And now we have just to enjoy the crowd, to enjoy the energy, and to give our best.
How do you feel about coming into this year with your form and with your play?
Well, I struggled this year, I must say, because it's the truth. But I found the pleasure to play tennis again. I am happy on court, of course. Probably I don't do what I wanted to do. I didn't do what I wanted to do during the year, but every day is a new challenge. So I'm going to fight, I'm going to stay there, and I'm going to give my best to touch the highest level that I can.
So this year, it's the 100th anniversary of centre court. Can you remember your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or in general?
Well, yeah, on television I watched a lot, and I always dreamed to be able to play on this court, to have the chance. And honestly, I don't remember my first match on the centre court, but I remember my last match on the centre court 3 years ago, the final. So yeah, I have great memories. The court is super elegant, super... you see all the people super well dressed, and everyone is quiet. You feel the tension, you feel the pressure, but in the same time you feel the way that the tournament is the most prestigious. So you feel the people that they are really loving tennis.
Yeah, that was my next question to you. What's the most unique thing about this particular centre court?
I think the crowd, how it's made, the court, and actually the people, because they are into tennis so much, and they respect everything. They are super quiet, but they are super fair as well. So it's an amazing atmosphere when you play on centre court. I played few matches, and I was lucky because I had such a nice atmosphere that I cannot ever forget it.
So take me back to that last match, because it is the last time you played on what we consider the mecca of tennis, really. That last match, that moment you walk onto the court to play a final, you hear the crowd. Take me through that a little bit.
Well, when I left the locker room, I was actually, when I woke up in the morning, I felt the pressure of everything, but I said I have nothing to lose. It's the biggest match of my career, to play a final of Wimbledon. Never dreamed for it, because I never thought I'm able to play a final on grass. And I was facing Serena, so it was everything on my shoulders. But in the same time, I said I have nothing to lose. So when I came in the courts, I just warmed up a little bit. I felt good, I felt chilled, and then going to the court, I felt the pressure again. I had her next to me, so I felt even more the pressure. But when I entered the court, I saw people. I saw that they were looking forward for this match. I had my family, I had my team, so the royal box, which was full, and it was like super emotional for me. But I calmed down, and I said, now I have just to do what I do the best, so to play tennis, and I just enjoyed. And I could see that I could play the perfect match.
Do you think there are moments as a kid where you're inspired by seeing something? How many people in Romania do you think you inspired by winning that match?
I think many kids, because we were not growing up with this dream to play deep in Wimbledon, to be able to win the tournament. And as I saw when I arrived home, many people came to see me and to celebrate with me the title. So I think I gave to the kids a lot of hope for the future.
So I get to give you a free ticket. So there's been many great matches on centre court at Wimbledon. So if I could give you a ticket to sit on centre court to watch, which match over the last 100 years would you choose that you weren't involved in?
Well, yeah, of course. I think the most impressive match was Djokovic with Federer, when Federer had 2 match balls. Yeah, that one. I watched it on TV, but yeah, that was very impressive for me.
Now, as a member now, you can get tickets in there and
I
watch
wanted to say, but now I have my seat there, because when I came to this tournament in 2019, I came 2 weeks before, and I met all the people from the locker room. I used to go down because I didn't want to go there. I felt like a little bit shy. And I said, no, I'm not going there. And all the people from there, they said, like, you have to come here. We have a little bit of champagne. You have the bath, so you can enjoy more. So I said, okay. And they said, like, you have to be a member of this club, but you have to win it. And I said, well, now the biggest challenge is to be the member of the tournament, not to win the title. And it was super nice, the story. So I felt super good with them.
So across the street at the Parklands, where a lot of people would queue to get into Wimbledon, is now being turned around. They're going to have qualifying over there. They're going to have extra practice courts. How inspiring is that Wimbledon has really grown the tournament even more? How great is that going to be for the young kids too?
Well, it will be great, and they are improving. Also for us, it's great, and they are improving every year. It's beautiful to come here. Everything is about Wimbledon is super nice. So I'm super happy and thankful that I have another chance to play this year, and hopefully many more years ahead. It's always a pleasure, and for sure when I will be done with tennis, I will come here, because now I have the possibility.
Well, Simona, thanks for joining us today. We very much hope that you get to put those 2 arms up with that beautiful trophy again in a couple of weeks' time, but enjoy it here again.
Thank you.
This year.
I will enjoy it. Thank you.
Delighted to say we're joined by Ajla Tomljanovic safely through to round 4. You had to fight hard though, didn't you, today against Barbara Krejcikova? Talk about your match, how happy you were to come through in 3 sets.
Yeah, I had to throw everything at her. She was playing some good tennis in that first set, and made me, rethink my game plan and forced me to come up with the goods. But just so pleased to be in the 4th round. I don't know, I think my reaction at the end said it all. I was just pleased, relieved, all the emotions, and there's no place like Wimbledon to have your favorite runs.
You've had some good runs, as you said, at Wimbledon last year, this year as well, going along well. What is it about the grass and being here at SW19 that brings out the best in you?
I don't know. I mean, last year was the first time it clicked for me on the grass. Before that, it was a little bit love-hate, and I think for the first time I came into this Wimbledon knowing that I can perform well here. and I'm glad to see that I wasn't wrong.
You've played on centre court. It is a famous arena, isn't it? 100 years, we're celebrating the centenary of centre court this year. What does centre court mean to you, and some special moments that you've enjoyed out there?
Oh, I remember I spent 16 games on that court last year, and you know, as a kid, it's the dream. So the fact that I reached it last year means everything, and the more times I can put myself in a position to perform on that court, the more special it is for me. So I'm gonna try my best to hopefully be there maybe on Monday.
Good luck in the next round. Thank you.
Well, we knew there would be a qualifier in the 4th round of Wimbledon in the men's singles. That's because Jack Sock and Jason Kubler both qualifiers, and it is Kubler's day in 5 sets. This one just finishing on the 18th court here, and what an atmosphere, just full above court, and you can see the courtside seats packed there as well. This is a huge moment for Jason Kubler, former world #1 junior. He was a Grand Slam champion. He's had multiple knee surgeries. Actually, for a time in his career, he could only play on clay courts because his knees were so sore if he played on any other surface. But he worked through it. He qualified this year, and what a reward now to be in the 4th round, the 2nd week of a major for the first time.
Amazing, amazing. What an achievement. And it couldn't happen to a nicer person. That's his 6th win in a row. To come through 3 rounds of qualifying and then to get through that match in 5 sets. 2 sets to 1 down he won the 4th set in a tie break. Plenty of support for the Aussie around court 18. And it just shows, doesn't it? If you just stick it out there for long enough, you will be rewarded for your efforts. And Nick, you mentioned how talented this man was as a junior. He was touted as the next Rafael Nadal, the right-handed version, wasn't he?
Wow.
By the Aussies.
Yeah, there we go.
The
No, but just great scenes, and obviously Jack Sock, I spoke to him yesterday. Disappointment today for the American, but he's on his way back. He's a former top 10 player, but Kubler today winning that match in 5 sets, and the atmosphere was just absolutely buzzing. It was Sock who actually led it 2 sets to 1, and then Kubler was able to close it out in 5 sets. He's going to get the winner of Molchan and Fritz. That's another American. Taylor Fritz leads Molchan right now by 2 sets to love. But these are we talk about Harmony Tan and Heather Watson. Let's throw Jason Kubler's name onto the list of, you just have the moment of your career in a Grand Slam at Wimbledon, and that's what you play for, isn't it?
Yeah, ranked 99 in the world at the age of 29, through to the 2nd week of a slam in singles for the very first time. Did reach the mixed doubles final at the Australian Open earlier this year, but this is something else.
Yeah, really great stuff there as we take a look at the stats, and Kubler coming through in 5 sets, weathering that big serve and forehand from Jack Sock. And I have to say, it's just the court next to us on court 18, and it was 4 people deep. There's the resale queue here, Anne, but there's also just to our left, there was about 4 or 5 people deep of everyone standing on their tippy toes and trying to get their phones up for the social media moment. It's also just, we're almost to the end of week 1 at Wimbledon, and it's still one of those Grand Slam moments where where's the buzz coming from? Where's everyone gathering to? It was court 18.
It was court 18. Those with a grounds pass, obviously, it's not a ticketed court, so those with a grounds pass can watch and enjoy the tennis, and they sure did. They had plenty of it in that match.
Yeah, they sure did indeed. So Jason Kubler, a 5-set winner. Olivia was hanging out watching some of that match just earlier, but let's see what she's up to now.
I have
found myself now on the broadcast roof. Now, this is where all the different broadcasters from across all the territories come to do their camera work and their radio work. And with that in mind, Lindsay, from WimbledonRadio.com, or tell me what you're officially called.
Well, we're Wimbledon Radio, so throughout the championships, people can have one of these free radios they pick up on course, which means that they can listen whilst they're watching the tennis, or whether they're on the hill, wherever they may be, but also on the app. So if you go on the Wimbledon app, there's a live radio button and people can tune in. So it's not just about the commentaries, it's about the colour, about the whole tournament.
Oh, we all know all about the colour, Lindsay.
Yes.
We are colour.
You are colour,
Yeah,
you
that's
are.
what we do.
That's exactly what I've been doing as well. So we're probably doing a similar job, but I'm just doing it audio-wise and you're doing it for TV.
Okay, so with that in mind, you've probably got some great guests on, or like celebs. You've probably grabbed a few well-known faces for a little chat. Who have you had and who's your best?
We have had a few. The Royal Box entrance is great because you get the list through in the morning. So I've spoken to Mary Berry, which has to be one of the top ones this time, because anyone who loves their baking, we all like eating cakes, don't we?
And
whether
here,
you like
cake,
baking or not.
a
we all
cream
like
tea
eating
here is
them.
good.
Yeah, the strawberries and cream are very good as well. So yeah, it was speaking to her about those traditions, because it's really easy when people come in to just say about Wimbledon and the experience, and of course we love to know, you know, how many times they've been and what they're looking forward to, but also if they've got a specialism like that, let's get her on the food. So she was giving me some great bits about the strawberries and cream. She also said that this is the time of year when strawberries are at their best.
Peaking.
So that was good information. I also spoke to Darcy Bussell of Strictly Come Dancing fame and very famous dancer herself.
Number 2 is probably the Strictly thing, but yeah, we'll peg her at the top there.
Yeah. But she was fantastic, just telling us about what she likes so much about Wimbledon. I think a lot of people are in awe of what it takes to be a really top tennis player. I think for the elite players, the endurance you need, the skill factor. And lots of people refer to it like a game of chess, trying to work out the opponent, and that's what draws the audiences in, whether that's celebrities or non-celebrities. But yeah, it's been fantastic. I've been down to the practice courts quite a few times at Orangi, managed to bump into Cameron Norrie, who's having a fantastic tournament, Katie Balter. The day that she had a Lioness's top on, she's going to be supporting England in the Women Euros, which are this summer in England. So it was nice to see her for that. Harmony Tan, who I think has been really impressive. I watched her training. I thought she looked very on point. But Fritz, wow, the best practice session that I've seen with my own eyes. He even came off afterwards and spoke to his coach and said, I can't hit the ball any better than that, and his Wimbledon is going pretty well.
Oh, and that is real insight. That is something the average punter is not going to get to know or hear. So it's lucky you're around and your eyes are peeled, obviously. You know the championships really, really well. Are you a massive tennis fan yourself?
I love tennis. Football's my sport, I suppose, and people probably will know me more for covering football, but who doesn't love a Grand Slam? I've actually covered the Australian Open before for radio. I've always loved Wimbledon. Everybody does. So yeah, I think it's getting into the more grassroots tennis now. I've tried to watch a lot more of the LTA. I think that really the levels as well are just getting so good, and the fact that we've got more British stars coming through also, I think, is really engaging the public. We've had so many surprises, Heather Watson being one of them. I honestly, I thought she choked a little bit, but not this championship.
Let me tell you, it's after a chat I had with her. I think we connected, and I think subliminally I just got in her head in a really positive way, joke. But I'm really thrilled at her run. It's going very, very well.
Yeah.
Come on, Heather.
Yeah.
Okay, finally, 100 years of centre court. Big news, big story here, obviously, these 2 weeks. Any defining moments as a child maybe watching the championships, or a poignant moment from centre court that you can recount us here?
Well, actually, it ties in with one of the celebs that I met, because I met Sir Cliff Richard, and I have just finished voicing a package for the radio channel about the iconic moment in 1996, where it was 96.
I even remember it so clearly.
I remember that so clearly, when it rained for 3 hours and he sang for 20 minutes. I forgot as well that there was a backing, I think they had like backing dancers of Navratilova and different players, which I'd completely forgotten, but I've been reminded for this package. I spoke to him about that. He'd only become a Wimbledon member the year before in 1995. So first year in, he has to do that. And he was the one that...
Has to or wanted to?
Well, I think he was asked to entertain, and then he started. I think he was going to do one song, and then, 5 songs later, he's still going.
Performers,
yeah, exactly. But I think the really interesting thing with it being the centenary year for centre court is he pointed out it will never happen again, because now they have the roof. no one's going to ever need to sing because of rain, which is probably the biggest change that's happened over those 100 years, isn't it?
Absolutely. Great stories, great insight, great info. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
So over on court number 1, Britain's Liam Brodie was up against the 19th seed, Aussie number 1, Alex Diminour. And unfortunately, the dream run for Liam Brodie has come to an end. Alex Diminour just proving too strong, coming through in straight sets, 6-3, 6-4, 7-5. And he is now through to the 4th round to play Christian Garin, and you've got to fancy his chances there as well.
Oh, it's a huge opportunity for Alex Diminour, who played Jack Draper just a couple days ago, another British lefty on this very court, coming through that match, of course. And what a great run for Liam Brodie, just such a hard worker and someone who's had a breakout here at this Wimbledon. Anna, I think that there could be some really good things to come for Brodie.
Yeah, well, he is such a popular guy within British tennis, and I think he's won over a lot of fans here this week. He's got a fantastic personality, really fun person to be around and spend time with, and that has come across in his on-court interviews as well as his press conferences. He's just lost in straight sets, but still prepared to sign autographs for the youngsters who have taken the time to come and watch and support him. And hopefully he can continue to build on this. It's a shame there aren't any points at this year's championships for him, because his ranking is moving in the right direction. But yeah, he could have done with it. Wild card into the draw, but I'm sure he'll still be proud of his achievements this week despite the loss today.
Oh, he should just be so proud. And also, when you get a wild card, you want to prove yourself, right? You want to feel as though it is warranted. And Alex Diminour, you mentioned that next match against Christian Garin, the Chilean. That is going to be a huge opportunity for Diminour to earn his way into the quarterfinals. So a victor today is the Australian. He's dropped just 1 set in 3 matches. There's that final scoreline. And let's go ahead and hear from the man of the moment.
Alex, congratulations. Sometimes in tennis we know winning the final point of the match is the hardest. How were the nerves and the heartbeat right at the end there?
It's just relieved. It was definitely harder at the end than I wanted it to be, but at the end of the day, this is tennis. Anything can happen. Nerves, playing in front of an amazing crowd, an amazing court against a Brit, so it's never easy. And more than anything, just relieved to be in the second week of Wimbledon. So.
Well, actually, it's your first time in the second week of Wimbledon, in the last 16 for the first time in your career. Just how special is that?
Yeah, it's incredibly special. I mean, Wimbledon in itself is such a special tournament, so to be able to come here, play here, it's a true honour. So I'm just enjoying every second I can on the grass and trying to ride this wave. So,
absolutely, and you've beaten 2 Brits in a row, broken some British hearts. But what I want to know is, do you think you've won this crowd over moving forward for the rest of the tournament?
Wow. Well, that sounded pretty good to me. I mean, I appreciate all the support. You know, I really cherish every moment I can get on this court, and if I can get your guys' support, I mean, it means the world. So I appreciate it. I'm really just going to try, keep on doing me, stay myself, stay excited, stay pumped, and hopefully we can keep it going. So thank you very much.
Well, Alex, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Diminour.
So good day at the office for Alex Diminour, through to the fourth round for the very first time at Wimbledon, and he meets Christian Garin in a couple of days. And Adam has caught up with Christian Garin.
Through to the next round here at Wimbledon. Christian, we haven't always associated Chilean players with success here on the grass or at Wimbledon. What are you getting right this year?
Well, last year I did 4 rounds as well. I learned a lot last year, and this year I came obviously with no many expectations. I just tried to play aggressive here on grass. Enjoy also the tournament. Wimbledon is my favorite tournament. It's a beautiful place to play tennis, and yeah, I mean, I like the grass. This is my 3rd tournament that I'm playing this year on grass, so I think this week I'm playing much better than the last few weeks.
You say you like the grass, but I'm guessing when you were young, you didn't get to play on grass much. You play on clay and on hard courts. When was the first time you played on a grass court? And then fast forward to this moment, how much did you have to learn about how different it is? Because it is very different from clay, isn't it?
Yeah, very different. I think my first tournament on grass was a junior here a couple years ago, and well, I did pretty well, and the qualies as well. I passed 2 times the qualies here in Wimbledon, and also I think this is my 5th year playing, which it feels good to me because I've been learning year by year. Obviously, it's pretty different than clay, but my game, I think I adapt my game pretty well to this surface. I like to play aggressive, to go to the net, also to be aggressive with my serve, and I think that's very important for this surface. As I said, I have so much fun every time that I play on grass, and it's very important that as well.
Just finally, you've got Alex Diminour in the next round. You looking forward to that one?
Yeah, I mean, Alex is a really tough competitor, one of the best grass court players for me. He had good results as well here. He's a tough opponent, but I think in 4 rounds we all want to win. We all want to compete. So I think it's going to be a fight. He's a great competitor, as I said, and I will try to give my 100%. And as I said as well, I will try to be aggressive and go for it.
Should be a good match. We're looking forward to it. Thanks, Christian.
Thank you.
Christian Garin very happy to be in the 4th round. He's going to take on Alex Diminour, and Brandon Nakashima, the American, just in his 6th Grand Slam appearance, and he's into the 4th round for the very first time in his career. 20 years young, from San Diego, taking out Daniel Alahi Galan, the Colombian today, and Nakashima has to be so happy with that effort, having taken out Denis Shapovalov in the previous round, backs up that win, and becomes the youngest American into the 2nd week at Wimbledon since Andy Roddick did so in 2003. So a huge win there for Nakashima. We're going to check in on another American here as Alex Molchan is serving to stay in the match against Taylor Fritz. Fritz in the near court. Nice little volley there from Molchan, but Fritz and here on the cusp of closing this out to send another. That would be a 4th American man into the 4th round.
So I think US tennis is doing okay
just
on the men's side.
Just in time for 4th of July on Monday.
There'll be plenty for you to celebrate here at Wimbledon, no doubt. But yeah, Taylor Fritz just looking too hot out here for his opponent.
Sure is. Let's check in and see if Molchan can indeed serve and stay in this match. This is 2 sets to love, and it's 4-5 Molchan serving as we join the commentary.
Love.
Funny old game at sometimes, isn't it? In many ways, Molchan, you know, almost down and out in this match, is now just playing with so much freedom. He's loving his time on court number 3, and suddenly Fritz so far ahead, and yet the weight of expectation now, the pressure of feeling like he should be in the locker room by now.
Well, that first error down the line, almost born from adrenaline rush.
30-all.
That was that kind of forehand hike, which has been his undoing for so much of the match. 16 errors from the forehand side by Molchan, and now suddenly the alarm bells were ringing, but he managed to switch them off just for the moment.
20-13.
Only the third ace of the match from his racket.
Game Molchan.
3 becomes 4. The score is 5-all.
5 games all.
All right, a huge hold there from Alex Molchan as he continues that third set against Taylor Fritz. But we're going to join now. This is center court, and in the near court, it is Anna Samova, the American, taking on her countrywoman Coco Gauff, and she has just stormed through the last 2 sets, having dropped the first one in a tiebreak. It's been 6-2 and now 5-1 serving for it.
Yes, well, if she is able to close the match out here, which looks likely, 2 points away, this would be a huge win for the youngster, the 20th seed, Anisimova, up against Gauff, the 11th seed.
Harmony Tan awaits the winner. Anna Samova is just 2 points away. Let's see if she can do it.
Anna Samova, just living the dream, can do no wrong. Everything she tries is coming off. And here are 3 match points for the world number 25. This centre court crowd have learned all about a talented young American. Now they get to learn about another one. What a performance from Amanda Anisimova. For the 13th time this year, she wins a 3-set encounter and breaks new ground at these Wimbledon Championships. When you consider everything she has been through over the last few years, this is a very special moment for the 20-year-old.
What a match she played. She played fantastic in the second and third set. Big applause for Coco Gauff, who gave it her all, but just was outplayed a little bit in that second and third set. And Samova can be very, very proud of her tennis today. She stayed close to the baseline. She stayed aggressive after she lost that first set. It didn't derail her. She just started playing better, and at the end, there's really nothing that she could do wrong. Every shot was so compact, so consistent, and I mean, she is a player now that I believe she can play like she did today. Has a chance to go all the way, but she has Harmony Tan, and her next match will be a tricky one. You know, there will be no rhythm, but she will have to be the big favorite going into the next match.
Well, I listened to an interview with her at the French Open this year, and she said, my big thing this year was staying positive. And she certainly was able to do that, as you say. It was a real emotional roller coaster ride of her first set, and then to lose it in the manner she did, where she lost 6 straight points to lose the tie-break. But the way she reacted was just stunning. And you just hope here there's nothing too concerning. Chatting to the medic.
Yeah, that's the WTA physio that travels around the world to most of the tournaments, but I don't think there's much to be concerned about with the tennis that she was showing today.
So it is Anna Samova who makes it through the last 16 at Wimbledon for the first time in her career, and now gets to talk to Rishi.
Amanda, congratulations. We saw that incredible reaction when you won this match today against Coco Gauff. Can you describe what it felt like?
Yeah, well, it's my first time playing on center court. It's the most special day, I think, of my career. It's just a huge privilege to play on this court. I was so excited, and playing Coco, she's an amazing player and just got to the finals of a Grand Slam. So before the match, I was just trying to prepare myself to really soak in this moment, whether I win or lose. But yeah, winning today is just so special, and I'm very grateful for this experience, especially in front of a full crowd. You guys were amazing, so thank you.
I know one of the things you've spoken about this year is staying positive in the difficult moments in the match, and obviously the first set went Coco's way. So how easy, how difficult was it to stay positive today?
Yeah, for sure. I think the worst thing for a tennis player is to lose 7-6 in the first set. But yeah, I had the same experience at French Open, and I think from experience it's really important to just bounce back and give everything I have. But most importantly, it was very easy to do, especially on this court. Even though it was extremely exhausting, I still pushed through, and I'm just so happy to be able to play here today and to get this win.
You and Coco regarded as two of the future stars, not just of American tennis, but tennis in general. It's been a tremendous season for yourself, Australia, the French Open, and now here at Wimbledon. How confident are you about what is still to come here?
Yeah, for sure. There are many American players who are doing so well, so I'm incredibly proud of my country and how we've been doing so far. So yeah, I mean, it was really exciting to have an all-American clash today on this court. So yeah, it was very special.
Well, it was a special performance. Many congratulations to Amanda Anisimova.
Well, a huge win for Amanda Anisimova, a dream come true on center court. She's got Harmony Tan next, and what a good one it was. 6-7, 6-2, and 6-1 over Coco Gauff. And that is a huge victory for Anisimova, and on center court to do it the way that she did. She's going to have a tough ask against Harmony Tan.
Yes, it'll be a totally different match. Harmony Tan, what we've seen from her this week is someone with a different style of play to a lot of the female players on tour, someone who has the ability to mix it up, and now someone who is feeling incredibly confident. Harmony Tan ranked outside the world's top 100, having the tournament of her life through to the second week of a Grand Slam for the very first time, and what an opportunity it is going to be for her as well as Amanda Anisimova. But next up on court number one will be Iga Swiatek, the top seed who's on a 37-match win run. And prior to the tournament, she caught up with Renee Stubbs.
How does it feel for you to be back at Wimbledon? And I mean, what are you most looking forward to about this place and this tournament?
It's hard to choose one thing, honestly, but I'm just looking forward to, I don't know, getting used to grass and realizing how I should play to play my most efficient tennis here. But I'm pretty happy just to be here and to experience this whole atmosphere and in different conditions than last year, because we don't have, I mean, we have pandemic, but we don't have many restrictions this year, and I can enjoy just, you know, staying in Wimbledon and seeing all the places.
Yeah, that was my next question to you. This is the first time in a number of years where we're going to have a full crowd. It's going to be a very different atmosphere. How do you feel about that?
Well, for me, the most important thing is to, like, show the people my tennis, and kind of, it depends. Because sometimes when I feel like I'm not playing my kind of game, it can really stress me out when people are watching. But most of the times I really like it, and it's like giving me extra motivation, extra energy. So
hopefully I'm going to use it this time. And yeah, I'm pretty excited for it.
Your form, obviously, coming in here is extraordinary. I mean, that's the best word to put it, really. You're on such a great winning streak, coming after winning the French Open especially. But this is a different court surface for you. You didn't play a lead-up tournament. So I guess how do you feel coming in to play Wimbledon without any grass court matches?
I feel differently than actually people are like describing my position, because I feel like I'm not a favorite here because I just played like, I don't know, 8 weeks on grass in my whole life. So basically I'm here to learn and to kind of acknowledge all the process, and I'm going to try to play without expectations.
This is the 100 years of centre court, which you see on the umpire's chair down there.
It doesn't look that old.
No, it doesn't look that old, does it? It looks pretty great. But it is why we are sitting here, particularly today with you. What's your earliest memory of centre court, whether it be watching it on television or being here in person? What's the earliest you can remember? What's so special about this particular court?
The first match that I watched was probably the final in 2008, Rafa and Roger, right? Did I mess up the dates or not?
Well, they played here a lot of times, but they've played a lot of times, so it's okay that you forgot, but yes.
So I was 7 and I don't remember a lot, but I was pretty excited for the match. I remember just having a little tour around here in 2018 when I won junior tournament. It was right before the tournament. I remember it was pretty inspirational, and I was also able to see the trophies, and they were so shiny.
They're actually down there. They were down there earlier.
Really?
Do you go and take a look sometimes at the trophy inside centre court in there?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, of course you are. Number one seed, you can do whatever you want.
Well, I mean, I'm not the kind of person who's like imagining myself with trophies and stuff, but here you can feel all the tradition and all the, I don't know, you can feel different atmosphere when you look at them. So back then when I played junior tournament, it was amazing, and I'm pretty sure that it would be right now, but I still feel like it's a long way for me to leave those, so.
Got to believe in yourself a little more. What is unique about this court?
Well, the surface, for sure. I mean, I would say I really love how it's built, and that the part of the audience is like in a shadow, because it feels like you're in the center of it more, and you feel like you can really be more focused of what's going on in here. But that's a hard question. You should have told me that you're going to ask it.
We like to catch you off, that's why.
I love the colors of Wimbledon and the design, because actually green and purple. Green is my favorite color and purple is the second one. So coincidence? I don't think so.
The specifics of playing on this court, when you walk on this court, what is the difference about walking on this court to any other stadium court on our tours?
When I'm going to focus on, the tradition and that I'm on Wimbledon on center court, I think it may really stress me out. So for sure my goal when I'm going to be walking out on Tuesday is going to be just to have my focus in the right place, and just to kind of play my game as if it would be any other match. I know it sounds weird, but that's the best way to perform, and I don't want to think about all the stuff that is around because it may really stress me out, so don't go there.
All right, well, let's say I'm not going to stress you out on this question. This is obviously one of the great stadiums in the world, but if you had a chance to play a tennis match on any other than a tennis facility, a stadium around the world that you would love to play a tennis match in, what would it be?
I mean, it's not a stadium, but I saw photos where I think Rafa and Roger played on water. I would love to try that. And when I'm going to get angry and lose a point, I'm just going to jump out and swim and get my anger out.
Okay, not your racket, you're just going to swim out there yourself. Yeah. Okay, great. This court has seen some incredible matches through the last 100 years. If you could transport yourself here into the stadium to sit and watch it, what match would you love to be here for live and see?
2008 men's final.
On Tuesday, you get to come out here and open up the court. It's usually a tradition that has belonged to the past champion from the previous year. What does that mean to you? Because, of course, Ash Barty, who is a very good friend of yours, is not here. So what does that mean to you to walk on this particular court this year?
Well, it's a huge privilege, and I feel like there are many, players in our draw who actually won this tournament even a couple of times. So, so I feel like I need to kind of prove myself that I was the right person to go out there on Tuesday. But yeah, I feel I just really want to make it a good show and just show what I can do on grass, because I feel like I still haven't been able to play with full potential here, and I want to use the next years and this year maybe to try to do that.
Do you pull from your junior experiences here of winning a Wimbledon junior title? So you have to feel good about being here.
That's true. It gave me a lot. It was the first kind of success that really made me, kind of more popular, and I learned a lot throughout the whole process. It was also pretty weird actually reaching the goal that I wanted to reach, because I was really, this year I really worked hard in 2018 to win junior Grand Slam. I was really pumped up for Roland Garros. Then there was the huge disappointment for me because I lost in semi-final. And I remember how much energy and how much willingness and just motivation I had coming to this tournament, and I really used it properly. So hopefully I'm going to have the same energy here.
We asked the local community here about some inspirational moments that they have, whether it's viewing their child ride the bike for the first time or them in particular. What's a moment in your life that you just found so inspiring, whether it be you or something you saw or an event you saw? What inspired you?
I would say coming to my first junior Grand Slams in 2016. I was 15 and I didn't really know if I'm gonna, belong to the tennis world or not. So I went to French Open, then Wimbledon, and just seeing all these players around, and it felt like the whole world is focusing suddenly on tennis, and I realized that this is the place I want to be in the future, and I'm gonna do anything to get there. So before I didn't really believe that it's possible, but then I realized that maybe it's my place to be.
There's some amazing things that are happening across the road. I don't know if you've taken a look, but Wimbledon have really tried to change what's happening across the street. We have new courts over there. They're bringing qualifying over there in particular. What do you think that's going to make a change for certainly the kids growing up to come here and play qualifying across the street, and the opportunities of that beautiful building across the street now?
I think it's great that everything is going to be in one place, because even when I was playing junior tournament, we played, mostly the qualifyings are in Roehampton, right?
Yeah.
So you still feel like it's not Wimbledon, So it's great that people are going to be able to experience the whole atmosphere a little bit earlier, and it's going to help also to, get more experience.
I think you've inspired a lot of kids, not only in Poland but around the world, to play tennis, and let's hope that you have the success here that you've had in the last 3 or 4 months. So good luck, Iga.
Brilliant, thank you. She was always really interesting, isn't she, in interviews, Iga Świątek. She talks a lot about the mental game of tennis, talks about some of the vulnerability she's felt in her career so far. She's very open in interviews, which isn't always the case with professional sports people. So it's always refreshing to hear someone who is.
She's really honest to the point where it could actually harm her. Sometimes she came out in the last match and said, actually, I didn't feel great. I found it really tricky. And I wonder if you're an opponent watching that, you kind of go, is that like a bluff? Is she kind of trying to unsettle her opponent?
No, it seems to be just the way she is. And this is the scenes around the ground at the moment, absolutely packed on the hill near to where we are at the moment. Beautiful sunshine streaming down. It's everyone's battling for a place to sit to watch the action on the big screen on the side of court number 1. You can see the beautiful living wall on either side of the screen that they debuted at the championships the last year. Takes some serious effort to get all of those plants up there, I'm sure, and keep them alive. But
you mentioned plants a few times there, Adam. I'm starting to think you're a bit of a
green-fingered.
Green fingers are coming up.
Although I can only wish that my back garden looked anything like it does here.
Yeah, we'll try and get some tips. Worth mentioning as well the great work that goes on with the stewards. It's so busy on this middle Saturday. We've seen some great work by some of the young gentlemen and ladies helping keep the queues in order, telling people you're either queuing or you're watching. There's no in between. So
and as we've seen from Olivia throughout the day, down at the queue outside the grounds, the queue just to get in the grounds here at the All England Club. People here in England do absolutely love to queue, and the match is continuing all around the grounds here at Wimbledon. The junior competition began today, so if you are heading down to the championships later on today, or for the rest of the first and second, the start of the second week here at Wimbledon, you will be able to check out the junior competition, see the next stars of the game potentially in action here at Wimbledon. A great opportunity for them to get to play on the championships courts here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, and of course we've got the big centenary event tomorrow. First Sunday we're playing here at the championships. I'm really looking forward to that one. I'm sure they're going to pull some great stuff out the bag.
We're going to have to get used to the fact that we don't have a Sunday.
Yeah, Sundays aren't off for us
Sunday
anymore.
off. Delighted to say that Bob Bryan has joined us once again here on Wimbledon Uncovered. You always look like you're a CIA agent. Yeah. I feel like I've got to be careful what I say when you come to chat to us.
It's a different part of my life, man. I'm trying to step it up, step up my game a little bit.
It also smells phenomenal.
It's, as we were saying, busy around the grounds. The middle Saturday is always a busy day here at Wimbledon. A day off for most people, not working, so they come down here and enjoy the tennis at the championships. And it's always great, as I said, to walk around the grounds and take in the tennis. You can watch a bit of doubles, a bit of the juniors starting today. It's not just about what's happening on the two big courts.
No, the grounds pass is really valuable, especially in the first week of a slam. You know, there's so many battles you can get 10 feet from the players. If you're on some of these outside courts, you can hear what they're saying. You can hear what they're saying to their coaches. So it's really, it's great. You can feel what what's going through their head, really.
I remember last year we interviewed a group of friends, and by the end of the day, they'd perhaps had slightly too much to drink, but they were saying, we don't know who anyone is, we don't know much about tennis, but we go onto an outside court, and whoever's got the shortest name, we cheer for. So they were smart. They were absolutely loving their day. Okay, let's go inside court number 1 and check in on Iga Świątek. We saw in that interview there with Renee Stubbs. And she is up against Alizé Cornet, the top seed at Świątek from Poland. And she's playing the French lady there, Cornet, in your picture, who is all smiles so far because Cornet has broken already, taken the first game. She leads 1-0, and we can join the commentators there on court 1.
Alizé Cornet to serve. Low 15.
Well, kids are going to have to get used to this routine. She wants the balls from her left side. Players have their quirks.
Wait, please.
Cornet's coach watched that second round. A lot of balls will be targeted toward that forehand side of Świątek. Just could not get the right timing on that side. She was late, she was early.
Let. Second service.
Again, second serve and just overcooks that forehand. So
30-15.
Świątek had a day off yesterday. I'm sure they spent plenty of time working on contact point, trying to get that comfortable.
Out. 40-15. Game coming.
90-mile-per-hour serve.
For the lead by 2 games to love. First set.
He gets Świątek down 2-love early on here at the championship. Centre court looking, sorry, court 1 looking lovely. We can cross to centre court right now and watch this match between the Spaniard Badosa and Petra Kvitova. Second time these two have met. Kvitova winning at the Aussie Open. Badosa 4th in the world at the moment. Hasn't lost a set in this event.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, this one, because Badosa is a player, you know, she's been up to number 2 in the world. She's having her best year so far on tour. One of the next big things, well, not just really in Spanish tennis, but also in the world. And the expectation on her facing a former champion, such an accomplished grass court player, one of the great grass court players of the last generation, I suppose, for Petra Kvitova, the number 25 seed. It'd be really interesting to see how she deals with the big occasion today, Bob, because Paula Badosa, as we've said, has had a great year so far. She's played well on clay and some of the slower surfaces, and she's got an opportunity today to show what she can do against Kvitova on grass.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see has Badosa played on center court before, because it is always difficult in that first time you get out there. There's some nerves. Her knees might be shaking a little bit. It's unlike any court in the world. And Kvitova is very comfortable out there playing the finals. And Kvitova's game's tailored for this surface. Having that lefty serve, it's gonna be moving on the grass. I saw Badosa down at Orengi Park earlier today, and she was thumping the ball. I was never seen her up close, but she's got a really modern game and is big off both wings. Very balanced player.
For all the surfaces, is grass the one that requires the most, would you say, acquired knowledge? So someone like Petra Kvitova, no matter what her ranking is, how she's feeling coming into Wimbledon, the fact that she's played on centre court and she knows how to move and, as you say, construct a point on a grass court, is that putting her in a much more of an advantage than on other surfaces?
I think big time. I think that's why you saw Serena Williams show up at Wimbledon. I know she didn't have the great result, but she felt like she had the experience and the know-how, and that really translates against the younger players. Grass is that one surface where if you know how to transition to the net, if you know how to use the drop shots in the feel, and if you know how to flatten your shots out a little bit, that's going to be a big advantage to you.
So how will Badosa get on against the experienced, successful campaigner Kvitova on centre court? It's Badosa to serve, and we can join the commentators.
Love 15.
Paula is 24 years of age, hails from Beguer, which is on the lovely Spanish Costa Brava. It's about a 90-minute drive up the coast from Barcelona, not too far from the French border. Move there That's a 7-year-old from New York City, where she was born in Manhattan. Her parents, Mira and Joseph, both models and working in the fashion industry, but decided to head home with their only child.
15-30.
Former junior champion in Paris, and when she won that title at 17, a lot of comparisons between her and Maria Sharapova.
Oh,
someone's in good touch.
There we go.
Nice long rally, both
15,
girls
40.
hitting the ball very clean. Had a little bit of everything, a nice short slice. Petra was able to finish off with a clean volley.
So early chances for the Czech. Oh, just the sound of the striking is really quite something. And it's the former champion.
First game.
Off to a fast start.
Jacobic looking very, very comfortable already. 1 game up there. Early break, she'll enjoy that one a lot. Hugely popular with the fans down here. 2-time winner, of course. We can find out what's happening down at Orangi. Nick has been checking out the practice courts for us a little bit earlier on, so let's see what he's found.
There's only one top 10 player remaining on the bottom half of the women's draw, and it's this woman, the number 3 seed, Ons Jabeur of Tunisia, who has looked in fine form in her first 3 matches here at the championships, coming off of a grass court title just a couple weeks ago in Berlin, and taking today to, well, it's a day off, but it's a day for practice, as she comes off a victory in the 3rd round over Diane Parry. Ons Jabeur yet to drop a set in this championships. She's next up, though, against Elise Mertens, who is the reigning doubles champion here. And actually the last time, the only time these two players have met, it was Mertens who beat Jabeur at the US Open just last year. Of course, that's on the hard courts. This is a grass court event. But Jabeur now with the pressure not only of being the number 3 seed, which she came into Wimbledon with next to her name, she's now really one of the heavy favorites on the bottom half of the draw to make it into the final. Also looming is Jelena Ostapenko, the 2017 French Open champion. That is a potential semi-final. And the winner of Jabeur versus Mertens is going to take on either Caroline Garcia, who took out Emma Raducanu, or Marie Buskova, who just had a win yesterday over Alison Risk. Jabeur just showing us there some of that touch that she's used so well so far this tournament, the slice backhand. She's really looked relaxed on this surface, wasn't quite sure what to expect from grass. She's made her name on the clay courts, but crashed out in the 1st round of the French Open a few weeks ago, and was really candid about what that experience taught her. The fact that she had so much pressure on her, that she was one of the favorites at the French Open, didn't have the result that she wanted there, but now with her and Ostapenko potentially meeting in the semifinals, we're not going to look too far ahead. But I have to say, I like the confidence, I like the swagger, and actually just a minute ago, chatting to Novak Djokovic on this practice court as she gets her practice underway, and she's going to take on Elise Mertens on Middle Sunday.
Yeah, big crowds down there at Orangi watching Ons Jabeur in action. We couldn't get Bob Bryan on without watching a bit of doubles. These two, the top seeds, Rajiv Ram in the hat and Joe Salisbury up against Fabrice Martin and Hugo Nice on court number 12. Bob, these two, they've had a great run together. It's sort of experience in Rajiv Ram, your countryman. He's been out on tour for a long, long time now against with Joe Salisbury. Yeah. Played, British player, and he had a good college career at the University of Memphis and then came out on tour, and they've struck up a brilliant partnership. And I suppose parallels can be drawn between yourself, your career with Mike and them, that they're proving that sticking together, I know that you guys were together a long time, but they're proving that staying together as a doubles partnership rather than splitting up, which we see a lot on both the men's and the ladies' side, it works.
Yeah, that takes a lot of the stress out of it. A lot of the players are going around shooting emails and texts back and forth, trying to find partners to try to make the cut, and your guys are backing out on you last minute and stabbing you in the back, and it's just, it could be disheartening if you're trying to get a rhythm going out here on tour and you're always looking for a partner.
Are you surprised that players didn't follow your lead? Because it clearly, I know it was slightly different given the close relationship you had with Mike, but are you surprised that partnerships don't stay for longer?
I mean, look, I think it's kind of like a marriage. You're with that person 24/7, having every meal together, practicing. You're dealing with a lot of stress.
As a married man, you just say yes.
Yeah, there's.
Well, I wanted to ask you there, for those that don't maybe watch tennis as often perhaps as we do, the hand signals behind the back, what are they communicating to each other there?
Well, he's letting him know that he's going to stay home there. You saw Joe Salisbury throw in a head and shoulders fake, which you kind of always want to do. You never want to just stand still. So he got the returner to kind of check swing that one and gave a soft return to Rajiv that he was able to direct up the line.
And is that something they would have talked about obviously before? They kind of agree a few little plans, see what happens?
Yeah, now they've played together for a couple years. They know what each other are going to do, and they can deal with just a signal. He just shot a little pinky there behind his back. But there's a shot just missed by Fabrice Martin. The lob has really come into play in doubles in the recent years, especially with the I formation and the net guys getting close. You see Rajiv Ram have a little bit of tape there on his calf. I talked to him. I think both guys are dealing with a couple nicks that we like to call, a couple little niggling injuries. But if they're healthy, those guys are going to be super dangerous.
And let's talk a bit about Rajiv Ram, from the USA. You know him well. He's had a really long, interesting career. He's played some singles, had a good success on the singles side as well. And a really long career. He's managed to stay at this level for a huge amount of time, and a tremendous hard worker, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very mature, very professional player. He really checks all the boxes. He takes care of his body. He goes to sleep early, practices hard. So there's no surprise to me that he's been improving every year. He's kind of at the peak of his career. So this is the time where he needs to make hay and win those Grand Slams. He's got a couple doubles titles. I think he's got a couple mixed as well. But I'd like to see him retire with 10 slams. He's on the Davis Cup team playing for the U.S. You might see him in Glasgow in September playing with Jack Sock. Marty Fish, Captain Marty Fish, has a lot of options on the U.S. side. But and then Joe Salisbury's a great athlete. Covers the lob well. He moves as well as any of the doubles players out there. So they make a tough team. They're both over 6'4", and no one wants to play those guys.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Bob. I mean, obviously, everyone knows about you guys and your success, but sometimes you find that sometimes when you put two really great singles players together, it doesn't always translate on a doubles arena. What is this? What is that? Is that about a chemistry, a relationship, an understanding between two players?
I think you want to find a partner that complements you well. Mike and I look the same, but we were very different players. I had the lefty serve that worked very well on the grass, and he had one of the greatest returns of all time. So I could really count on him on taking the break points. He was in the ad court, so I'd kind of go up to net, and I could expect the ball to be down low at the shoelaces of my opponent, which made it very easy for me to poach. So I think Rajiv is very solid. Joe, a little more flashy. He moves very well, maybe a little bit quicker than Rajiv. But their styles, complement each other well.
What advice would you give people watching today if they're at their local club playing at the weekend, want to pick a doubles partner that's going to work for them? What sort of things should they be looking for?
I mean, if you could do the lefty-righty combination, that's what you want to do.
The dream.
On a breezy day today, if the sun's okay, I would always pick that lefty cross breeze. It really puts the movement on the ball. So you throw that spin and you can get an extra 3 or 4 inches of movement into the body or out wide on your serve, which is devastating. If the sun's really bright, put the right-hander in the sun.
Well, speaking of flashy teammates, let's go and join our flashiest teammate, Nick, who caught up with one of today's winners. Let's see what's your Nick saying.
In just his 6th main draw at a major, Brandon Nakashima into the 4th round for a first time. Congratulations, you're playing some great tennis this week. Backs up a win over Denis Shapovalov. How did you feel out there today?
Yeah, I mean, I felt great right from the beginning. Being able to back up like a big win, like you said, with a good performance today, I think is really important. Obviously it was another tough match for sure, but happy I was able to play well in crucial points, and looking forward to the next one.
We often talk about on our side that when you have that big upset, it is hard to back up. What was the process for you after the win over Shapovalov to get ready for today's match?
Yeah, I mean, after the match, my team and I, we enjoyed it for a little bit.
Yeah.
That night we celebrated a little bit, but the next day we were back out on the practice court, trying to work on my game, prepare for this next match, just like any other match. And it worked out well for us, and we're going to try to continue the same routine for tomorrow.
You're the youngest American man into the 4th round here since Andy Roddick did it in 2003, which is a pretty cool stat. But how have you looked up to that generation of tennis players, Andy Roddick, Marty Fish, those sort of guys? What impact have they had on your career?
Yeah, it's been great growing up, to watch the Americans doing so well. Like you said, Andy Roddick was such a big figure in American tennis. And, to be able to try to follow in those footsteps, I think is super cool. I know a lot of Americans are doing well at the moment right now here, so I think it's great to see American tennis having those good wins here.
Yeah, you mentioned that we already have Tommy Paul, Francis Tiafoe booking their places into the round of 16. Is that something you guys are talking about among the Americans?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like I said, it's great. It's great to see all the Americans doing well here. A lot of them, I think, have great games to do well at these big tournaments, and including myself, we're all looking for a good run here. So it's great that American tennis is doing well.
Brandon, do you peek at the draw? Do you know who you could play next?
Yeah, I know who I play next. I think they're supposed to play later on this afternoon.
All right, so we've got Tsitsipas versus Kyrgios. Just give us your impression of those two guys. Obviously, a lot of people looking forward to that match, and you will be watching, I think, especially interested too.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a great match for sure. Both top players. Going to be a great atmosphere out there. I'm sure I'll be watching it later on this afternoon. Just as a fan, just enjoying it. And then, obviously my coach and I will talk about the match tomorrow. But it's great to see both of them doing well. It's going to be another great match for sure. And depending on who wins, I think it's going to be a good opportunity for me.
Okay, you mentioned celebrating the Shapovalov win. You get to celebrate this one. What's the post-match celebratory meal? What will you guys have for dinner tonight?
I think we were talking about a good barbecue. I think we're staying at a local house here with a nice family, so nice. I think we're going to enjoy the dinner with them tonight and celebrate a good win today.
Congrats, Brandon. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Let's go see some more action here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Familiar face Simona Halep on court number 2 up against Magdalena Fritz, who didn't put up too much of a fight really today for Halep. Great performance from the number 16 seed. She was only on court for, what, just over an hour and 7 minutes to win 6-4, 6-1. And she is in good form, former Wimbledon champion. And as Bob, as we get towards the second week of a Grand Slam, for a player like Halep to have a match where she wins in an hour and 7 minutes, and to retain some of that energy for the second week, as we see her, a relatively new coach there, Patrick Muratoglu, of course, most famously working with Serena Williams for so many years. To be on court for not too long is a good thing.
Yeah, especially at the middle of a season as well. So for her not to get too much mileage on the odometer is big. She's an older player, but she's had a resurgence here with her new coaching change. And she's a favorite in my book to win this title. She's got the experience. She's got something to prove too. You know, there's a lot of young players that have been knocking on the door, and she's probably going to try to say, I'm still here, everyone. You know.
Okay, well, we're going to listen in to her on-court interview. She's just getting everything ready before she does that. Recycling her water bottle, which is good to see.
This is a great addition. I love these chats. They do that.
Yes, and here she is speaking to friend of Wimbledon Uncovered, of course, on our programme last year. Here is Simona Halep with Karthik Gnanasegaram.
Simona, congratulations into the 4th round again here at Wimbledon. How pleased were you with the level of your performance there?
Well, thank you. It's been a good match. Well, it's always difficult to play on grass, so today with the wind was not that easy, but I'm really pleased to go through. It's always a pleasure to play in Wimbledon, and I have great memories, so I'm trying just to enjoy every day.
I'm not surprised you have great memories. I'm not surprised you have great memories. 2019, you were the Wimbledon champion. You haven't played here since then. When you come out onto the court, how much does that experience of winning the title just help you a little bit more each time?
Well, yeah, it helps a lot that I could win this tournament. I have confidence, but every match is difficult, and every opponent is, you know, it's tough. So I'm just trying to take day by day, match by match, and to give my best. Actually, this is the only thing that I can do.
There aren't many players who know what it's like to be in the second week of a Grand Slam. What is it that you look forward to when you do get there, which you have now?
Well, to win every match, if it's possible. But, yeah, the second week it's a little bit tougher. But also the first week is very difficult because the first match of the tournament, it's always tough because of the emotions. But now I'm through the second week, so I'm just looking forward to it, just that, and to have this public because it's always a pleasure and I have great atmosphere. Thank you.
I certainly enjoy it. The crowd enjoy watching you. Simona Halep, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, solid performance from Simona Halep there on court number 2, winning 6-4, 6-1 over Magdalena Fritz. We just want to pick up on something really interesting you were talking about earlier, and something I think a lot of our viewers would find interesting is those hand signals that we saw from Salisbury and Ram. So first thing you're showing is the direction of serve, right? So if you could show us when you and Mike were playing, what were the signals that you were giving to each other? I mean, and it's the net player who's giving the signal. We're going back to the basics here. Rewind.
Yeah, look, I'm in the
we don't know anything about
I'm in the minority. I wouldn't want to tell my brother where I was serving.
Okay.
Because I would walk up to the line, I would kind of get a feel of where he was standing. I would just want to serve. I was a quick server. I felt if I hit my spot, I was in good shape. But a few times during the match, we were burned. You know, the book is to if you're going wide in doubles, you have to let your net man, your partner, know so you don't get burned down the line. And it's thumb or pinky. You're putting it behind your back, and then you're throwing in a stay or a poach.
Okay.
Or a fake. Ours was scissors, so we did a lot of scissors for poaching.
Okay. But poaching, for someone who doesn't know what poaching is, explain what that is?
Poaching is going across the middle and trying to intercept the ball and put it away. You know, a lot of guys are playing really close, but yeah, you don't want to go sideways on a poach. You want to go towards the net and, you know, cut it a diagonal. That's the best way to, you know, cut the geometry of the court down.
Did you ever get it wrong? And
I mean, I think Mike posted something on his Instagram yesterday of me hitting him in the head.
I was going to ask
with
you if
the
you
ball.
ever hit, yeah.
It was one of the biggest serves I've ever hit, too. I think I was up 30-11 in the game. I tried to beat the world speed record, and I just put one in the back of his skull.
There is also a lot of, we'll see when we watched doubles, when you were trying not to kill your brother, of different formations. There's I formation, lots of different styles of playing doubles. It's not always one at the net on one side and then the player on the other. Can you explain some of those and when you might use them?
The traditional style is the serve and volley on the cross court. It's a style that we like to play a lot. We grew up watching Fleming and McEnroe, Leach and Pugh, and so we emulated our game around that. We were big guys. We didn't like to crouch down in that I formation. So I formation has become pretty big on the doubles tour. I think 80% of the guys are using it. It's where a guy just stands, he straddles the service line, the center service line, and he gets down really close to the net, and you know, his server hits the serve and he guesses jumps either way. So you're trying to make it a guessing game for the returner, trying to create indecision. And a lot of guys are using it, and it's working. It's very effective. The singles guys, I was watching Casper Ruud play today, and you know, these doubles players are catching these big singles guys, the guys that strike it very cleanly. They're making them guess, and that's creating some errors for the returner.
Did Mike get revenge?
He never hit me. He never hit me. I mean, yeah, we got in some fist fights off the court, but he never got me on the court. But once a year, he would, you know, scoot over a little bit too early, and I would just crush him. I feel bad about it. But that one, when I hit him at Wimbledon, it was on court 3. It was loud.
Well, you guys are playing the invitational doubles, so
I'll have to get him.
Mike, if you're watching, Bob's coming for you.
And you've also just given away all of your secrets right now, so hopefully they won't watch you Wimbledon Uncovered.
What was I mean, you guys enjoyed a hugely long and successful career. What was the biggest change in doubles? Because we've seen things come in and out of fashion tactically, changes in the way teams play, singles players playing, then singles players are not playing. What was the biggest thing that changed from the start of your career towards the end?
Yeah, it was the injection of singles players into the doubles draws. During the 90s, if you were Pete Sampras, you couldn't get it into a doubles draw because your ranking wasn't high enough. But now, you know, Novak Djokovic, being 1 or 2 in the world, can play doubles whenever he wants. So you see it a lot more often, and guys that are playing a lot of singles are serving and staying back. They obviously have huge ground strokes. If you're a doubles player, you don't want to get caught in these cross-court rallies with these guys. You don't want to give them a lot of rhythm because they're only going to get better with each shot they hit. So, yeah, you have to deal with these type of players, the guys that are big on the ground.
Well, let's duck back in and see some more action from court number 12, a match we were watching in the first set. Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury, the top seeds in the men's doubles, against Fabrice Martin and Hugo Nice, who we can see in your picture here. Ram and Salisbury took the first set, as we saw, 6-4, and they've got a break in the second as well at 3-2. Another thing, Bob, I wanted to pick up on, which I'm sure our viewers would be interested in, is how you might decide which side suits a particular player. I know sometimes it's a lefty and a righty, so that can be fairly obvious, but how would a player decide which side is better for them?
I mean, some players are a little more clutch than other players. So you like to put the good returner, the clutch returner in the ad court, because they're often taking the big points, the break points. See Joe Salisbury with the overhead there. He's got very lively snap of the shoulder, but we like to play, me being the lefty, I like to play the deuce court. We like to have our forehands in the middle, so that if we were able to make the return, we can kind of control with those forehand ground strokes. Those were our most powerful shots, but also because the forehand volley, you have more reach. So if Mike had a great return, I felt like I had a lot of reach and a lot of stick on the poach volley, on the poach forehand volley.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Education.
You should have a podcast, Bob.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into the doubles. There's so much strategy.
Yeah.
One of the great coaches, Louis Caillé on the British side, really gets into the analytics, and he coaches Joe Salisbury and helps out with Rajiv Ram, this team right here. but he really breaks it down to a science.
And that is the answer to the question we get asked all the time. Why, surely if you just get the two best singles players, they'll always automatically be the best doubles players. And it's because of that tactical difference and the different skills that are required in doubles to singles. Obviously, a good singles player is going to be a decent doubles player.
Yeah.
They're not always going to be the most successful, because if you get the tactics right, you can beat a good singles player very often, as you did.
Well, the year that Switzerland won the Davis Cup with Roger Federer and Stanislas Wawrinka, they were struggling on the doubles court. They weren't winning their doubles matches, and these are two Grand Slam champions. You would think they'd be a shoo-in for a win. But they knew when they played France in the finals that the doubles point was going to be key. They'd run the stats. They knew that that Saturday doubles match, it was going to come down to that. And they were losing these doubles matches. So they actually came to us and they hired our doubles coach, David McPherson, who's a Tasmanian guy. He's just a doubles savant. And yeah, we said, sure, Raj, you know, take David with you for that week. And, you know, David gave him all this double strategy, all the stuff that we know that, you know, comes second nature. And Roger and Stan executed to perfection. They were poaching. A lot of times, you know, they were a little flat-footed at net, and they started moving, and they started staying back a little bit on second serves. You know, it's very hard to win consistently when you're missing first serves, so they started staying back and using their forehands, and they won that match. They won the Davis Cup, and I think a lot of it has to do with David McPherson.
Well, obviously in the Davis Cup, you can't necessarily choose your partner, and obviously you guys, quite by fortune, had great partners in each other, but how do you pick? I mean, is it like in the locker room, you sort of whispering on maybe this guy, maybe that?
No, well, a lot of it is a numbers game. You know, if you're 30 in the world, you probably need to find a guy top 30 to play with, or you're not going to be able to play the Masters 1000 tournaments.
The schedules matching up.
And here, you know, my buddy Will Blumberg, who's coming up the doubles rankings, about 130 in the world. So he needed to find Casper Ruud, who's top 10, to play with, and luckily they're great buddies from the juniors, so they got a run in this tournament. But yeah, it's a numbers game, and then if you're established, you're going to have a greater opportunity to pick who you want to play with.
How much did you enjoy getting the chance to play against the likes of Federer, Djokovic, Sampras, when they did occasionally play doubles, if they were doing so at a slam or another event? Did you as doubles players enjoy testing yourself against the best singles players on a doubles court?
Yeah, I mean, it was thrilling to play against those guys. We're big fans of Federer and Nadal and all these guys that are doing amazing things on the singles court. So when you play a guy like that, you know it's going to be in a stadium, you know it's going to be packed, you know it's going to be an incredible atmosphere. And look, for these doubles guys, it's a great opportunity to kind of showcase their abilities and their talents against the greatest shot making in the world. And it's a chance to make a name for yourself.
It must feel pretty good when you beat those guys as well, right? Come on, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, look, we played a lot of marquee matches against Roger, you know, when we were number one and he was number one. A lot of times you would play with a guy, Yves Allegro, who's a Swiss player, great player, but obviously not as good as Roger. So a lot of times we wouldn't be hitting the ball to Roger. You try to stay away from the GOAT, as we call him.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of the strategy in doubles is picking on the weaker player. You know, and a lot of times that will be one guy at net, but the opposite guy on the baseline. So you gotta know where you want to hit the ball.
Just imagine Roger with like a sort of chair, just sat down watching the ball go past him each time.
Well, it's funny, you know, he was doing kind of Yves Allegro a favor by playing with him, because Yves probably couldn't get in the tournament unless he had the number one player in the world. So the 3-all points would come down to a no-ad point, and Roger would say, hey, buddy, you know, go for it. This is your tournament. If you want to win this match, you got to come up with the stuff. So a lot of times Yves would be taking the break points, which we were not expecting when we played those guys.
With as we were discussing earlier about partnerships changing a lot, and sometimes after not too long, how long would you say a doubles pair needs to stay together before they really truly know, okay, right, this isn't working? Because sometimes you must think, why are those guys splitting so quickly?
A lot of times there's a honeymoon period with the doubles team.
Yeah.
So you find a new team, they're excited to play together, they want to show off for their partner. So they have a great 3 months, and then reality kicks in and they got to get through those tough times. But look, the longer you play together with your partner, the better you're going to do. If you can stay together 2, 3, 4 years, I think you'll really find your best results. There's a team, Takao and Roger. They won the title here, I think back in 15. They had many tough years, but they stayed together, and then they won the U.S. Open. You know, but they got through those tough times. a lot of teams, they just can't do it. They're always looking where the grass is greener, and because the points are always shifting and falling off, they panic and they look for the better partner.
You could do doubles therapy, couldn't you?
should.
Like a relationship
No, there definitely needs to be a counselor for the doubles players.
It is like dating when you said that. So like a see what works, then kind of move on, maybe not.
Usually the teams start breaking up around the U.S. Open. That's when you start to hear the gossip and who's going to pair up for next year. And
I feel like we should put on Al Green, let's stick together.
Mike and I were always
exactly.
licking our chops when we hear about these teams splitting up because we knew, it was just going to get easier for us.
Well, Adam and I are lucky to have each other today. Olivia doesn't need anyone else. She's out there on her own, smashing it. We've seen her. We've seen her in was it a donkey or a horse yesterday? We're not quite sure which.
She's been out and about.
She's been in the queue. Where is she today? With Laura Robson, we think.
I've now found myself in the Babolat stringing experience, and we're joined by Laura Robson. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous. I've never strung a racket. Someone tried to teach me about 15 years ago, and then I realised it was easier to just give it to the professionals. So I never tried again, and hopefully it goes well, but I'm a bit nervous.
Okay, well, don't worry, because let's get the expert here, Jake, to talk us through it all, how you go about the process and what goes into it.
So the biggest thing to remember is what does a player want, whether it's a different type of string, different type of tension. That all changes based on whether they're in other countries, different climates. So lots into it. Basic thing to remember, there's two lots of string. The mains that run from the top to the bottom, and the crosses that run left to right. And as you can see over on the screen there, where we've got a player's live stream from the player's stringing area, those guys will do rackets in about 15 minutes.
We went in there. They are speedy. That is a production line. That's a great service in there.
They are. During the beginning of the tournament, there's about 20 of them, and then that filters down to about 3 on finals day.
Okay, so show us how we do it, because then me and Laura are going to compete against each other to see who can get on the leaderboard and hopefully top the leaderboard. Yeah.
Somehow I don't think we'll be doing 22 seconds.
Seeing what's involved, I'm lucky if I even make it.
Just to say, that is a professional at the top of the leaderboard there. He is one of the stringers in the lounge.
Yeah, on the VIP Bloomers, he's literally a professional. This is literally his job. He's done about 8,000 rackets today. So anyway,
They also had nails ready for stringing. It's a precursor.
Both got long nails somehow.
I did not sign up to this. Someone, who do I invoice my manicure to? All right, off you go.
So a crash course for stringing. Racket goes into the string goes into the racket at the side, and you always want to go opposite to the string that's done before you. So they always run over, under, over, under. So here we'll start underneath, and all you got to do, a little bit like sewing or knitting.
Yes, it feels very like a cross stitch or something.
It is. It's quite therapeutic, unless you're under pressure being timed.
Absolutely.
So you're just going to weave all the way through.
And are there different types of string to use?
There are many different types of string, different brands, different materials, all offering different benefits based on what a player wants.
It's all so technical, isn't it, Laura? When you were playing, did you know, like, the string, the tension, the don't know what that you needed?
I did. I used to play with Natural Gut in the main and Lux in the cross. I was Wilson girl through and through, so I feel like I'm cheating on them by
You're a
being
traitor.
in the Babolat stringing experience. But I think it was such an important part of everyone's game. You know, you see players send off the racket in the middle of the match sometimes, just to change it a couple of pounds here and there, make it a bit tighter, a bit looser, depending on the conditions. So a huge part of the game.
And as a kind of innocent bystander who just enjoys tennis, we have no idea how much goes in, and those tiny millimeters have a huge difference on the outcome of your game.
Yeah, I can see it's set to 56 pounds at the moment, and I would say that's somewhere in the middle. A couple of players kind of go a bit higher depending on how they play, and you have to sort of think, if someone's a really spinny player, they might like a bit more of a loose tension, because then it gives them a bit more power and it's a bit easier, and then a bit more control is when you go tighter with the tension. But it does vary depending on what string you have as well, so there's so much that goes into it, and I'm just trying to follow along what he's doing here.
My whole tactic here is to just distract you, so you have no idea. Yeah, let me think as well. No, Jake, back to you. Okay, so you've gone back again. Now talk us through the clamping bit.
So the clamping bit makes sure that once you've tensioned the string here to the tension that Laura was talking about, once you've reached there, we clamp the string here to make sure that once we then start the next one, that string's now not going to move. So from here, this string keeps its tension whilst that's not got hold of it.
It feels very tense. And it feels very tense because we're about to get our competition underway. Laura, are you ready? Do you want to go first?
I'll go first.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
Should we just do one across, just for time, just so that the viewers aren't just like hanging on by the edge of their seats for too long?
Well, I'll go first, and then you can purposely lose to make me feel better.
Done. No problem. Done. All right, ready, Laura? This is so exciting. All right, she's up. Now, she's a pro tennis.
As a lefty, do I want to be going this way?
Yeah,
no?
should she use her dominant hand, or it's not about that?
Same way, because you want to use the machine always at this position. So lefty, righty, you're always here. Let me start the clock.
Oh, the fact that I've got to bend down to even see what I'm doing here is not a good start.
So the time will start from this point.
You're going over or under first?
Under, yeah. I knew that. Yeah. Okay.
We're ready to time? Or we look
Oh,
practice?
she's up. Set that clock. All right.
Bit of a head start.
Yeah, look. Oh, look, she's actually using the nails to her advantage. Look at this wiggle action. Ooh, she's fantastic. Nice. I see what you've done there. Oh, she might get in a little bit of a knot, a bit of a confusion. I'm actually feeling so stressed for me and you during this. It looks easy. You make it look really easy, Jake.
Close up of my cuticles.
I know, but they look resplendent. I love the design. So other things you can do in this experience while also practicing your stringing?
Yes, so we have a bag signed by all of the Babolat team that are here this year. You can enter to win that. And then there's lots to watch with the players stringing area going on over there.
It's a very fun thing to do, isn't it? You know, you need a break from the tennis, have a little nibble, come and string a racket. Oh, she's doing this one. Not that one, all right. You do you.
Is that?
Oh,
No, that's not the right one. Then,
oh my God, she's undone the other clan. Oh God, she's got herself in the right pickle. I'm loving this. I'm needing this. 54 seconds. Come on, Olivia, it's all about you. Right, sorry. I mean, go on, Laura. You can do it. Go on. Oh, she's got it. Oh.
Okay. 1 minute 1 to beat.
Your stringing,
1 minute 1.
Your stringing was very good, I'd say. I think it was the kind of kerfuffle. No, you did really well. You're good under pressure.
That doesn't really compare to the 22 seconds.
No, but someone there, Gabby Partington, got 2 minutes 15. Right, come on, give me a go.
That's for 2. That's for 2.
Improve for improvement. It's a good start.
It's do I just take it out at this point?
Yes, so you press the button again
yeah,
there.
sorry.
There you go.
Release.
So you'll go back this way now.
So what we'll do after this is we'll just keep going until one of us gets under a minute.
We strung the whole racket, and then we'll watch you play. All right. Ready?
Loosen up.
Under. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, ready?
3,
Under.
2,
Ooh.
1, go.
Oh, it's looking. Oh, it's a bad start.
Oh God, it's such a bad start. I can't get it.
Oh no, the nails are in the way. The threading. You've gone a double hand technique
Yeah,
here.
do you know what we've done wrong? We haven't given ourselves slack. Like Jake had slack.
You were kind of using the whole racket to be able to thread it through, whereas
It's really tight. Who wants this tension?
Well.
Don't play as well.
I think it's looking a lot better than mine.
Okay.
Pull all of that through. Good.
Oh no, I feel like I've lost.
Last minute round.
Excuse me, sorry. Put it in here.
Good. Good. And then we want that clamp.
Oh my God.
This is where it all went wrong
Now
for
what do I
me.
do? How do I move
Lift
it?
that.
Oh, come
Red.
on.
Yeah, there you go. 48 seconds.
Sorry.
If I hadn't messed up the end,
I'm going to be really gracious. Okay.
take 2.
No, I can't. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, everyone. That was brilliant. Thanks, Jake. I love that.
At all. Quick learners, very quick learners.
We'll be here a while.
I don't know much about manicuring, but I'd have thought that's probably not advisable when you're stringing a racket like that.
Safe to say those Babolat stringers aren't going to be losing their jobs.
Yeah,
those
they'll
two.
sleep easy tonight, I think. But we were talking then, reminiscing actually, and how important is that process, the stringing process? How much of an impact does that actually have on what happens on the court?
I mean, it's a big deal when you're aiming for inches close to the lines. You got to have a racket that you can trust, and the stringers, you know, you put your trust in them, and they do an amazing job. These guys are professionals, and they're stringing really consistent. They do a lot of weighting in there too, so a lot of the players' rackets are not the ones you pull off the shelf. You know, they have lead tape or tape inside the grip, and you know, I was very particular about my rackets when I was playing. I'd always get like 4 done every day, and I could feel a pound here and a pound there. Now, after my career, I don't care. I mean,
whatever.
My kids are using my rackets. I would never let anyone touch my rackets.
Maybe don't let Olivia touch your racket.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I would
No
say
way.
there. Well, you were saying you almost lost well, you did lose a slam.
Yeah.
From strings, kind of.
Yeah, back in the day, you know, they have these stringing services that players pay them a contract every year to travel the world with them and string their rackets, but they usually string their rackets the night before. You know, you say you want 6, you get them in the morning and you go to your match and you play your match. But a lot of times if the sun comes out and it gets really hot, you're going to want to go a little bit tighter. And that's the advantage of stringing on site. You can send a racket to the stringer, they can fire it back to you really quick. We didn't have that option in the finals of the Australian Open, and when our stringer had already flown home, and we were in the finals, and the sun burst out, it became blazing hot, and our rackets felt soggy and loose, and we couldn't control the returns, and we went down quick.
Well, Olivia and Laura are available if anyone wants to
give them a call after.
Give them a ring. Okay, let's go over to court number 1. We said this was going to be a good match, a potential for an upset. Elise Cornet has produced the goods so far. The French lady taking the first set against the top seed, Iga Swiatek, 6-4. They've been on court for just less than an hour, 51 minutes now. We were discussing beforehand how it was going to be difficult for Swiatek, who her best results in her career certainly haven't come on grass in the past. Let's have a look at how Cornet took that first set. Just about keeping that forehand inside the baseline.
Jeez,
and then with a difficult one, the bounce overhead, able to compose herself and put it away to take that first at 6-4. And Bob, before we join the commentators on this one, work to do for Swiatek.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Swiatek's big weapon is her ground strokes and her amazing topspin. She creates incredible RPMs, especially on the forehand side, and that's not as effective on the grass. The ball doesn't kick up as much. It doesn't bite off the court. So she's going to have to figure out ways to flatten it out a little bit.
Yeah, she's coming back onto court here after a little bathroom break.
The bathroom break, though, sometimes if you've lost that opening set, can be a tactical decision, can it?
That's a great tactic.
You've got a right smile on your face.
I don't think she's pulling this gamesmanship, but yeah, it's a good way to break momentum. I never liked to leave the court. His bladder was, I don't know, really tiny. He was always running off the court, and sometimes I think we've been fined for it. But
who pays the fine? Him?
But when you play on the big courts, you can get to the bathroom really quick. If you're playing in the weeds, it could take you 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, well, Swiatek's back on court, ready to go, starting the second set serving.
It up the line.
Love 15.
Can't believe it.
15.
Looking for the same point that she hit last point.
Excellent response from Swiatek to that low slice. She chipped it and moved forward. The lower you can keep the ball on this surface, the better, and the slice has so much value. Anticipation.
Cornet's on fire here.
15-13.
Swiatek moving forward. Really, that was the only way that she could hit the ball. That's a smart tactic. Took some pace off and just used terrific placement.
30 out.
Same shot, it's working.
40-30.
The defensive skills of Cornet. She's an excellent mover.
Just keeps getting it back.
Those more controlled forehands from Swiatek. Terrific footwork.
Net for service.
Second serve right in the wheelhouse of Cornet. She just quick shoulder turn, terrific weight transfer.
Brilliant air shot.
Advantage, Swiatek.
It's coming at her really quickly. You can see how low it bounces. It skids through the grass.
What a touch.
That is a high degree of difficulty off the first serve. Kudos to you, Elise Cornet. Good feel.
That was even better than she meant it to be.
Advantage, Swiatek.
8 minutes on the clock. We're still not through the first game of the second set. But Swiatek comes out on top, and she has her games in front of the second set.
That's a big hold from the #1 seed on #1 court, Swiatek. Facing a battle out there to hold on to that unbeaten record. As we wait to find out who triumphs on court #1, we can catch up with Nick speaking to one of today's winners a bit earlier on.
It's been 12 years since Jason Kubler was the world #1 junior player, and this year he's into his first ever 4th round at a major at Wimbledon. 5-set win. You did it the hard way against Jack Sock today, and what a scene it was on court 18. Talk us through your feelings in winning that one.
Yeah, it was crazy, you know, being 2-1 down, and then almost, you know, you kind of got to find not find a reason, but you got to find a way to sort of keep going and sort of get yourself back into the match. So luckily I did, and then, you know, the 4th set could have gone either way. You know, in a tie break he could have won, I could have won. Luckily I got through that, and then in the 5th, you know, it was one of those sets where, you know, I had some chances, but then he also had some chances, and then, yeah, no, I'm just super happy to get through that one.
Yeah, you know, you came through qualifying and beating Jack today, who was also a qualifier. I mean, 6 match wins now. Where has this good tennis? It's only your second tour level tournament of the year. Where's this good tennis come from?
Well, I actually joked yesterday to the team on here. I was like, man, am I the last qualifier? And they're like, no, Jack went through qualies as well. So it was kind of a good thing knowing, because you know, he's obviously played, what, six matches now? Yeah. So, you know, we're both probably knowing how each other feels, and, you know, we've both played a lot of tennis, so we're both probably seeing the ball quite well. I forgot the rest of your question, sorry.
Yeah, no, just coming through, and this, you know, it's only your second tour level tournament this year. You're playing really good grass court tennis.
Yeah, it is actually kind of strange, because normally I do, you know, the whole Challenger grass ring, so you get the 3 tournaments in, and then normally it's before qualifying at Roehampton. So this year I played doubles last week, or the week before qualies, and that was my only grass court event. So I sort of came in underdone in the sense of not playing much on grass, but maybe that's what I have to keep doing from now on.
I mentioned the junior stat, I mean 12 years ago, but you've had so many challenges in your career, multiple knee injuries, surgeries. Actually, for a while you were only playing on clay courts to protect your knees. Is it all worth it? I mean, now that you find yourself here, not just for this moment, but when you look at your career, does it feel like it's all paid off?
Just because, like, you know, I've only really started playing very well the last couple of months, so, you know, if I look back, obviously this is a great moment, but I just feel like there's so many other little stories that I'll probably look back on, you know, like the comebacks, you know, even when my knee was okay, you know, I had other injuries, so, you know, there are a lot of little comebacks in sort of my career, and obviously this is a great moment, and hopefully I can keep going, but, you know, I'm just hoping by the end of it that I've been able to sort of just commit to tennis and enjoy it as much as I can.
Yeah. You've got Demon just behind Jay starting his interview with the BBC, and Nick Kyrgios coming up against Stefanos Tsitsipas. It seems like you Aussie guys, you really back each other. It's a team atmosphere. Is that the feeling from inside the locker room, and how much of those guys motivated you?
Yeah, no, it's unreal. Just even talking to those guys, you know, even though I do know them, you know, just seeing them on TV so much is it's kind of not. I'm not going to say surreal. I'm not going to gas them up like that, but like it's always cool when you see them around. I'm actually hitting with Demon tomorrow, so that will be fun. But yeah, no, I was lucky enough to be the hitting partner of the Davis Cup. I think maybe in March, and then yeah, I felt after that my relationship with a lot of the Aussie boys really grew. And then so now when I do see them, it's it's more of a we've got each other's back sort of feel. Maybe before, if I hadn't have done it, maybe I didn't know them as well. So, but now that we're all sort of close, and luckily we're all doing well at the same tournament, which is pretty cool.
Okay, so into the fourth round, but you don't want to rest on your laurels. How will you make sure the body is okay, and what do you see in this next matchup?
Well, luckily, at Wimbledon they have great physios and great masseuses, so I'll definitely get a massage, see the physio after this. But in terms of, Taylor, on Monday, I actually played him at the US Open second round, but I had to pull out because I rolled my ankle. So, if I can even finish the match, and that doesn't happen, then I'll be happy. Obviously, I'd love to win, and I'm going to try everything I can to win. But if I can go out there and really, commit to the sort of the tennis player I want to be, then I'll be super happy.
I think just this week you're matching something like a fourth of your career prize earnings. So are you going to treat yourself to something, or where does that money go?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about it. Sort of the days can, once you sort of look after the body, the days sort of linger a bit, so you don't get home until about, 8 p.m. But I think definitely when I have a couple of days off, I'm definitely going to sort of reset and look back at how the sort of last couple of weeks have gone, and then I'm sure I'll do something.
Yeah, find something. Jason, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Jason Kubler. What a wonderful story for him, making full use of qualifying for the championships here on a great run. And as he mentioned in his interview there, it has been a difficult story really for him. He was one of the standout junior players. I think he made it to #1 in the world in the juniors, but had huge problems, still is having to deal with problems in his knees and injury issues, which can derail a player's career. But he's able to work through those to continue a great run here through to the fourth round at Wimbledon. That's the scene on Henman Hill at the moment. Not much room at all. It is very, very busy here today at the championships as we gear up for the matches continue into the evening, of course, but also play on the middle Sunday for the first time ever here at Wimbledon. There will be some special events to celebrate that tomorrow. It'll be interesting for us to be in action as well as the players on the middle Sunday as well. Traditionally a day of rest and a day to recuperate and get ready for the travails of the second week here at Wimbledon ahead of Manic Monday. But we will be in action tomorrow and bring all the action to you on Wimbledon Uncovered. And I'm sure there will be, just as there has been today and yesterday here at Wimbledon, a real buzz around the grounds.
Yeah, you can join us live from 1 p.m. We'll be back here. I think it's a great idea, the middle Sunday. I think, part of the reason for doing it is making it more accessible, allowing more people to come in and soak this up. And as you can see there, it's a pretty great atmosphere. The sun is, I feel like we've had some really nice weather today. It's beautiful down here. We were between sort of sun cream and jackets at one point. We weren't quite sure which way it was going to go, but the roof has stayed open. It's an outdoor tournament. This is how we want it to be. And it's a great place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, people topping up their tans out there on the hill, and they're watching the action in the show courts, and we can take you inside centre court, where Paula Badosa, we're wondering how she was going to get on against Petra Kvitova, a former champion here at Wimbledon, who's got such a great record on the grass and on this particular court. So many great memories over the course of her career. Look at that brilliant wire cam shot.
How do they do that?
Yeah, well, what was it, 380 metres long, the wire cam from one end of the grounds to the other. And it travels at some speed to give us these fabulous shots that we can show on our coverage and on the broadcasters all around the world. They get to use this footage to give us a real sense of the scale and the scope of Wimbledon.
They should make that a ride, shouldn't they, like a roller coaster? The Wimby coaster.
I wouldn't like to hold on to it. No. It's been a good performance so far from the Spanish #4 seed Paula Badosa, taking that first set 7-5, and let's settle in and join the commentators for this first game of the second set.
That's it.
$15 left.
Wow, that's huge. A shot across the bows there.
Didn't back down, stayed right on top of the baseline. Just slightly bent her knees and guided it back down the line.
That's a really good sign. She doesn't often like to hit that shot.
A lot of variety in the second serve as well. Doesn't back down from hitting a little bit more of an aggressive serve. This one was 92 miles per hour for a second serve. It's pretty high. Good variety.
Mm. 30 all.
Wouldn't take a lot for this match to change gears.
No, it doesn't.
Just lost a little of that fluency that we saw in the opening few games. Kvitova.
That slice out wide on the deuce side has really given her some easy mistakes, some easy points.
And that is 5 games in a row now for the Spaniard.
First game, second set.
Well, two-time champion Petra Kvitova set down here at Wimbledon. I think she went on a crazy run between 2011 and 2014. She didn't lose before the quarterfinals, and you wonder if she's going to get there this time around. Cracking match from Paula Badoza, who we can actually catch up with. Renee had a sit down with her before the tournament began over on centre court.
This is nice.
I know, isn't it?
It's my first time, you know.
Well, that's what I was going to say. How does it feel
Sounds
for
funny.
you to be back here at Wimbledon? And what are you looking forward to the most?
Enjoy, maybe. Win a lot of matches if I can, but yeah, I don't know. Grass courts are always a little bit different. Every year you don't know what to expect. But I'm working hard on it, and I hope I can play a lot of matches here.
It's been a number of years since Wimbledon has had full crowds, and we're going to have everybody in here this year. How does that make you feel coming into this particular year?
I love it. I love to play with fans. I think it makes it even better for the players. We feel that atmosphere as well, and in my case, I get more pumped. So I'm really excited to play with the crowd. That means as well that we're getting back to normal slowly. So yeah, it's very nice, and I hope we have all this crowd full.
And your form coming in here, what do you feel like you need to do to have the most success at this tournament?
Well, I think playing how I play, fight, compete, fight spirit again. On grass is sometimes a little bit tricky, but I will try to serve well, return well, and try to move as well as much as I can, because I think it's important as well to move, because it's complicated sometimes. So yeah, try to find a little bit my game again.
This is the 100th year of the centre court at Wimbledon. That's why we are here, sitting here. What's your earliest memory of centre court? Was it on television? Was it here live? What was it?
Live, it's impossible because it's my first memory right now, to be honest. But yeah, I remember watching that final on TV, Rafa against Roger in 2008. Impossible to forget. I think that was one of the best matches on tennis history, and as well I remember one of the best matches here as well, the final Djokovic-Federer in 2019. So yeah, I think we had amazing matches in this court, and it's a very special one.
What is unique, in your opinion, about this particular court?
Well, I think already the grass makes it unique, and it's totally different time of the year playing on grass season, it's nice as well, and I think it's quite traditional. I don't really know, but maybe tennis started with grass courts. I think so, or maybe, yeah. So I think it's very different and unique to play on grass court.
If a schedule comes out, particularly at Wimbledon, and you happen to be scheduled on centre court, does that change your feelings about this particular place?
I really love to play on center courts, and I really like it. So that would be amazing to play here some days. Of course, I think it's a dream for any kid.
If you had one place outside of a tennis stadium to play a tennis match, if you could pick one stadium in the whole world, where would it be for you?
I was yesterday on Wimbledon, and it was quite amazing, and maybe there. It's an amazing stadium, so maybe there, yeah.
If you had, through the last 100 years of playing tennis on this court, there's been amazing matches, and you've already mentioned some of them. But if you could sit in a chair here in a seat and watch one match, which one would that be for you over the last 100 years?
Well, I'm a really fan of the big three, so any of them playing against each other, I think it's one of the best matches on tennis history.
Speaking of inspirational moments, we've asked the local community what are some of their inspirational moments from, their childhood or watching their children. What's one inspiring moment in your life that you feel changed you?
Well, I had very tough times in my career. Maybe it was 2-3 years ago. I wasn't even top 100, and I was struggling with anxiety and with depression, and getting through that, and then in 1 year becoming number 2 in the world. I think that was a very big change for me and an inspirational moment for me, because I went through very tough moments thinking that I would never be a top 100 player, and then being one of the best players in the world.
So I have to ask you, follow up to that, is it amazing to you to think that you have opportunities to play on courts like this one now, knowing where you were a few years ago?
Yeah, of course. It makes me even emotional to think about it, because it's been a long journey and it's been a tough one, and sometimes you think you're not going to make it. So being in this position right now, it's I'm very proud of myself, and of course for me, every time I step in a center court is a very special moment.
Across the street, I don't know if you've seen what Wimbledon are doing across there. They've taken down the old sort of indoor courts, etc., and now they're going to be playing qualifying at some point over there. What do you think that does for the young kids playing Wimbledon now at qualifying, and even for yourself to walk over there now? What do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it's better for them, and to play like near where the real event is playing, because I think they can see the players, the big champions, and they can learn from them. I think that's important. I remember playing qualies here, and it was being very far from seeing the best players in the world. And in that moment, that's what you want to see. See them in the gym. What are they doing? So I think that's important for them, because they get inspiration from big players and from champions.
I want to ask you one more question. You saw, of course, Conchita Martinez win Wimbledon here. Do you remember watching that match on television and the inspiration that maybe gave to someone like you, to think that a Spanish woman could win on grass?
Yeah, that's of course very inspirational, and in my case, that was a long time ago, so I don't have that big memories from that, but I have a lot of memories of Garin winning it, so that's a very inspirational moment, even for me, because I think in that moment in Spain, it wasn't very common to win on grass. So having a player like her, tall, aggressive, and doing this kind of, winning this kind of events was very inspirational for me, and I remember saying that I wanted to be like her.
Have you taken a photo with that court behind you yet?
Not yet, but I have to take one because it's a very nice view.
Okay. Well, good luck this year. I hope you play many matches on this amazing court.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's been a really shining Wimbledon for the American men. Taylor Fritz joining Tommy Paul and Frances Tiafoe in the fourth round. A great win today, straight sets. Congratulations, and what are you feeling best about your tennis right now, Taylor?
Today, my serve was definitely on. It's maybe one of the best matches I've served ever, so I definitely can't complain about that.
Wow, amazing. What's clicking about the serve, and did you expect to have such a great serving performance today?
I mean, the serve was clicking for me in Eastbourne. wasn't necessarily expecting it today. I mean, I didn't lose a point on my serve in the first set. I served like, I think 70-something% in the match. So, yeah, I don't know. I've been serving well, but definitely as dominant as it was today, I wasn't, really expecting that.
How did that Eastbourne title help you? You'd done it previously, but to do it again this year, how did that help you prepare for this Wimbledon?
It just helped a lot with confidence because after, a really good start to the season, I dealt with some injuries, and then coming back from the injuries, I wasn't playing great. Was kind of trying to just find my game as you do when you have to, spend 3 weeks in a boot. So kind of just having it click and then winning Eastbourne was really good to kind of just get my confidence back and feel like my level of tennis was back where it was before.
Yeah, you mentioned that great start, beating Rafael Nadal for your first ever Masters 1000 at Indian Wells, and then the injury. Talk to us about what you went through and then just the rehab to get back and to this level on tour.
Well, the thing that was frustrating about it was there wasn't really any rehab that I could do other than just like put like a certain like machine on my foot and like just not really do anything. I had a pre-stress fracture, so basically if I kept playing, it would have turned into a stress fracture. I would have had to be in a cast for months. So I felt like the pain was enough for me to play through, but I was just told by the doctors that playing through would be really stupid. So yeah, I was just in a boot for a couple of weeks, and then I came out of it and just tried to play French Open with basically no practice, and I wasn't playing great, and yeah, it just took some time for me to kind of dial in my game and get it back.
Brandon Nakashima is another American guy who's through the fourth round, but you've been close with Francis and Tommy, and you guys trying to push one another. How happy are you to see those familiar names in the fourth round?
It's great, especially Tommy. He's just like, he's literally beaten everybody so badly to make it to the fourth round. And it's great. It's great to see that he's playing so well, because he always said he didn't really like grass, and I always said, like, dude, you should be amazing on grass, because the way he moves on grass is ridiculous. So it's great to see, and it's cool because those guys are playing the day before me, so they have a good performance, and then I want to come out and kind of match them the next day.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the next day. Monday, you're taking on Jason Kubler, who had a big win over Jack Sock in 5 sets. You guys played a couple years ago at the U.S. Open. He had to retire in that match. But what do you know of Kubler, and how do you get ready for that matchup?
I mean, he's a really good player. Whenever he's been able to stay healthy for kind of an extended period of time and kind of find his rhythm and kind of get into playing a lot of matches, he starts playing really well, and he's a much better player than his ranking. It's just, like I said, it's the injuries has always kind of been an issue for him. So he's obviously playing really good tennis right now, and I just have to do what I've been doing and play my game on the court. Nothing really changes from any of the other matches I've played.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Swansea-ish service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea-ish at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swansea-ish, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I'm from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company.
A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
Bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got to get to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
Well, it has been a dream week for Team Tan. Harmony Tan beating Serena Williams, also backing that up. She's now into the 4th round, and her coach, Natalie Toziot, is the 1998 runner-up here. Natalie, did you expect Harmony to come into this tournament and have the results that she has? She's just wowed all of us.
Well, expected so far, maybe not, but after when we saw the draw and she played Serena Williams, we just concentrated on the first match first, and after she beat Serena in 3 sets on center court, she get a lot of confidence, and I think it's a little bit like open her confidence, and the next match after the second one was tough because you have to to win again, and I was more stressed on this one than maybe when she played Serena, but she did a good job, and she really worked hard for what she has today, and I think for her it's really good result.
Can you explain to us the emotional roller coaster that the whole team was going on during that Serena match?
Well, it was tough. I mean, it was tough because I was almost the only one who stayed quiet, and her mom was so exciting, and it's normal. And so I told her, wait, it's only first round. She just won the first round. I know she beat Serena. I mean, she have to enjoy that because it was to win on center court in Wimbledon against a legend like Serena. I mean, it's only maybe one time in your career, so she needs to enjoy that. But after I asked her to regroup herself, I mean, to stay concentrated on what she has to do for the next round, and she did a good job about that.
Yeah, Serena, Sorribes Tormo, and then Katie Balter today. How proud are you of her for playing her brand of tennis? Everyone's so, I think, wowed by the way that she's moving the ball around the court and really taking it to these top players.
Well, that's her game, but I think she improved a lot since 6 months right now, and she started to really believe in herself. She takes some decision for herself, and I think the choice she made is a good choice, and she deserves what she has to do, what she has today. She worked hard, she just... She trusts on us. That's important too. With Sam Sumik and myself. I mean, and also Laurent, who is a physical trainer. She trusts
she's really confident on us, and I think it's important when you choose your team to be really confident with the person you work with.
She's beaten power players like Serena and Balter. She's got Anna Samova next. How do you approach that match?
I don't want to say, but we have some ideas again, and I'm sure the game of harmony, we can do something. I think on grass against Anisimova, we have to prepare the match serious and see what she can do.
It is 100 years of center court we're celebrating this year. I mentioned your 1998 run to the final, losing to the late Yana Novotná, but what memories do you have of that, and just how special this center court is to you and to tennis?
Oh, I mean, the best memory is, okay, I lost the match, but I think just to enter in this court for the last match when you are in a final of Grand Slam is a dream of everybody who's playing tennis in a high level. So I was proud to be there. Maybe too much proud, but you know, I think it's. I have my memory, just to enter in this court. You know, the entrance was, I think, the most important. All the ceremony at the entrance is so amazing, and just to play in the front of all these people, English people. I mean, and it was very nice, very nice thing, and just thinking about Yana too. I mean, to play against her was really, really nice.
Natalie, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Delighted to say I'm joined by former champion Simona Halep, who's got a big smile on her face. Must mean you've won your match. It was a great performance out there, really comfortable, confident performance. How did it go?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the match. I feel I played what I had to do, and I was offensive the way I want to play. I know it's going to take time, but I'm on it. So it was a good match, and I'm happy to be in the second week.
First time we've seen you here at Wimbledon since you won the title. What was it like walking in back through the gates? Did it feel good to be back?
Yeah, after 3 years, it was really good to be back. I have great memories from this tournament, and actually I will never forget that those 2 weeks that I played in 2019, but it's a different year. I'm a different person. I've been through so many tough moments, so now I'm really happy to be here, to be healthy and to be fit to play.
First Wimbledon working with your new coach, Patrick Muratoglu. Has there been anything specific that you've been perhaps working on coming in here? Have you noticed something that he's added to your game?
Every day we are working on something, and the most important thing is to be more offensive, is our goal. So I'm pushing myself every day to do that, and we are doing well. So it's going to take time to feel more confident, but we are on the right way.
Just finally, we're celebrating the centenary of centre court, 100 years of that, one of the most famous arenas in all of sport, not just tennis. What does centre court mean to you? What do you enjoy the most about playing out there?
Well, it's been the best moment of my life. On this court, I think it's the most elegant, the most beautiful court in the world. It's always a great emotion to be there, to play in front of the royal box, in front of the very elegant people that they are coming to support you, and also the atmosphere is unique. So I really love to play there, and hopefully I will have another chance.
Yeah, hopefully you get many more chances. Thanks, Simona. Well played.
Thank you.
The sunshine has come out, the roof is off.
Always wonder what kind of music that they've got going on at this time. Those who opt for the big pumping tunes and those who might opt for something a little more calming.
Well, the tweener, and that is an example of the maverick manner in which Bublik often goes about his tennis.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. The poor Federica Del Bonis. That will sting.
So again, the carefree manner of Alexander Bublik evident once again.
Jannik Sinner hiding away on the players' balcony.
And he has watched it magnificently.
Oh. Oh, would you believe it? Kerber in a muddle, but I think it actually worked out for her.
Like they're having a kiss. Nose to nose, literally. There it is. That is the world record for John Isner. More aces than anyone since the ATP Tour began. He's done it again.
Oh, that is just brilliant.
Dropped in the deep.
She's not putting that glass down, though.
No.
It has been a sizzling Saturday for the Australian players here at Wimbledon. Alex Diminour, Jason Kubler, Ajla Tomljanovic. Nick Kyrgios is still to come, but we're here with Courtney Walsh, who has covered them all for a very long time. And Courtney, even without Ash Barty, some shining Aussies here at SW19.
There was some concerns, I think, for Australians leading into the tournament as to how we might fare in the absence of Barty, the post-Barty era. But so far, so good. It's been a really positive opening week to see someone like Jason Kubler, who's had so many problems, go through like he has so far. Alex Diminour playing some of the best tennis I've seen on grass courts, and to see Ajla Tomljanovic, who reached the quarterfinals last year, had a great sort of moment in her career. To bounce back and play with such distinction is fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we expected it from Demon. I think great result, obviously, for Tomljanovic. She's still in the draw. But Kubler, he's just been through so much. To see him come through in 5 sets against Jack Sock, both of them qualifiers. What an awesome story.
Amazing story. Backstory was that he was the world's #1 ranked junior back when he was 16. We have the special Ks in Australian tennis, Kokkinakis and Kyrgios, but to be fair, he's slightly older.
He's
and
the
we thought
original.
he was the original, and we thought he was going to go all the way to the top or close to the top when he was a junior. Had some bad knee injuries, restricted him to playing on clay courts in far-flung places around the world for quite a period. When he was about 23, 24, he was home in Brisbane, had 14 cents in his bank account, was doing some lessons. Thought, I'm going to give this one last crack, see if my knees can hold up on hard courts. He went and played a local event, won it. He's had some injury issues since, but to be playing like he is now, he's showing what we thought he could do about a decade and a half ago. And the other thing about it is, he's just a lovely, relaxed, well-grounded guy. You'd think he'd be at home on a beach on a surfboard. He's just a chilled person, really, really good individual.
Yeah.
And having a career moment here.
Yeah, well, he's surfing through the draw, and it's really cool to see. And those are the stories we love, right? You've covered tennis for a long time, and week 2 at the Slam, sometimes it can often be about just the stars, but it's great to see someone like Kubler and Tomljanovic. Quarterfinals here last year, took out Raducanu in that run, but she's backing it up. No points on offer, but a huge amount of confidence for her. She's someone, too, that there are a lot of expectations for her to be a top player, and she's got the game to beat anyone, really.
Absolutely. We saw last year when she played, she didn't really think she could play on grass, and yet she made a great run through, as you said, beat Raducanu, played Ash Barty in the quarterfinals. Now, Ash was a level above her that day. Talking to her a few weeks after that, the language she used about that loss was probably not publishable in any format, but she was nonetheless determined to avenge what she'd done that day. She thought she was a better player than what she showed. She's reveling in the chance of being Australia's leading lady. She spoke before the tournament about, I've got the responsibility on my shoulders, and I think that I'm well suited to handling that. And here she is, playing such superb tennis, beating the Roland Garros champion from last year, Barbara Krejcikova, today in a stunning performance. Really turned it round in the second set, clipped a couple of outstanding back-end returns, and held her nerve really strongly at the end. So I think it's a really big moment for her. Even though she made the quarterfinals last year, to be able to back it up this year, very positive for her.
Well, it's going to be a big moment for Alex Diminour. He's got Christian Garin next up. That's a hugely winnable match for Demon. No one's easy in week 2, but that could be a big opportunity. Let's close, though, on the match of today, which is Nick Kyrgios taking on Stefanos Tsitsipas. Just a couple weeks ago, Nick beat Steph on grass in a warm-up tournament. How do you see this one shaping out?
It's fascinating to see what will happen at Grand Slam level between the two. So Nick's had the better of him on the tour, as we've seen. He's won all 3 matches in terms of regular tour. Stefanos got him at a Laver Cup match. The match in Stuttgart was really good quality, I thought. But when Nick's on song, he's just about unplayable. He was unbelievable in his second round match. Now we know when he's not on song, all manner of drama can ensue. So let's I couldn't say with any certainty what we'll see there. Stefanos, I think, has played very well so far. They are good mates. They've had a bit of back and forward at different stages on social media. There's certain to be some sparks flowing on the court, but I reckon we'll see some scintillating tennis. And if Nick's focused, I suspect he'll be the one that'll win.
Okay, interesting there. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for having me on. And go the Aussies.
There we go. Well, the upset of the tournament has happened. Elise Cornet, the French woman, ranked 37th. She's 32 years young. She's playing in her 62nd consecutive major, and she has taken out Iga Swiatek, the world #1 on a 37-match win streak. That is snapped by Cornet. She beat Serena Williams as world #1 in 2014 at this tournament, at this round. And Anne-Pierre Tavang, she does it again. Swiatek is out.
Yes, well, we should never have doubted Elise Cornet. She makes a habit of taking down these much higher ranked players on the big stage. She has got so much experience. She's been on tour seemingly forever, and she has way more grass court experience than Iga Swiatek, and that run had to come to an end someday. And I guess the signs were there in the previous round, where Swiatek was taken to 3 sets by the lucky loser, Leslie Patina Kirchhoff.
Yep, there you go.
Yes, and maybe yeah, that should have set a few alarm bells ringing. But Iga, you know, she's had a fantastic run, and she'll be back stronger and better, no doubt.
Well, the moment belongs to Elise Cornet. We're going to hear from her in a minute, but 33 unforced errors from Swiatek today. And she even admitted in press, Anne, she just wasn't feeling that comfortable here. Cheered off by the Polish fans and by the fans inside the #1 court. The pressure, I think she did her best to really manage that. But grass courts can be so tricky, and she didn't have that warm-up tournament after the French Open win, and she was open about it with us. She said, look, I'm doing my best, but Kirchhoff took a set off her, as you said, and she just wasn't able to bring her A game against Elise.
Yeah, and we talk so much about the depth in women's tennis, so you know, it is very much there, and you can't underestimate any player. But for the fans and for the tournament, it's always disappointing to see the #1 player in the world go out before the second week. You know, lots of people were excited about seeing more of Iga Swiatek, but when things calm down, I'm sure she can look back and reflect on a wonderful few months she's had. I mean, it was that winning run started back in February, and she knew it had to come to an end sometime. Yeah. But you know, in future, maybe playing a warm-up tournament before arriving at Wimbledon will do her tennis the world of good.
Yeah, it certainly will. So Swiatek, the world #1, 37 matches in a row. That streak is over. That was a 25-year mark, and it's Elise Cornet who has snapped that streak. Let's go ahead and hear from the gregarious Frenchwoman.
You can hear me? Elise, first of all, congratulations. You have... You have just beaten the unbeatable woman of this year. 37 straight matches she's won. She's not lost for 4 months, and you have just done it in emphatic fashion. Is it fair to say that this one feels good?
Yeah, I have no words right now. It reminds me of the time I beat Serena on the same court 8 years ago exactly. I think this court is a lucky charm for me. But first of all, I want to say I'm a huge fan of Iga. I mean, she's just so talented, and she's such an amazing player and such a nice ambassador of women's tennis. So I'm just very flattered that I beat her today.
Now, you mentioned that victory against Serena in 2014. She was world #1 at that point as well. Elise, you love an upset, especially in a slam.
Yeah.
Just how do you rise to the challenge so much?
I think this kind of match, that's what I'm living for, that's what I'm practicing for every day. It really drives me, and I knew I could do it. Somehow I had this belief, even though she had 37 or I don't know how many wins in a row, I was like, if there is a moment you can beat her, it's now. On grass, she feels a little less comfortable than on other surfaces. So I think I was just believing very hard, very focused, and I have the best team by my side. So, and the best crowd also. So, so yeah, I guess I like the upsets, but you know, it's a really nice feeling right now, and I need to process because I feel like I'm still playing the match somehow. I'm not completely realizing what's happening right now.
Well, what is happening is that you are in your 62nd consecutive Grand Slam. You have reached the round of 16, the second week of Wimbledon, for the second time in your career. You reached the quarter-final for the first time in your career at a Slam at the start of this year, at 32 years old. Is 2022 your year?
You know, I'm like good wine. You know, in French, good wine always ages well. That's what happens to me. And yeah, it's unreal. I'm playing one of the best seasons of my career. I feel great on the court. I'm having so much fun, and I feel good physically. I mean, yeah. Nearly good. But, you know, 8 years later, after my first qualification into the second week, I can see I'm still there. I'm still, you know, so motivated, and I still have the fire in me, and I hope you guys enjoy the match.
We certainly did, indeed. Alizé, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alizé Cornet.
Thank you. See you in the next round.
Well, great stuff there from Alizé Cornet. She had that emotional run at the Australian Open earlier this year, and now taking out Iga Swiatek. So the #1 seed in the women's draw is out, and the top half of the women's draw, well, there's big opportunity for a lot of players. We just heard from Simona Halep. She's still in this half of the draw. But let's go ahead and get you updated on a few other results that have popped through in the last few minutes, including the big hitter, Elena Rybakina. She's taking on Zhang Qinwen, the Chinese player. And how about that? She's really, arguably, the biggest server on tour. Ends it with an ace, 7-6, 7-5. Rybakina, victor today on court 18.
Yeah, well, you've mentioned how the draw has opened up, and she is looking very, very good. We know what she's capable of. She's a big server, big ball striker, clean ball striker, pure ball striker. And you think grass could ultimately be, her strongest surface.
Yeah, that's scary to think. So Rybakina is through over the Chinese player Zhang. And who's she going to face in the next round? Well, on #3 court, it was Jessica Pegula, the American, taking on this woman, Petra Martic. And this is match point. Pegula serving down 5-6 in the second set tiebreak. And this was just moments ago. That slice, Martic uses it so well, and look at what it means to her. The veteran is through over Pegula. That's another upset. The #8 seed is out. Petra Martic will take on Rybakina for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Wow, the upsets just keep coming. And Petra Martic, another experienced pro, 31 years of age now, has reached the fourth round on 2 previous occasions here at Wimbledon, back in 2017 and 2019. But she's had so many injury struggles throughout her career. Fantastic to see her through to the second week once again.
So one of Cornet, Tomljanovic, Rybakina, or Martic are going to be a semi-finalist at the All England Club. But let's look now live at #1 court. And this is a match, and that a lot of people were very excited for today. Nick Kyrgios, who looked in scintillating form in his previous round. He's got Steph Tsitsipas. These guys met just a couple weeks ago in Halle. And Tsitsipas is someone, you know, a French Open finalist just last year. Nick Kyrgios, see it, 27 years young, he's 40 in the world, and on any given day he can beat any player on tour. He's proved that. Had to really scrape through against Paul Jubb in the first round, but then just looked absolutely glorious against in his previous round. coming through against Krajinovic, I believe.
Yes.
And now up against Tsitsipas, who's got a 3-1 head-to-head against, but has not beaten Tsitsipas at a major. This one best of 5.
Over best of 5. That's a challenge for Nick Kyrgios's focus and his ability to concentrate at a high level at the slams against someone like Tsitsipas. But there's a lot of respect between these two guys for one another. But yeah, Nick Kyrgios in his previous match against Krajinovic just wanted to remind everyone how good he could play, and boy was he good. He'll be fired up for this. Nothing he loves more than a big stage, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a few antics go on out here.
I mean, you can feel the buzz around the grounds, and that this was the match that everyone was so excited for today. And Tsitsipas getting warmed up. You know, it's interesting too, the dynamics here, because Tsitsipas just recently bringing in Mark Philippoussis, a former runner-up here, and working with the Tsitsipas camp. Obviously, Philippoussis would know Kyrgios very well. There's the Greek connection on all three of them.
Yeah.
But Philippoussis, a really wise ear to have, or excuse me, a really wise voice for Tsitsipas to have in his ear.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd make a great mentor as well, someone who has been there and done it, so the respect will be there. Tsitsipas, I'm sure, would have looked up to him as a kid. I'm not sure, though, how many matches of Philippoussis he would have watched in his lifetime. He probably would have been too young, really, to remember.
He's only 23, huh?
But Mark Philippoussis, yes, a Wimbledon finalist back in the day himself, and he knew his way around a grass court.
Well, this is a great look at their head-to-head, and Kyrgios, as I mentioned, leading that 3-1, but we're playing best of 5, so that's going to be sort of the curious part of this Kyrgios and Tsitsipas matchup. I think the hollow result, though, that's big, though, right? For Nick to have just beaten him, to feel like, okay, I know how you're playing on this surface, I know what's going to come at me. There's really no secrets between these two guys either.
No, there isn't, and grass historically has been Tsitsipas's worst surface, although there's no reason why he can't grow and become a much better tennis player on here. And I think his win last week in Mallorca, though, for Tsitsipas, first ATP title on grass, was huge, would have given him a lot of confidence coming into this year's championships. But tactically, it'll be interesting to see how it evolves. I mean, for Kyrgios, he needs to serve well, but you'd think he'd be looking to attack that Tsitsipas backhand, which requires a lot of time. He's got a huge wind-up, doesn't like to use the slice too much, Tsitsipas in general, but maybe he may try and incorporate into his game a bit more in today's match on the grass, as we see Philippoussis sat right next to Tsitsipas's dad.
Apostolos Tsitsipas on the left of your screen. There's Mark Philippoussis, the runner-up to, that was Roger Federer's first title in 2003. He took out Philippoussis. And I'm glad you mentioned that Mallorca title, because Tsitsipas was very open in saying, this gives me a lot of confidence. That happened after their Halle matchup. And also, it's interesting, Tsitsipas was saying he was coming into every slam putting so much expectation and weight on himself to do well, to go far. He's a seeded player. He's the top 8 seed. Can I win this title? Can I get to the semis? He said this tournament, I'm just going round by round. I want to win my first round. I want to get here. Yeah, and this is obviously a huge matchup for him as well as for Kyrgios.
Yeah, there are no secrets, like you said. They know each other's games very well. It'll be interesting to see who the crowd look to get behind and who plays up to what. But if you aren't sitting comfortably somewhere at home or down the pub or in the office, you should be getting comfy and getting ready for what I expect to be the popcorn match of the day.
Yeah, we're going to try to get some popcorn here on set because we're excited for this one. Let's go ahead and join the commentary. Number 1 court, it's Kyrgios and Tsitsipas for a spot in the 4th round.
First set, Stefanos Tsitsipas to serve. Ready, play.
Tsitsipas to get us underway.
Love. 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 40-2.
It's fascinating watching Kyrgios, just the quality he has in his hands and the variety of shots there. I mean, Tsitsipas reasonably comfortable in this service game so far, but Kyrgios, just always keep an eye on him.
I think one of the interesting things about Kyrgios's game is how simple it is. His returns, his backswings are very simple, very small, not a lot to go wrong.
In a comfortable position in this service game, Tsitsipas. Not so now.
Yes. Advantage, Kyrgios.
First game, first break point. The Aussies in the crowd announcing themselves.
Well, this time of the night, I think they'd be quite vocal. A couple of bevies.
That was a good approach shot there. Break point down.
Yeah, they're nasty ones. They've seen a lot of players miss this tournament. Hits and
advantage, Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas looking at the grass a couple of times this game, saying, "What's going on with the bounce?" I think it's a bit of nerves, and not in that one. That's his bread and butter, that forehand.
So eventually, Tsitsipas sees his way through his opening service game.
First game.
All right, you can continue to watch this match on all of our major broadcast partners for Wimbledon and Before the tournament, we had Renee Stubbs chatting with each of our top players. Let's listen into her special chat with Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Stefanos, first of all, welcome back to Wimbledon. I guess the bottom line is, how does it feel to be back here?
I first came here in 2015 and played the juniors event, so it's great seeing that transition happen over the years, where I was able to transition into professional men's tennis and make my way to the actual thing that we've all been dreaming of being part of. I feel a different energy this year. It's a bit kind of more refreshing coming back here, and I hope for a good tournament.
Tell us why it's more refreshing.
I feel like we're less restricted this year. You know, with all this things going on in the last couple of years, it hasn't been very easy. Both physically and mentally, kind of adapting in and out. I feel like this year is going to be a little bit different. Personally speaking, I've also had a bit more of competition on the grass. I've had more matches being played on the surface, so I think it will be absolutely normal to feel a bit more confident coming into the tournament.
Yeah, that was my next question to you. The form coming in here this year, how do you feel? And I guess, what do you feel like you have to do to maybe get on this court and hold up that trophy?
I think winning will solve a lot of problems in regards of that. So just winning and competing and giving it my everything out on the court. I'm pretty confident and sure I'm gonna book a spot in this court if I do all of the above.
Yeah, the reason we are sitting here today doing this interview is it is the actual 100th anniversary of the centre court.
Really?
Oh. And as you've already told me, you've never been out here to play a match. But what do you remember? What's the first memory that you remember about this court, whether it be on television or in person?
John McEnroe yelling, "You cannot be serious," to the referee. Obviously, I was not there to witness it myself.
Yeah.
I could only see that from years later on YouTube, I think, that I was watching at the time. But the memory that I very vividly remember as a young kid watching it on TV was that match Federer-Roddick, which lasted a lot of hours, and it was a great final. In fact, I remember a great battle between those two legends of our sport. Roddick with a lot of opportunities to clinch, I think, his first ever Wimbledon title. And it was definitely a thrilling match to watch. I stayed throughout the entire match from the very beginning till the end. And I remember being really amazed by the quality of tennis that these two played that day.
What is it, I know you haven't played on the court itself, but what is it about centre court at Wimbledon that makes it just so unique for every player?
I would call it the home of tennis. It's where the traditions remain, and nothing has ever been kind of touched. Everything is so raw and pure. It's tennis at its finest in a way. You won't get, I think, any better than this. It kind of feels that like the roots of tennis are connected to this place right here.
Yeah. And you mentioned to me before we even started that no Greek player has played on this court. Are you hoping that you get on this court maybe before Sakari does?
This is perhaps my goal for this year. Be the first Greek or the second Greek. I am not competing against Maria. I wish the best. I wish the best for her as for me. So I hope we can become the first two Greek players to make it on that court. It will be great. This is probably the goal for this year.
So we've spoken to a lot of players about the special. I mean, this is such a special place. It's like a mecca for all the tennis players. If you could set up a tennis court anywhere else in the world that's not a tennis stadium, where would you set up a court? In what sort of stadium or where?
Look, going back in time, ancient Greece was the place where culture was developed, philosophy, and all of the above. I would love to see a center court right next to the Acropolis, on top of it.
What inspires you about this place?
I guess the royal part of it. If there was royalty in tennis, it would be Wimbledon.
Wow, that's a good answer. Listen, Stefanos, we wish you all the best over the next 2 weeks. We know how fabulous a player you are, and we'd like to see you have that opportunity to be the first Greek person to be on centre court. So best of luck over the next couple of weeks.
I really do appreciate it.
Well, all eyes right now on Nick Kyrgios and Stefanos Tsitsipas inside the number 1 court, but earlier on that court, the number 1 seed, 37 matches in a row. That streak has been snapped as Alizé Cornet, the French woman, the veteran, has taken out Iga Swiatek. What a beautiful, beautiful Saturday here at Wimbledon. We're going to have our first official day of play tomorrow, middle Sunday, with a special centenary celebration. Look at all those folks on the hill. I think the Pims has been flowing today, and there's still a lot of tennis to come this evening, including Rafael Nadal is going to be on center court very, very soon. Good evening to everyone, and very excited that you're joining us here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Anne Piathavong and Daniela Hantakova. Danny, I want to start with you. I mean, what a win for Cornet. You know her well. And Iga Swiatek, as Anne said, that streak had to snap at some point. But today it was Cornet who just, that experience really seemed to pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. And today was a Cornet day. I think where she shocked Iga was at the beginning of the match. Because we've seen Iga in the last couple of months, how she takes everyone by surprise by that intensity. She takes off and wins first sets in no time. And today, that's what Alizé managed to do. It was such a fun match to watch because of the variety both girls were actually able to produce on grass. I've never seen anything like it. And it just shows, how physical the tennis has become on the women's side. But yet, it's so nice to see players like Alizé and Iga that can throw in the slice, not only backhands, forehands as well. A lot of spin on the forehand side. So it was almost like playing mirror against the mirror. But definitely the experience of Alizé showed that big time today, that she's not afraid to face anyone because of everything she's been through in her career. And good for her. I'm super happy because of, she had to really work hard to have wins like this in her career.
I mean, is that the difference, the experience for Cornet?
Yeah, 100%. She just doesn't panic, no matter who is on the other side of the court. And if there was someone to stop that strike of Iga, it would be someone like Alizé, because she just doesn't get overwhelmed by how many matches Iga has won this year. And to me, the most impressive thing about Alizé was how well she was moving. The intensity with her legs was almost just as good as Iga. And yeah, these are the moments that she's been waiting for throughout her entire career. And talking about amazing strikes, I mean, what she is able to put as far as her Grand Slam appearances, this is number 62, I believe.
Yeah, that is right.
If she managed to play in New York, she's going to overpass Ai Sugiyama's record, which is incredible. And I always said, in a way, to me, sometimes this is even more to be appreciated, that winning big titles, but that longevity she's got, and we know how hard it is on the tour, and to be able to do that for so many years, it's just too good.
Well, she has the longevity. I mean, she's had a fantastic career, and we know she's always dangerous against the top players. But why hasn't she achieved more in the game?
I think it was more to do with her mental side, maybe sometimes being very emotional throughout the matches. And I think now she's got the consistency. Also, she doesn't take herself as serious as she would before. I think she was putting so much pressure on herself. And I think what's so admirable about Alizé is she has to play in a very physical way. If her footwork is not there, she's not going to be winning matches. And we know how much it hurts these days to go out there on the court and move well. So to me, how fresh her fitness is and how strong her legs are, that's the most impressive part.
What's the takeaway from this for Swiatek? I mean, obviously those 37 matches in a row. That matches Martina Hingis 25 years ago. Hingis did that. For Swiatek, you mentioned the 6 titles. Roland Garros, now she's a 2-time Slam champ. I think obviously it's going to take a little bit of time for it to sink in, but where does she go from here?
Yeah, I think she's prepared herself for this moment, though, in a strange kind of way, because she's been asked about that streak so often. In her, well, not just this week, but in her previous tournament. And she's spoken openly about, well, the streak has to come to an end, and when it does, I think it's okay. But I think when she does take time to look back and reflect, I'm sure she'll be very proud of what she's achieved the last few months. And when it comes to the grass court season next year, I won't be surprised to see her playing in one of the warm-up tournaments before before coming to Wimbledon. If grass is her least favourite surface, the one she's less comfortable on, she's spoken about not being able to slide and recover out of the corners as well, then, you know, if she can pick up a few more matches before coming here next year, I think that will help with her confidence.
Yeah, that's such a good point you make. I was going to say that I would suggest that next year she should play one warm-up tournament, but I think that had a lot to do with that strike. She didn't want to lose a match, so maybe because of that, she just has chosen to play Wimbledon. And I think in a way now she can finally relax because, I mean, that pressure she had on her shoulders, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see her winning in summer once again, because she's going to have much more freedom and she's not going to be afraid, you know, to maybe add another tournament or not to play, because you don't have that constant worry, okay, I need to be winning every single time I step on the court. So I think in a way, looking ahead of next year Wimbledon, what Anne said, that's where they should consider playing that extra tournament, because there is nothing like that match play on grass.
We lose the world number one, the 37 matches in a row, that's done. Who's the favorite now in the women's draw?
Ons Jabeur.
Ons Jabeur.
You didn't hesitate on that, did you?
No, I picked her at the beginning of the tournament.
Did you?
And yeah, just for everything she's capable on the court. And we've seen that today with Alize. When you have that variety, you can just throw in different kind of looks for your opponent, especially on the days like today, if there's a little bit of wind breeze, it helps to have a great feeling on the ball. So to me, I feel like mentally this year Ons is ready to go all the way.
Agree, disagree?
Oh, I mean, Ons is a strong shout, but okay, I'm going to go really left field here. I'm just putting it out there. Elena Rybakina.
Ah, okay. Really? Why do you say that?
Oh, wow. Well, she's reached the fourth round here, and she's just quietly going about her tennis. There's no big hoo-ha. I think most of the people here probably wouldn't even know who she is or recognize her, but I think that suits her perfectly. She's got a big game. The courts are only going to speed up over these next few days, and she's got a big serve, big strikes, moves well enough. And I think because people aren't shouting about her, yeah, she can go about it without too much pressure or expectation on her shoulders.
I am surprised you didn't say Simona Halep. 10 matches in a row at Wimbledon.
Well, yes, but
I love a left field pick.
I feel like
don't back away from it.
You see, Ons Jabeur's mainstream. Elena Rybakina, I feel like.
I think I'll go with Rybakina over Simona. I mean, with Simona, obviously, she knows what it takes to win here. But yeah, I'm backing this one. That's a very good.
What is it about, you know, because now we're seeing the women's draw is not totally wide open, but you've got players like Halep, Ostapenko's still there, Jabeur, as you mentioned. And
Ostapenko, you see, I wouldn't be surprised if we see her in the final come Saturday next
You would
week.
be surprised, or wouldn't?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But what is it about the mentality of the second week of a slam? Because now we're officially into the round of 16. I think we've got one more spot to fill, Danny, where it's not just about the tennis. We can talk about conditions and everything else, but it's the mental game too, right?
Yeah, second week, especially at Wimbledon, it's all about confidence. You know, everyone is going to play their best tennis. It feels like you can actually relax now and really trust your game, because you have already those 3 matches behind your belt, so you kind of know what to expect from yourself, from the courts. So it's almost like playing a warm-up tournament before now the real thing starts. And now it's all about who believes that it can go all the way, because it's so widely open on the women's
And
side.
there must be an element of managing your time as well in a Grand Slam, because you do have the luxury of a day off in between singles matches, but there will be some of those players who are still involved in doubles or mixed doubles, and obviously there's more attention on a player at a Grand Slam. I mean, how important do you think that is, and how did you manage it?
Oh, it's huge, and I think more importantly here at Wimbledon than anywhere else for some reason, it's so important. I think because as a player you so much want to be here, because you know you can't help not wanting to be at this beautiful venue, but at the same time, as soon as you're done with your work, with your match practice, media, to try to leave as soon as possible, just because of you know, that energy that you can mentally save than to use it in the matches. So yeah, it's such a good point. And you know, sometimes you've found yourself going through years where it's easier to manage that, some years when you struggle with it. So yes, who's going to have more mental energy left? It's going to be very decisive at the end of the tournament as well.
All right, well, one player we know is leaving the tournament, at least for 51 weeks, is Iga Swiatek. She was knocked out earlier by Elise Cornet, and she's just been speaking to the world's press.
What can I say? I mean, I know I didn't play, you know, good tennis. I was pretty confused about my tactics, And as a solo player, she used that pretty well. So for sure, it wasn't good performance for me, but I'm looking forward to next experiences.
John, Game to Love podcast. When you say you were confused about your tactics, what do you mean? Was it what threw you?
Well, basically, the thing that I changed this season is I started being more and more aggressive, and it was really comfortable for me to have the initiative and be proactive. But here I couldn't control the ball, so I needed to slow down a little bit, and I was kind of pushing the ball, which sometimes was actually okay, and I played like that, since 0-3 in first. But then in second set, I kind of made few attempts to speed up again, and it didn't work out, and I didn't come back to this, being solid. And also, when you play aggressively and you suddenly change the way you play, it's not easy to keep that, So, so I got a little bit confused. But still, the most important thing for me was to put the ball in, so at least I wasn't making, the same amount of mistakes than at the beginning.
Hey, Matt.
Hey.
Matt Futterman from the New York Times. Congratulations on a remarkable run.
Thank you.
I'm curious, had you forgotten what it felt like to lose? And also, in the past, you've been really hard on yourself when you lost. I'm curious, when it finally happened and when you went and sat down and were gathering your bags. How did that feel, and what was going through your head?
Honestly, usually I am hard on myself, but here I know how I felt before matches, and I know how I felt when I was practicing, and let's just say that I didn't feel like I'm in best shape. So I'm kind of aware that this could happen. Maybe it's not the right attitude to have, but it is like it is. I tried many things to feel better on grass court, but it didn't really work out. So that's why I'm not even, hard on myself, because, it's kind of logic, that if I couldn't find it even on practices, that I'm not going to find it on a match. And yeah, that's all.
Willie Weinbaum from ESPN. What do you think this streak will end up meaning to you as you reflect back on it in the months and years to come?
I don't know. I mean, how can I know? I've never been in such a situation, so I guess you have to ask me next month when I'm gonna have time to reflect a little bit. But I hope this is gonna be the thing that I'm gonna be proud of, and I right now even I am satisfied with this streak, so I'm happy that I was able to do that.
Ben?
Well, we're here in the Court 1 commentary box, the natural habitat of a tennis commentator like Jill Krabas, who's been watching one of the big upsets of the day, certainly in the tournament so far. Iga Świątek, the top seed, the winning run that stretched back to February is now over. A brilliant performance from Elise Cornet, the French woman, on this court. Jill, you were watching it. What did you make of it?
I thought a couple things. I thought Cornet played exceptionally well. She defended extremely well, which you have to with the pace and the power that Świątek brings. I do feel like from the very beginning of the match, Świątek was a little bit frustrated and getting flustered with herself. She was also very chatty to her box, and then all of a sudden after 3 or 4 games, she stopped talking to her box, almost feeling like she was trying to get more focused and stay within herself. I don't feel like she played her best tennis, but a lot of that had to do with Cornet in particular. She has a really unique style. They've never played each other before, so sometimes it can take a while to get used to that. She's got the high, heavy forehand, very flat backhand, so the different paces and the different spins can sometimes be frustrating to play against. And I think she drop-shotted very well today. I think Cornet even surprised herself with how well she drop-shotted, came into the net, and she just competed so well, and I think she just really flustered Świątek.
And Cornet, although Świątek is the top seed, Cornet, tremendously experienced, has played on the big arenas, a long career now of success at the top level at all of the Grand Slams, and that experience probably helped her today.
Definitely. I mean, she's got a running streak for consecutive Grand Slams into the mid-60s, I think it is, and just got to her first quarterfinal ever at a Grand Slam and Australian Open this year, so that brings a lot of experience as well. Had a great win against Halep to get to the quarterfinal round. And so playing on that big stage over and over again definitely helped her. Beating the top players has helped her. And she's always had that level of belief, but to be able to have that consistency is what's really helped her, I think, this year.
A long Grand Slam streak, as you said, for Cornet, but a long winning streak for Iga Świątek. Absolutely incredible to think that she hasn't lost since February. Do you think that had any effect? Was that playing on her mind to potentially keep that run going?
I think she was talking about it. I mean, she mentioned herself that, you know, there's going to come a time I'm eventually going to lose. I don't know if we all thought she might lose this match. We were speaking this morning on our breakfast show in particular that we all knew Cornet is a tricky opponent, that's not necessarily an easy round to get through. So we knew that was going to be a tricky match. You know, I think it's tough when the emphasis is on that over and over again to really be able to keep that streak going. But it was bound to, I think it was obviously bound to happen. I mean, you're not going to win every match for the rest of your life. But I think I was a little bit surprised with the way, not that she lost, but the way she performed. I think she looked a little bit flustered and just never was able to gather her thoughts, I think, to the best of her ability.
The general consensus seems to be for Świątek that her game doesn't always suit grass, and some of the things she does on the ground strokes perhaps makes it slightly easier for opponents on a grass court compared to all the success she's had on slower surfaces, particularly clay. Do you see that?
I mean, I don't know, because she was a junior champion here too, so she obviously can adapt to the grass pretty well. A lot of it is the movement. The grass has changed throughout the last few years, plays a little bit higher, the ball bounces slightly higher than it used to. I know a lot of the players this year in particular are saying that it's very different from the practice courts. The practice courts are playing much faster, and then when you come on the match courts, it's hard to adjust the ball. You have to go to the ball a lot more. So players are trying to adapt to that particular aspect of changing from practice to grass. But I think she's good on grass. I think she moves extremely well. She doesn't use a lot of slices, which could maybe help her. That maybe that's something that she'll incorporate into her game. But I can see her in the future being very successful on this surface.
Alizé Cornet through to the next round. She's playing Ajla Tomljanovic. Yeah. A great opportunity, you'd say, for both of those players to go even further.
Really good opportunity. I think it's going to be about who handles the pressure moments the best, who handles the moment, the experience that both of them bring, really. I think they're both really good competitors. Different styles as well. Tomljanovic plays with a lot of pace, power. She's going to be looking to be very, very aggressive. But it's just, I think it's going to come down to who competes the best in the end in those big moments.
How important do you think this match will be for Alizé Cornet in the entirety of her career? As you said, she's had a great year, hasn't she? Enjoying that big run at the Australian Open and playing some great tennis at the Grand Slams, which had kind of eluded her perhaps earlier on in her career, to be remembered for a player that can bring her best tennis to the biggest stage.
I think it's huge. I'm impressed with her as well, because the older you get and the longer your career gets, I feel like the more you emphasize that you want to do better, and that can sometimes create nerves and pressure, and some players handle it better than others. I've seen players that have wanted to finish their career to the highest, and it just sort of backfires, and the nerves get the better of them. But Cornet's been impressive to me for how the longevity that she has, but the fact that she's still continued to rise and get better.
Great insight. Thanks, Jill.
With Iga Świątek out, the top seed, the world #1, the highest remaining seed on this top half of the draw was Paula Badosa, and this is match point for her against a former champion here in Petra Kvitova just a few minutes ago on center court. These two battling for over 2 hours, and Badosa indeed survives this one, comes through over Kvitova, who had beaten her in their previous only meeting at the Australian Open in 2020. So Badosa stays alive, and Danny, she is now the highest. She is the highest remaining seed on the top half, and you've got Ons Jabeur on the bottom half of the draw.
Yeah, incredible effort from Paula, and honestly, I was expecting Petra to get through this one, having such a great run at Eastbourne and knowing how dangerous she can be. here at Wimbledon. So yeah, she's gonna be so pleased, Paula, with this result. And I feel like, you know, we haven't really talked about her as one of the potential winners, and she likes to be away from that spotlight because there's been so much of that for her lately. And I think ever since the Madrid tournament was over, I talked to her there, and she's like, Dani, I was just so tired, and I didn't really deal with everything off the court as well as I should have. So this is a great effort, and always great to see Petra back, and I'm sure we're going to see much more of her in the upcoming years, hopefully still.
Yeah, gracious in defeat there, Petra Kvitova. She walks off the court. And Dani, I'm interested to hear, I mean, you know Petra well. Do you think we'll be seeing more of her?
I just said that, and I'm thinking, let's hope this is true, especially during the grass court season. I do believe that, because her game, you know, is based on a big serve, and it doesn't take physically as much effort for her.
Yeah, so Kvitova knocked out there by Badosa, but the number 4 seed moves on. She did not win a match before Wimbledon, but she's into the second week. And let's go ahead and hear from the Spaniard.
Paula, congratulations. A superb match to watch. You've won in straight sets, but perhaps you could begin by telling us how tough an opponent Petra Kvitova was today.
I mean, as you know, Petra is a champion, and for me, one of the biggest challenges is to play Petra on grass. And today, being able to play against her, it was already a pleasure. And you can imagine how I feel after this win. And for me, it's unbelievable.
Well, we can imagine it, but I'd much prefer if you told us how you felt after this win.
I remember 2014, I came here to play juniors, and one of the first match I watched was on center court, Petra winning Wimbledon. So you can imagine, for me, stepping on center court for the first time, playing against a legend like her, it's really, really special, and she's been an inspiration for me in my career.
Beautiful words, but we have to say that you are playing extremely well at the moment. The last couple of seasons have been terrific. You got to number 2 in the world earlier this year, you know, the quarterfinals of the French Open last year, and now through to the 4th round at Wimbledon. What's been the reason why you've got so good recently?
Well, never give up, fighting for every ball. I think I showed that today, and yeah, that's a little bit the key of my career. And I want to thank everyone, because I really listened to my name today, and I wasn't expecting people cheering for me, because I know I was playing against Petra, so thank you very much.
Well, you certainly know how to win this crowd over. Next up for you, Simona Halep. I guess when you're playing as well as you are, does it really matter who's next?
Of course it matters, I'm not going to lie. I mean, another former champion here, but I think I'm playing very well. I'm enjoying the time on court. For me, that's very important, to have fun. I'm enjoying playing on center court. I hope to play on center again, and I hope we can make a big match like today.
And the crowd will hopefully cheer for you again.
Yes.
Congratulations, Paula Badosa.
And I love the honesty there from Paula Badosa, saying, of course it matters who I play. Now she does have Simona Halep. That one is going to be a tough ask, but I love that also there she says one of the toughest asks in women's tennis is beating Petra Kvitova on grass, and she did that today.
Yeah, she's absolutely spot on, because it wasn't a rusty Petra Kvitova. It was an informed Petra Kvitova coming into this year's championships after her recent win in Eastbourne just last week. Would have arrived here full of confidence, and I think a few people had her down as their pick for the tournament. I believe Laura Robson had Petra Kvitova and Angelique Kerber down as her dark horse. But we can, get a better look at the draw here and take your pick.
Well, you've picked Rybakina there at the top half, at least, of the women's draw. And Dani, you're talking about Ons Jabeur on the bottom. But gosh, there's a lot of experience still remaining in this top 16. It's not the last 16 we expected. but we've got a lot of interesting matchups there, don't we?
Yeah, once again, the field is opening up big time, and you just never know what can happen the second week. And must also not forget who your favorite now and is playing, Rybakina against Petra Martic.
You'll be watching her closely tomorrow.
Yeah,
Watch out.
but that's not going to be easy because we know how well Petra can play on grass. You know, big serve, wonderful net player as well. Wouldn't be surprised, like you said, Ostapenko, if she finds a way to get through that part of the section. But there's Heather Watson, and the way she's played yesterday, that's got to be something to watch out for tomorrow.
Yeah, through to the fourth round at a slam for the very first time in her career, Heather Watson, who really came into this year's championships with not very much confidence and not many wins under her belt. And she, will take on a big serving German in Julie Niemeyer out on centre court. Tomorrow's schedule of play for centre court and court number 1 already out. Heather Watson and Julie Niemeyer will kick off play there tomorrow. But Rybakina looking good, but Harmony Tan and Amanda Anisimova.
I mean,
that is, and also Garcia, Caroline, the way she's been playing the last few weeks as well. So anything can really happen in this second week.
You've got 2 remaining slam champs in Halep and Ostapenko, and you've just got a whole host of intriguing storylines otherwise.
Yeah, all of them, have been on their own personal journey to get to this place here at the championships, and it's all to play for. I mean, all of them will have the belief that's required, but whether they can produce the type of tennis that is required when it really matters, that is the challenge.
Okay, I don't mean to start an on-set fight, but I did pick Swiatek to be my champion before the tournament. That's no left field pick, but Jabeur was my finalist. So now do I just de facto go to Jabeur? Am I on team Danny?
Second best. So we'll accept
but
that.
The top half, I think, is still significantly stronger than the bottom half. Okay, in the bottom half, you've got Jabeur and Ostapenko as the 2 big names. But in that bottom half, okay, you both have said Ons Jabeur, I'm going Ostapenko.
Ostapenko is a very, very strong pick, too.
Whoever gets through the bottom half is going to win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, we're going to have to write this down. Make notes of exactly what's going to pan out in the women's draw. But let's go ahead and go live to center court, where there's a familiar slam champion, 22 of them, actually 16 matches in the majors in a row for Rafael Nadal. And here's the opposition today, and Lorenzo Sonego. 27 is Sonego, seeded 27. He's got a couple of ATP titles to his name. He's never played against Rafa. You can see there he's done pretty well at the slams. This is his best. He's matching his best performance, or would like to, at Wimbledon from last year. But Danny, you've had an eye on Sonego. He's a player that he's got some big shots. But how is he going to handle Rafa on center court this evening?
I think he can be quite dangerous. He's not afraid of the big names. He managed to do some big upsets in the past, and it's just the way he moves around the court. He's obviously very light, not a big physique, but he's got such a wonderful timing on the ball, not afraid of the net as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one is a tough one for Rafa to get through. Do I think Rafa's going to win? Yes, absolutely, but it's not going to be that easy, I think.
Yeah, Lorenzo Sonego is somewhat of a showman out there. He enjoys the big stage, doesn't he?
He loves it.
He does, but of course he's so shy, isn't he? For Italian, very unusual. But just also he's a great example of that whole Italian generation of guys that started to believe that they can play well on any surfaces, not anymore just on clay. And he played well, I think, a couple of years ago at Eastbourne too. Yeah. So he definitely has got a great grass court game and can really make a damage to anyone.
Nadal has looked a bit scrappy at times in his last 2 matches, Danny. What do you think it is that he needs to do better?
I think just as simple as his movement. Taking the time away after Paris, understandably so. It just takes a while to get used to the grass court tennis, and no matter how many times you have won this tournament before, you have to start from scratch. And this is the stage of the tournament where I feel like Rafa will be able to start picking up his game, and it's all connected to how well he can move on the court, how much he can trust the foot coming from clay to grass. Obviously, that's on his mind as well. A little bit windy today, so that's going to be tricky for both players. But yeah, like I said, three matches now for Rafa. I think this is where he will start to feel more and more comfortable on the court.
You know, and it's also an interesting one as we see this is the first time that these two guys have met. But Danny, how much is it for, you know, Sonego, as Anne's saying, he loves the big stage, he loves a big opponent to take on, but center court in the evening, we're almost 7 o'clock, so likely the roof is going to close. So eventually this could be an indoor match with the lights on. How much does that play to Rafa's advantage because he's been in this situation so many times?
Yeah, it's huge, and that's such a good point you make, because if there is something to be overwhelmed by, it's not playing Rafa, but it's the center court energy, the spirit of it, and I think for any player, when you're playing there for the first time, maybe for you, and it was different because you were used to it before, you know, being around.
I don't think I ever got used to playing on centre court. The support was nice as a British player.
It is so overwhelming, isn't it? Just everything you have to deal with, starting from, you know, the locker room entrance to the court. You know, if you're not nervous before the match, by the time you go through all that wonderful members area, you are freaking out. And then on top of that, having to deal with Rafa, now there's going to be the roof as well. So it's a lot to take for a player, like even someone like Lorenzo that doesn't mind to play the big names, but this is something extra he will have to deal with.
Yeah, there's no other walk like it onto the biggest stage in tennis. As you come out of the changing rooms, you stand there, you wait for the security guards to meet you and to walk you onto the court, and you walk past the service stewards who, you know, if you catch their eye, they may kind of give you a little nod or whisper "good luck." They're not meant to say anything, but they certainly do to the Brits, but they have to keep it in the lowdown.
And to me, what was always the most overwhelming part, when you go down the stairs, you see the both ladies and gentlemen trophies, and obviously the entrance that we've seen so many times on TV, and suddenly you can't believe that you are actually part of this. So, you know, very quickly, within 2 minutes, you are so nervous that it helps when during the warm-up you're super active with your feet and just trying to start sweating so that you get away from the nerves as soon as possible.
Well, Rafael Nadal is headed out for his third round match against Lorenzo Sonego, and let's go ahead and join the commentary for this first game, and it's Nadal who's got the first 2 slams of the year, 22 in total. Can he keep the calendar slam alive tonight?
First sets, Rafael Nadal to serve. Ready, play. Next, the service. Picking up.
Welcome, Lorenzo. And there's an audible gasp whenever Rafa Nadal even walks on a court. But when he hit a couple of these forehands and then that backhand, there was an exhalation. Look at these faces.
And I think this is what Rafa needs to do, just
flatten it out and go hit. Don't be just staying in the point. Get proactive. This is grass. You don't want to wait for the opponent to be doing something. You can't do it yourself, and this is the kind of a game that Rafa needs to play.
First hit.
Strong start there from the second seed, Rafael Nadal. And of course, if you want to continue watching this, you can do on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. But again, prior to the tournament, it was Renee Stubbs who caught up with Rafael Nadal.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
My first question is, how is it for you to be back here at Wimbledon?
I haven't been able to be here since 2019, so I'm excited to be around here for almost a week, so enjoying that fact.
How nice is it to be back here with the fact that we're going to have a full crowd?
We were lucky that we were able to keep going with our sport and our lives, of course. But at the same time, talking just about our sport. Of course, it have been tough for the tournaments, tough for the players. A lot of efforts to keep running events, and for the players to keep traveling and playing without the crowd. It's completely different feeling, no? So yeah, especially for the older guys, I think, because for the younger, I think that it's a little bit easy, no? Because for them everything is new, and they still have the passion to discover new things. No? But for us, it's important to have the crowd because we play with adrenaline and with the joy of having full crowd stadiums, and it's amazing to see all of them back.
What is it about this place, this particular court, that's making you come here this year and want to play?
Well, if I am here, it's because honestly, the last couple of weeks, in terms of pain, situation is better, no? But it's very clear, and I talk very, very open and clear after Roland Garros. No, if I am not able to slow down the pain, I will not be in Wimbledon, no, because I can't keep going that way, because it don't make sense, no, in a personal way. But honestly, the last couple of weeks have been better. The things that I did in terms of treatment looks like it's working for the moment. Nothing is proved, and I can't be 100% sure on anything. But the only thing that it's true is the last 2 weeks that the pain is less than what I had the last year and a half, and that's for me the main thing. No, so that's why I'm here. I'm excited. I know a challenge, how big is the challenge to come back to play on grass after a long time, because it's a surface that when you are not very familiar with, it's difficult. But I accept the challenge now, and I am here to try my best and to see if I'm able to be competitive.
Over the last 100 years, which is why we're sitting here today, to look at this beautiful court, it's 100 years of this particular centre court. We've asked a lot of players what their most memorable match that they've watched or seen on this court, and a lot of them have said your 2008 match against Roger. What about for you? What's the earliest memory of this court for you?
I don't know. I have a lot of memories. No, I remember Garin winning. I remember Sampras, all the Sampras titles, because that's when I was younger, the Agassi title. So, and a little bit later on, I remember the Leighton title, of course, the first Rogers title against Philipposis. I don't know. I have a lot of memories now about this place, and I was able to visit for the first time Wimbledon when I was 16, playing the juniors, and for me it was a great experience.
So take me back to the first time you walked around those, I don't know what we call them here, curtains, and walked onto this particular court. Do you remember that moment and what you felt?
Honestly not. I don't remember that day, because I don't know when I played for the first time here. It was too long time ago.
You're not that old.
No, 36, but I played here for the first time in 2003. 2003 that I didn't play in the center court. 2004 I was not able to play here. I had the first foot injury, and then 2005 I don't remember if I played here.
So I remember the moment that you won here. The sun was going down. It was very dark.
Yeah, very dark, yeah.
What about that moment that you remember that not many people get to experience, playing on this court and having that moment?
Well, yeah, the match have it all. Roger in the other side of the of the net. Then I think the match had all the ingredients to become an important match of the history of our sport, because we're number one against number two. All the rivalry that we have together, and then rain delays twice. I was winning 2 sets to love. Then big chance on the tiebreak of the fourth, match points. Then the fifth, he had a break point, and then the match was super long. So the sun was going down, and I was having at the end chances to break, but Roger was holding, and finally I got the break, and then I know when I got the break, I had the break, I need to win the next game. If not, we go back to the locker room, and we're gonna finish tomorrow. No, so that's at a little bit of extra pressure for me, but at the same time, one of the most unforgettable moments of my tennis career, without a doubt.
So we are here this year because of the 100 years of centre court, but across the street they're actually building new courts. They're going to have the qualifying here now.
Yeah.
How much do you think that'll help the young kids to think that they're so close, but yet not quite on the grounds yet?
I think all the slams have been improving. Our sport in general is improving in general terms, and Wimbledon is not an exception. No? They covered both courts. Number one, center court. I saw the new area that they make crossing the street. That it's amazing. And now I think in the future they have the plans to go and in the land near in the other side, in the left side, and I think it's fantastic that the bigger tournaments are investing on improving things, and to make the things better for the fans, for the players, because investing back on the sport, the only thing that creates is value for our sport, no? And that's the most important thing, and makes the experience more unforgettable for everyone, no? For the fans, for the players, and for all the people who really love our sport. And at the end, the most important thing is to make our sport bigger and bigger.
Okay, last question. I just asked Coco Gauff actually, and she gave me a really unique answer to what is unique about Wimbledon, this court in particular. I'm not going to tell you what she told me.
I think the silence. I think the silence that you feel when you are playing. For me, that's the most emblematic thing of this court. No, you feel when you are bouncing the ball, you listen to the bounces. No, and that's probably one of the most special things here.
Well, uniquely, that's exactly what Coco Gauff said.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I'll tell her. She'll be really excited to hear that you said the same thing she did. So, I mean, honestly, from all of us at the club, from all the television people, from the fans around the world, it is amazing and great to see you here again this year.
Thank you very much.
We wish you all the best.
I'm excited, so hopefully I can stay here as long as possible.
So do we.
Rafael Nadal there in action on center court, chatting previously before the tournament to Renee Stubbs, and this is a look now live on number one court. So Rafa in center, and it's Kyrgios and Tsitsipas who are on the number one court, and Daniela, it was Tsitsipas who was able to squeak through that first set, taking it 7-6 in a breaker.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the story for the rest of the match as well. Just a few points here and there that's going to decide the sets, and I think that's where that mental edge that Stefanos obviously has over Nick might play a big role, but you just never know what kind of tennis Nick can still come up with. But yeah, I feel like still a long way to go in this one.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the order of play. Certainly, if you want to keep watching that, you can do so on any major broadcaster around the world. But Anne, we are excited for tomorrow. It is our first official middle Sunday at Wimbledon. Heather Watson is going to kick things off after a pretty special ceremony on center court.
Yes, yes, it's a centenary of center court. So before the first match, there will be a celebration where a lot of the former Wimbledon champions will make their way around centre court. And I believe there'll be a live music performance as well. Not by me, but by Danny.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
Danny,
well,
you've got your microphone, so
yes,
you can take that to center court.
Can I take my piano as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
You're a tremendous piano player. Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. That one's going to be exciting. And then what about Tim van Rijthoven taking on Novak Djokovic? Excited for that too.
I think Yannick against Carlos, that is going to be the match of the day there. Obviously, all eyes on Heather as well as Novak, but Yannick and Carlos, I just want to see where Yannick is and how much improvement he has been able to do ever since Darren Cahill joined his camp, and it's going to be a good test for him tomorrow against Carlos.
Yeah, very excited there. So in the number one court, that's what's happening on center court. Number one court, Ostapenko and Maria to kick things off. Two very different styles. Cam Norrie looking to see if he can march into his first ever Grand Slam quarterfinal. Tommy Paul making his debut at Wimbledon. And on Jabeur, it's Danny and my title taking on Elisa Mertens.
Okay, let's see whether we're still talking about Ons Jabeur this time tomorrow.
We better go and support her there. First row seats.
All right, and on the number two court, so wow, what a great lineup on center and on one. Of course, there will be doubles added to these courts, but these are the single matches. Number two court, Marie Buskova, she's had a great run, just took out Ali Risk. She's taking on Caroline Garcia, who beat Emma Raducanu. And the American contingent also, Francis Tiafoe and David Goffin. I can't believe we have a scheduled middle Sunday of play.
Yes, how
it's
exciting.
It's crazy to think.
It is the first time ever that play, well, officially, not because of rain, will happen in the middle Sunday.
Yeah, and it's really cool too, Danny, because we've got, the club is doing so much to get the local community involved. Yep. So it's sort of a people Sunday. Tickets going out to local clubs, kids, NHS workers, Ukrainian refugees. It's going to be, I think the atmosphere, it's already buzzing in week one. I think it'll be even more so tomorrow.
Yeah, I think thanks to tomorrow, it's going to just take off to another level as far as the excitement and the energy. And it's going to be obviously a very special moment for all of us that remember being here on Sunday when it was the day off, and obviously with a special ceremony on center court. I can't wait to see that. So yeah, what a day to look forward to.
Awesome. So we're going to get your piano on center court.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going straight there.
You're going to go and warm up your vocal
cords?
Well, I think you guys should do a duet.
Asking now Rafa.
I'll be a backing singer. No, backing dancer, rather. I can't sing.
Okay, so I'll do piano, you do the dancing, and you're singing.
No. I'm just here with my phone to record it. A highlight from week one. We are almost through 6 days of play. It's been a great week in a lot of ways for the British players, but what's one or two big highlights for you from week one?
Well, of course, seeing Heather Watson reach the fourth round and Cam Norrie reach the fourth round for the first time at a slam. And I mean, plenty of big wins for so many different players. Harmony Tan beating Serena Williams on centre court.
Wow.
I mean, fantastic moment for her, and she's still going strong.
Yeah, for you, Danny?
I'm going to try to pick something on the men's side. I would say just the excitement, seeing Carlos on grass and what he's capable of and how much he's already improving with every single day here. And obviously what we just witnessed, Alize Cornet beating Iga Swiatek, that obviously is going to be the headline, I guess, in the newspapers tomorrow. So I can't even imagine what the second week is going to bring to us.
Yeah, I also think it's crazy. You mentioned Harmony Tan, but just not only the fact that we've had Serena back, but the Williams sisters back, both of them, which has just been incredible.
Yeah, and Venus still going strong in the mixed doubles, carrying Jamie over the line last night. Yeah, fantastic to see Venus, because I don't think anyone really expected that. Obviously, when news came out a few weeks ago that Serena was preparing to play here, there was a buzz about all of that, and seeing her play after 12 months away from the game. But yeah, a bit of a treat, bonus treat to see Venus as well.
Yeah, it really has been. And you said earlier that it's all about about the mental fortitude in week 2, because once we close up play, we still got more of it tonight, but once tonight finishes, we are in week 2, the 4th round kicks off tomorrow, and the keys are going to be about what's between your 2 ears and not just the rest of your tennis game?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, you have to play your best tennis, but this is where I expect the players to do so, because they already have those 3 matches, and it's now about, especially on the women's side, who has more of a belief. On the men's side, I would say it's also who's got more experience. So let's see.
Yeah, awesome. So it's been a beautiful day here at Wimbledon, and day 6, gosh, we've got a middle Sunday of play. It's been a buzzing first week of tennis, and gosh, it's kind of a pinch me moment. Every time we come to Wimbledon, I feel, and I know you spend a lot of time here, but I just feel like, and Danny, I don't think you were here last year. Were you here last year?
No, I wasn't here last year.
I wasn't here last year. It's just been a great return of tennis this last week.
I'm glad you both are enjoying
yourself. That's how we feel, right?
Yeah, no, it's, we keep saying it every day. It's just crazy how special it feels every single day to be here. And also, this is like the perfect time of the day when we can just relax, enjoy the views, and appreciate everything that the day has given us already.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're going to say goodbye via our friends at the Wirecam. Hello. Goodbye. What about this beautiful southern campus, center court, and so much beautiful lawn tennis? It's been a wonderful day here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Thank you so much for joining us. Myself, Nick McCarville, Daniela Hantakova, and Ann Kiathavang. Our whole team, they're world class, and we can't wait for one more week of tennis. But for now, good night from Wimbledon.
Gonna go get more coats.